Team Hug secret for acne free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hug secret for acne free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hug's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused by Tira in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Heart's secret for acne-free skin.
our steps have not stopped yet. This is where everything begins. We face challenges head on. With hearts full of courage and hope. We came close last season, but we're back and stronger than ever. We are here to claim what's ours. We are here to fight with all our might. It's time to rebuild, to revive, to rise again. We are a force to be reckoned with, and nothing can stop us. This is our pride, our passion, our destiny. We are kings, conquering all challenges that come our way.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPLSG Season 5 Playoff Season right here at the wonderful Suntec City Mall. Join us as we witness the best players that Singapore has to offer, battling it out over at the of Dawn to be crowned champions. Right here for MPLSG and to represent Singapore over on the international stage. So I'm so very excited to be here right now in the wonderful Suntec City Mall where the energy is just absolutely electric. Now for all of our friends who are tuning us here online, whether it's in the app itself or whether on Facebook, YouTube, or even Twitch, we recommend you guys to come down. Fret not if you did not manage to secure tickets for yourselves. We do have walk-ins available on a first-come, first-served basis. And we're so excited to be here at Suntec City as well because you guys get freestanding areas, not just on level 1, but even 2 and 3, where you guys are able to get some amazing views right here of the playoff season. So come on down and join us right here at Suntec City Mall. My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'll be your host for this playoff season for MPLSG Season 5. So just in case you guys have missed out on any of the action, right here at Suntec City Mall, we do have some wonderful booths from all of our partners as well as the teams as well. So if you guys want to score yourself some really cool merchandise from your favorite teams or to check out some really cool stuff right here from our amazing partners such as Frank by OCBC and even OSIM, you are more than welcome to come on in and join us in the festivities right here today. So just in case you guys have missed out on the action of the regular season, let's take this opportunity to check out our regular season standings. As you see here on the displays, after a grueling 7-day battle between the teams in the round-robin cycle, this is the overall standing for the regular season. Coming right on top, we have RSG Slate SG, initially slated to have a perfect win, but Bleed Esports took a match off them, which RSG Slate SG is at 18 points, whereas Bleed Esports secured themselves 15 points. What we usually thought right here, the MPLSG scene is we thought that there was always a clash of the two titans of RSG Slate SG, but Bleed Esports. And now it seems that there is a third wheeler right here in the mix of this relationship. And this third wheeler is none other than Team SMG SG, because they have secured themselves 12 comfortable points in the upper bracket as well, making this entire situation a love of the three kingdoms, a romance of the three kingdoms, really. And sneaking right behind Team SMG SG, we have Team Flash SG with 11 points, stealing that final upper bracket spot on the final day from Team Revival, pushing Revival down into lower brackets with 10 points. Following right behind Revival, we have Stellar SG with 8 points, Alchemy SG at 5 points, and Team Evil as well at 5 points, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, even in a short 7 days of the regular season, we have seen so much movement. You know, we have seen great plays, epic comebacks, and more. And if you think you know all there is to know about MPLSG, think again, ladies and gentlemen, because right here at Season 5, it's about to get spicy. Because we have players, team changes, roster changes as well. And we have seen experienced players playing in their own element right where they have started off. So things are looking on the up and up right here at MPLSG Season 5. So yes, without further ado, you might be asking, what are the stakes right here at MPLSG? Now the stakes are high as ever right here at MPLSG Season 5, because not only the winning team will get the bragging rights of saying that they are champions of MPLSG Season 5, but of course they will also represent our sunny island of Singapore on the international stage for the MSC Cup 2023, which will be held in June over in the beautiful capital of Cambodia at Phnom Penh. So that is the stakes where we will crown our champion to represent Singapore over on the international stage. So yes, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out today's match schedule. So as you see here for the match schedule today, kicking off match 1, we will have Revival going head-to-head against Evil, and that will be happening at 10 a.m. today. Whereas for match 2 happening at 12:30, we'll see Stellar SG going head-to-head against Alchemy SG. Now for the first 2 matches, it is incredibly important for them because a loss will spell elimination for these teams here in the lower bracket. Whereas on the upper brackets, we see for match 3 happening at 3 p.m. That's going to be RSG SG going head-to-head against Team Flash. Whereas for the 4th match, closing the show happening at 5:30, we have Bleed Esports crossing swords with SMG SG. Now for these teams and the upper bracket, not only they will get an extra crucial life, which is very essential in the playoff season, but of course these 4 teams in the upper bracket have also secured the open invitation to come on back to join us at MPLSG Season 6 itself. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we sure hope that you are excited for today's matchups, as we will be one step closer to finding out which team will be representing Singapore and will be crowned champions of MPLSG Season 5. So yes, without further ado, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our amazing sponsors for making MPLSG Season 5 possible. MPLSG Season 5 is powered by Moontime and Zenray Productions. Our official partners, Frank Bio CBC and Garnier Men. Our partners in esports, Ulsin, My Republic, and Suntec City Mall. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, any photos, videos that you take right here at the venue itself, remember to tag us at hashtag Our Pride, Our Passion to show support for our boys, and we thank you so very much for that. And for you guys as well, for those of you who are tuning in on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, please clip any of your favorite moments and tag us as well. So without further ado, let's kickstart our very first match of the day. We're going to be seeing Team Revival going head-to-head against Team Evil. So are you guys excited? I just want to check with all of our live audience today. All right, where's my Team Evil fans at? Can I hear your voices? Sounds great already. Where are my Team Revival fans at? Not too bad, not too bad. I think the team can hear you now and you need to definitely cheer them on later. All right, so yes, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the team, shall we? Presenting to you first up, Team Revival. And of course, going head-to-head against Team Revival, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Team Evil! All right, so as the teams are giving their opponents a fist bump and heading off to their battle stations, this is an interesting team matchup that we're gonna see. We have Team Revival, which has been performing really strongly over in the regular season, and they are known for their late game comebacks. Now, will they stick to their strategy or will they come up with new antics right here in the playoff season? We can only find out. Whereas over on the other side, their opposing team, they are the playoff kings, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone has doubted them, you know, even in season 4 in the regular season, but they made an epic comeback, securing the top 3 spot in season 4's playoff. Will they do the same right here in season 5 playoffs? We can only find out over at the Land of Dawn. So without further ado, I'm gonna hand my time over to our 3 dashing casters over at the caster's desk. So take it away, Vertigo, Abstract, as well as Howler.
Hello and welcome to MPL Singapore Season 5. We are at day 1. Today is the playoffs. My name is Haulers. With me is Vertigo and Abstract. And we have a banger of a game. Of course, this is do or die at this point. But your thoughts on this first matchup between Revival and, of course, Evil?
There's everything to lose, right? You have to pull out every single strat right now. You can't hold back. The moment you falter, the moment you give one game away, that's it. You're going to lose your momentum and you're going to lose the game away.
I mean, today we are talking about Evil, after all. So we are expecting to see the book.
Ooh, the book.
The book. Okay, all right. Let's elaborate a little bit more on this book that you're talking about.
Now, of course, whenever they're playing onto their regular seasons, you know, you don't see anything such as the book. But when we're going into the playoff, they're kind of like known as like the playoff king, playoff magician, playoff maestro. Yes, they have the book.
The book. Okay. All right. That's like we'll talk about a little bit more about the book in a little bit, right? But if we're talking about regular season, Evil have kind of not really shown up, so to speak, right?
Yes.
They've kind of struggled. They've got themselves in here. Talk a little bit about this journey getting into day 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a rough journey, but we all seen how Evil, you know, just take all that pressure and just put it off and performed in the playoffs.
Okay. I'm going to talk about that, but let's talk a little about Revival here. So we have Sammy, Swirled, Ryan, Peace, and QDX Love. This is the team that we've seen, but Revival, on the other hand, have done a much better job of the regular season. Abstract, talk us a little bit about that.
Well, Revival definitely came in and surprised a lot of us. They are naturally the team, when it comes down to the regular season, they will start off a little bit low and ended off a little bit high. Because in previous season, they will always have to face off with the stronger opponents, and they will always be seen as the underdogs. But in actual reality, they're not that bad of a team after all.
Okay, all right. Well, I like that, but let's talk a little bit more about Evil, right? This is your
Yeah,
I would
this
say
is my
almost
forte.
your forte,
Yeah.
your team, your boys, all of that. Like, walk me through Evil's
Yeah,
lineup.
okay, so we got a nice little change of the lineup even during the start of the regular season. Coconut, Melon, Twist, Powerful, and Carrot. So right now, Twist is the major change for Evil. But on the other side, Revival, they have a major change as well. Right at the playoff, day number 1, Peace is going to be playing onto that jungle role.
Right.
So we have no information on Peace apart from his amazing Clint that won him Rookie of the Season last season, right? But right now, we have no information because he did not touch the regular season at all.
Right. And so this is the crazy time to kind of just show up. It's definitely in the playoffs. I mean, we saw last year where they were 3rd place, Evil that is. They were kind of like a bit of an underdog in that sense. Revival ended up in 4th place, but now they're locked in here. This is day 1. One of these teams is going home.
They gotta go home though. Now it is time for them to pull whatever that they can to beat down their opponents. And of course, we gotta have to, dissect things a little bit and really understand how each and every single one of these teams gotta have to win. We'll start things off with a little bit of the the understanding for Revival's gameplay. Now, of course, they are more of like a late game team. They are really good at turning games around from the early game, mid game to the late stages of the game. As such, avoiding the massive fights from Evil is definitely going to be one of their core principles into their gameplay. And of course, they gotta have to keep on pressure in the early stages of the game to ensure that Powerful doesn't get all the kind of momentum as well as snowball to really keep Revival out of bay when it comes down to the mid-game transitioning over to the late. And of course, let's secure QDX loves playmaking heroes.
Yeah, definitely give them a chance to kind of shine, make sure that you do that. Now, in the same way that we know what Revival want to do, Evil could also just be focusing on QDX Love, taking him out, but walk me through the keys to victory for Team Evil.
Exactly, and for Team Evil right now is to stick to their true team fight strategy. So they are very formation-based, but that's the thing about Evil, right? They do not have a strict discipline type of formation. They are more of a Bruce Lee be like water kind of.
Bruce Lee be like water.
Be like water,
okay,
yeah. So
be
they're
like
more
water.
fluid. They're more adaptable. If you're gonna go aggressive, they're gonna go as much as aggressive as you, but not to overextend their stay. And for the second keys to victory for Evil as well is to keep things simple with the draft, with not too overcomplicated,
so far,
right? Yeah,
yeah. But
especially with the book.
But they have the book.
Especially with the book, they're gonna be going nice simple draft and to not overthink the draft too much, especially from Powerful. Everything weighs on his shoulder right now. He's the in-game caller. He's the one drafting. It's a whole team effort, right? It's not one dedicated role. It's a nice team effort working as a single organism, and as well assist Coconut in winning his lane. So we all saw on the last day, on the second last day of the regular season, Coconut just popped off, right? Yeah. Just went berserk.
Yeah, and they really needed his help, and I think they need to see more of that. Now, mind you, going into the regular season, the end total was Revival was 4-3.
Yeah.
Right. Evil was 1-6, but the only victory was against Revival. Right.
Exactly.
So could they be playing spoiler here?
Well, of course, but before, I believe that right now the Revival stats is going to be one of the main things that we are going to be looking out for, because we talked about Coconut when it comes down to the KTV, right?
Yeah.
KTV-wise, Coconut, they are going to be going up against Sammy when it comes down to the gold lane. 692 gold is what Sammy have got in store when it comes down to his signature Beatrix, or rather, all of it encompasses together as the average GPM.
Yeah.
Other than that, we don't have information on Peace, as we have said before, or rather, Vertigo have said before. We don't know how he's going to be playing his jungle. We have seen him in the other seasons,
the previous
seasons, but not necessarily this one.
Exactly, and of course the signature hero right now, the meta pick is either a Fredrin or a Martis. You can't go wrong with these picks, right? As long as you know how to land the combos. For a Martis, as long as you can land your hits and then you're just there to soak all the damage, negate all your CCs, all your AoE stuns, you're good. That's all you need to do. Secure objective, go on for the kills, tank for your team, easy peasy.
Okay, but let's talk a little bit about Evil's stats. What were some of the ones that kind of stick out to you?
I mean, honestly, look, the only thing that sticks out to me is Carrot's damage taken, right? It's way more as compared to QDX Love, right? QDX Love is more of a playmaker, where Carrot is more of a peeler. That's the difference in style right there. Carrot can make plays. He just needs to open up the map more often than before. Although That's why he's the peeler. He takes a lot of damage because he doesn't dare to go out and open up the map, give some vision for the team.
Okay, Carrot needs to kind of control the team fight, so to speak. But now who else from Evil really needs to step up here?
Well, I gotta have to say that Twist is going to be very important in these games so far. Because whenever we're looking at the EXP lanes as well as what kind of heroes that they play, we're gonna have to first look at the mages. Both of them will kind of correspond to one another. If whether the mage is gonna be an impact mage, or is it going to be the EXP laner that makes all of that impact. Sometimes the mage players is more of like kind of supportish role. For example, Valentina, yes, she's got damage, but we don't necessarily see her being called kind of like the impact player. So we gotta have to look at Twist that makes the play-making moves instead.
Okay, I love the fact that you guys are talking about both sides. Obviously, we want to be somewhat neutral, but let's talk a little bit about predictions. What we actually predicted going into this one. I think it's going to be very interesting seeing what everyone chose. And it looks like I stand alone, and I hate to say it, it's going to be early in the morning when you guys are both wrong.
Goodbye! You know what? I would love to agree with you.
Yeah.
But that will make us both wrong.
That's true.
Yes.
So everyone is wrong here today. We do not know what's going to happen until the end of the BO3 series.
Yes, and but okay. Best of 3, we do know that no matter what happens in terms of, you guys being wrong and me being right, but I think at the end of the day, we're going to be going to a Game 3, correct?
Of course.
Yes, it's going to go the distance. I think that's something that we're definitely aligned.
One thing that we won't be aligned with is the fact that you will feel bad that if Revival didn't get themselves the first game. That has happened before.
That has happened
okay,
before. It's fine, but I want to be proven wrong. This is one of those things where I go in, my brain is telling me, Revival, they had 4 wins in the regular season. That speaks volumes about the team. They were in 5th place. They know how to win, right? As opposed to Evil, which knows how to win only against Revival, which is perfect for them in this situation.
Shade, but enough about that,
Don't
guys.
come at me, guys.
Yeah, but take a look at the audience prediction right now. It's a nice little slide towards Revival with 77% against 23%.
I love it how they're all correct. We're on the same boat.
Everyone on the audience. Agree with all of you guys.
It would be nice.
Want to agree with all of you guys.
I would want to, but
that will make it all of us wrong.
But everyone is right here, everyone is wrong at the same time until the result comes out. So I'm very excited for the game, guys.
I mean, I gotta have to understand, I'm gonna have to respect all of your decisions, right? Because Revival, after all, has been showing tremendous performance, and they have definitely evolved over the days when we are looking at the regular seasons. And once again, it's always that misconception that we have on Revival, especially in Season 4. Start off strong because they gonna have to face teams such as Slade back then, face off RSG, and immediately people have the misconception like, hey, you know what, Revival is probably gonna be at the bottom of the leaderboards. But
it's just bad RNG.
It's just bad RNG. Right off the bat, where the impact and the influence is strong, people immediately assume that Revival is strong just because of the power rankings, just because of the strength of schedule.
Exactly.
This season, people are not that quick to jump into that conclusion. As such, Revival has also shown what they are worth.
And to be honest, it's one of those things where now is the time, right?
Yes.
You have no other time. If you mess up, this is do or die.
Yes.
Winner goes on. I mean, we're going to see what happens in terms of, maybe tomorrow's, play-ins and all that. But this is the situation where, again, you have no room for error. Now is the time to make that move.
Well,
I think Secret Strats has to come up right now. We may see some
that's
unorthodox
why
picks.
we have the book. That is one of the biggest things that I'm riding this wave on. Because Revival, definitely they are strong in mechanics, they're strong in teamwork and all those kind of stuff, right? But we all know Evil is the magicians, the kings of playoffs. One way or another, they will find a way to break through a brick wall.
And we're going to have to find out what that brick wall is, how they do this, how they trap as we go into Game 1. This is going to be super important. It sets up the stage. Do you want to be up 1-0 or 0-1 kind of, your playoff lives are at stake? But walk us through the draft.
Taking out the Faramis and the Arlet, it's a must right now, especially. So right now, if you guys do not know, Evil is going to be on the first pick. So Revival, they're going to be taking out the Melissa and the Joy. So the Faramis is so important right now because of his passive. It hurts like a truck. It may seem like a little tickle to you, but watch your HP go down. in mid-game, it's gonna hurt you.
Well, it kind of seems as though that both teams, they have got a very specific understanding as to what and who they do not want to face. And
Among the
after all,
planes
the
exists
impact mages that will affect the Revival is super important. Because so far, Ryan is mostly playing those annoying heroes, such as Glue, for example.
Yeah.
So Evil doesn't seem like they would want to focus too much on onto Revival's Glue for very specific reason and very good reason. You know, as an EXP laner myself, I do understand why they do that. Glue is very annoying in the right hands.
Yeah, but they're gonna be banning away the Eve. So I mean, the Eve would be a very nice cherry on top. You know what I mean? Like a Eve would perfectly just round every single team fight. All the Eve has to do is have good positioning, and we know how Swirl
Impact
plays.
mage as well.
Very impactful. So the final ban is gonna be that Valentina. It's a very nice flex pick, like you said. Valentina not that strong, but it counters a lot of hero, and you get to use that IMU. So the Glue is going to be secured, just like you said, Abstract.
Yes.
The book.
So they immediately steal it away from Revival. So they definitely respect Ryan's strength in the Glue. He has been playing Glue a lot, and mind you, when I say a lot, it's actually really a lot. Because when it comes down to Glue, it does seem as though, okay, maybe not that lot. He played 2 games on Glue.
Yeah.
But the caveat is, he's got all of those games won.
Of course, but it just shows how comfortable he is on the Glue, right?
Yep.
But speaking enough about that, let's take a look on the other side. Revival picking up that carry, taking it away from Coconut. So that's going to be a major shredder right now. So what Evil has to do is to go onto that early game aggression and deny that carry from snowballing. Because we all know how painful a late game carry is. And if not caught out, you're going to get shredded down like the paper shredder.
Melissa is currently unavailable, but we have definitely seen a couple of heroes that, okay, that is not what I was expecting. So far, Coconut has only played a single Beatrix in this entire series, but unfortunately, he didn't win with that. He won more when it comes down to Melissa and the carry. He played Claude twice, both of which didn't quite work out. Perhaps they have got something a little bit more intricate when it comes down to this pick, because they also moved in with the Farsa. And because of the Farsa pick, I think Revival have decided to give Yu Zhong over to Ryan rather than what would conventionally work out as a Lapu Lapu.
Exactly. I mean, Lapu Lapu would be really good in lane and especially big team fight, but a Glue is so much more tankier. You can peel, you can deal CCs, you know, you can just give annoyance. And take a look at that. That Glue will be the distractor, you know, pulling the whole team away, giving Evil space, and then all Melon has to do, feather airstrike, and it's just gonna come raining down bombs.
Fredrin is not out of the picture yet, but there could be a very high probability that Revival will end up banning that out, because Powerful have got played the Fredrin a lot of times. It's usually either going to be Fredrin or Martis that we constantly see from him. So it will revolve, most of his picks is going to revolve around how Carrot is going to pick for his own heroes. Because one thing for sure, Twist playing as a Glue, not exactly much of an impact. However, we are looking at a Farsa, which is going to be the impact mage. Looking at the jungler wise, they're gonna have to look for something, they are relatively flexible. Either gonna be something more damaging or something a little bit more tanky. In which case, having a tank Lancelot is gonna be fine, having a Kaja is fine. Unfortunately, it's been banned. Akai could possibly be a good pick as well.
Oh, Akai is a really great pick right now, but the Grok and the Kaja is gonna get banned out, and along with the Kadita, they are trying to protect Melon at all costs right now, because Melon is going to be your main source of damage alongside with Coconut, because we all know Powerful love to play onto the tanky kind of jungle, but something kind of tells me a Roger is coming. I don't know, it's just a gut feeling, man.
A Roger?
Yeah.
I think this is relatively specific right there.
Right, it's very comfortable. It's not good for late game. It's a very late game comp right now, but it's a very early game snowball hero, able to catch out that carry, you know, along with the Martis as well.
However, my problem would be that they are lacking in crowd control. And I think that is definitely something that they want to focus on. Yes, exactly.
Fredrin, right?
Because the Fredrin isn't banned. Revival, I don't think that they will want to pick Fredrin in any way or another, because they already have a Martis as well as the Yu Zhong. Their response is going to be picking up a Cho for themselves, and this is an automatic, easy pick for Evil to immediately snap down the Fredrin, which now left onto Carrot. What is the hero that he will pick? Lolita could be a very good pick here.
Yeah.
However, it only counters a single person, and well,
Akai?
I wouldn't say counters, but
Oh, yeah.
it does
There you
have
go.
a little bit of the stun capabilities when it comes down to the hop and skip and jump kind of thing.
Yeah.
Kufra would be great, helping to set things up, helping to immediately lock down the QDX love, ensuring that he would not be able to get away if in the event he were to move out too far trying to get information.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice little hard counter to that bouncing ball. You know, use that bouncing ball, you know, that Cho, you're not going to be able to dash anywhere at
Exactly.
all. Yeah, so it's a very nice counter. It's a very nice balance,
Exactly.
a nice little cherry on top or a ball on top, you know, if you will.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, 'cause
you're
Kufra's
not
a
wrong.
bouncing ball.
Yeah, you're not wrong, right? Because the thing is, whenever you're playing as a Cho, you'll want to be as bold as you can. You would want to be able to kind of dash and hop wall from wall, kind of like dashing in between of them and not be afraid of being caught out. But because of the Kufra being picked out, that could be an idea that they are trying to instill over to Revival. But while I was harping around about those picks, it is the Sicilian pick that we should be looking out for.
Wow, first game Sicilian pick coming out. This is such a late game composition coming out from Revival.
It's a very big surprise from me because they are already looking at a relatively impactful EXP later, which means that normally we'll want to see a mage that supports a lot more on the utility-wise in the early stages of the game.
The stage has been set. This is going to be game one. This is, of course, the loser bracket. This is when it's going to be winner take all. They move on. The loser will go home. We're in it with game one. Thank you so much, Abstract. We'll see more of you at the end of this game. But going into this draft, your thoughts, the Sicilian last pick, is this the right way to go, Vertigo?
This is it's a 50-50 right now. If Evil are able to snowball right now, they're going to take this game away. But if they drag it too long, they're going to get punished because you have a Sicilian and a carry. That's a very good late game insurance.
Really? 50-50? That's your analysis? Going into this, even after the draft, you're saying it's a coin flip?
Exactly, because it all boils down to their mid game. That's where it decides it all.
Okay, but who do you think who has the most pressure to perform early, to make sure that they have that really good laning phase?
Melon.
Melon.
Yes.
Okay.
As a mage, you're gonna suffer so much in gold already. You need time to clear your waves. You need to rotate fast. But that's why you have the wings by wings, especially coming off on that fast side. You're gonna have that nice little rotation. But we all know Melon lacks a little bit of rotation with Evil right now. But very good amount of pressure onto Ryan.
That's a lot of damage.
Okay,
now let's talk a little bit about Revival. Oh my gosh, the pass! He gets the first blood! And Twist will secure that. He had like 3 or 4 pass immobilized, and he just like kind of stood there? That seemed a little awkward.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. I mean, he kind of estimated with his HP right there, but Twist is just like, are you sure you want to play this game? I am a glue with a support Everest emblem right now. What you gonna do about it? I have so much cooldown. I'm getting so much gold coming out from you. I'm hitting you non-stop. 10 gold every single time I hit you.
Oh, awkward start for Ryan. This is not where you want to be. I mean, yes, it's still very early, but now let's talk a little bit about the Revival side. Who on this team really needs to have that good game to make sure that they carry it?
Sammy. Right now. Off the bat, it has to be Sammy. So, no problem if you feed in the early game, but Sammy, you need to have a very good laning phase.
Oh, that nice little rotation. They catch him out. The Ashura Aura, that's going to be used. The Energy Eruption taunts Ryan, but he's got the life. He's fine for now under tower, but, you know, again, that tower's taking a lot of damage, and they're attracting a lot of attention in that top lane.
Yep, so much attention right now, but the Sanguine Claws coming in, they're giving them so much space. So this Sanguine Claw coming out from Swirl is going to cause so much disruption, so much, you know, agitation to the formation that's going to be coming out. But Feather Airstrike, though, from Melon, a little bit preemptive.
More of a zoning one, but you just spaced it out. Now you got that nice little turtle, and Evil having a very good start to this game.
Yes, amazing, amazing start. I mean, you do have very nice early game heroes, right? But there we go, another solo kill yet again from Twist. Twist is on fire right now.
Wow, is he on fire, or is Ryan just kind of feeling the nerves? I mean, this is a live crowd. This is not a situation where everybody's going to be in. Playing in front of these people, it can be intimidating.
It is. I mean, all the pressure's on them, but Evil, this is what they do best. They are coming out right now. They are showing why they are evil.
Why they are evil? Okay,
yeah,
let's talk a little bit about that. Why are they evil?
Because, you know, they are sort of a nice little underdog. Everyone kind of like, oh no, you know, they're not that strong, you know, they're not that good. They don't even have a coach, right?
Yeah.
But look at them. Look at how well they're doing in the first game already. So much lead.
This is perfectly how you want to set things up, right? And I think to, you know, Evil's credit, maybe they're saving strats. They're in the situation. The only thing that matters is right now, the playoffs. What can they do? Can they, play spoiler again?
Oh, I think they are going to be playing spoilers. We might see some nice little upsets as well coming up. But Evil, they are showing up. They are so strong right now. And look at Coconut. Level 5 as compared all the way to Semi. Yes, he is having a very, very good farming wave right now. But they are holding the waves. And take a look at Carrot right now. Charging it up, but not going to catch out anybody. And a very good Lethal Wanderer there by Revival. Granting them that little bit of vision for them. And a little bit of movement speed as well into the river. And let's take a look at the spells and the emblem coming up right now. Nothing out of the ordinary. We do have the Weapon Master though for Coconut, giving you that 15% extra damage as well. And the Magic Worship coming up from Melon, giving you that amount, so much magic power. And the Everest though coming up from Twist. So this gives you extra cooldown, extra movement speed, and extra gold for every time you hit an opponent. And as a glue, I don't need to tell you, you can hit your opponent so much easier. And all the way on the other side, Swirl though, kind of caught me off guard with the Pure Rage.
Yeah.
So he wants to burn the enemy in case they are out of reach, right?
Yes, definitely. And I mean, this is kind of all off the back of what Twist has done. The fact that he's 0-0, he had 2 solo kills against Ryan, but it's put in a situation where now Powerful, there's actually less pressure for him to make the move. They've got full map control. They've been invading the enemy jungle, just making things very difficult in that sense. But now, Peace, a little bit of a fight here, but Feathered Airstrike, I mean, they'll just kind of pack off here. Revival are probably not going to go in.
So much utility used right there. You have the Feathered Airstrike along with the Tyrant's Rage. Just all boiling down onto them. It's just too much. But let's take a look at the damage there right now coming out. Twist on the highest, of course, along with Melon. Top 2 is going to be your Evil Boys right there. But Ryan closely very behind.
Getting a little bit low. Doesn't need to be careful. He goes under tower. He's fine. But Twist is now Joey. He's got split, but now he's taking some tower shots. He's going to be a little bit under half. He's going to back off here.
Wow, that bad impact coming out.
Oh, the energy eruption. QDX Love. He has to flicker. Oh, he's barely fine, but is he going to be able to get it? The Feather Airstrike catches on the one, and he snipes him out. And Melon will secure that one right at the tip.
Right at the tip of the AoE right there with the Feathered Airstrike. Melon's range. He's so good with his range. He just needs to step up. Melon finally stepping up to the mage role. Moving, rotating with the team, and finally securing that kill, giving the damage. And just as we speak, the tier 1 bottom turret goes down.
And that's exactly what you want to do. This lead is starting to grow. It's about, 2,600 at this point, but again, no place is safe. They have to contest for every single jungle camp. Very difficult situation. Revival now hunkering down in that mid T1. It's pretty much all hands on deck in terms of this defense.
Exactly. They want to hunker down on that tier 1 mid turret, but let's take a look at the item right there. We have the Molten Core coming out from Twist. He's going full tank, and he's still doing the highest damage in the team right now. Twist, look at that. Split, just walks away. But let's take a look at the items here. Nothing out of the ordinary. We have the Magic Pens boot as well. BOD already secured for Coconut, going into... Probably going to go into the blade. I have to see. He wants to go for that nice high burst, hard-hitting damage kind of build.
Yeah, and I think Twist is doing it right. Yes, he had the lead or whatever, but he needs to be that tank to sustain and be that team player, right?
Yeah.
And so let the rest of your team who have a bunch of damage dealers just being able to do that. And now they're going to pick up a third turtle, and they are in firm control as we hit the 7-minute mark.
So Revival right now, they are forced to go into the passive mode right now. They can't contest because let's take a look at the lead. 3.4 thousand in gold right there. That's almost one full item right there. And Revival, the only thing they can do right now, play it safe, zone out, and then try to freeze the wave and get as much farm for Swirl as possible. Just keep stacking that bad impact, and you will be strong. You will hit like a truck.
Oh, but look at how timid they're playing. Revival are completely on the back end. I mean, look at this. The mid T1 is wide open. The bottom T2 is kind of, again, nobody wants to go out there. But now the Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used once more time. Sammy's on the wrong side of this one. He gets the safety, but he gets sniped out. The snipe shot.
Wow.
And, he's going to secure that one, and that's going to look into probably a T1 top.
Exactly. Look at Coconut jumping in, though, but not going to get anybody. But what a snipe from Coconut. What was that? Coconut managed to get the snipe, and very well done right there to Coconut. Right now, Evo at a 4.8 thousand goal lead right now, but big stun out of QDX.
Powerful went in for this. The Brave Assault couldn't actually find the right taunt. He gets one, but he's caught him back in. Now, Coconut's taking a lot of damage. Powerful does need to back off. and now it looks like Peace has joined the fight. White is there, they've got Flash Dragon form, and now Melon trying to get the snipe. Snappy's already down, and that's going to be a lot of damage, but now Melon is on the run. He's running the wrong way. He's going to be killed. Ryan will secure that one. Peace is now going to get under tower. He's going to be fine for now, but this is a bit of a 2-for-1. This is a bit of a win for Revival.
Yeah, it's a very nice little skirmish for Revival as well. It was very messy coming out from Evil as well. Coconut just missed his sniper shot. Carrot not being able to pop his ultimate off, and Powerful was a little bit off position as well. And Twist and Melon played it perfectly. Melon managed to snipe down onto Sammy. That was his main goal. That's all he has to do. Because Sammy is going to play at an arm's distance, right? And he is going to be able to chunk him down with that Feather Edge, right? And that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, and getting that was perfect, right? Don't get me wrong, Revival had 2 kills. That's going to get them back in it. But if we're looking at this as an objective base, Evil have been playing a flawless game, but
wow,
a little bit of a soul.
Take a look at that. The player goal right now, top 4, all in favor of Evil. 4.5 thousand in goal lead after that little skirmish. Coconut, Twist, Powerful, and Melon. All 4 of them on the top right there. And Carrot just above QDX Love as well. But take a look at Powerful, easily taking down that Lord. The first level 1 Lord right there, but the tier 1 top turret goes down. So Revival get a little bit of a nice little discount / return.
It's not the best return, I would say.
It's not the best, but it's a little bit. It's something.
But you can't contest that Lord, right?
Yeah,
especially at this stage. Revival are so far behind, I would say. I mean, 5,000 gold at this point. It hasn't even hit 10 minutes at this point. This is a situation where, you know, Revival are, again, just being defensive, just trying to find some sort of opening. Maybe Evil kind of overstep at some point.
Yep, taking a look at the items right now. Ryan, though, going for the Hunter Strike and the Athena Shield. So that's how much damage Melon is doing to the team. And right now, Sammy not going to go for any. Of course, he's going to go for that full attack speed, Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, and Steel Plate, Steel Leggings, just in case, you know, just to win a lane. That just shows how much you have to be on the cautious side, building that physical defense. And right now, the tier 2 mid turret goes knocking down to Evil right now with a 6.8 thousand gold lead.
Oh man, they're running out of time. This E3 starting siege here. I mean, the item differential, the gold is just way too much at this point. Yes, they'll probably defend the Lord. It is only the first Lord in that sense. So they do have a chance. But now Revival, what do they need to do to get themselves back into this one?
They need to reset right now. Look at them chunking down that Lord right away. Take a look at the Feather Ash, right? Doing a little bit nice of a decent damage, but take a look at Carrot jumping up right now. He's going to be jumping in.
Oh, they're trying to go in, and Powerful gets blown up. He was a little too far in. Carrot looks to be next on that list, and that's a double kill going the way of Swirl. Ryan trying to find what he can. Ashura Aura locking down Twist, making sure that he's kind of locked into place, but now they've backed off, and that was a bit of a win for Revival.
Yep, that is a very nice little win. Carrot and Powerful being taken down right there. Powerful and Carrot going in all the way elbows deep, but not enough follow-up. You know, it was just out of range, and Evil, they kind of split into 2 right there. There was 2 different fights. Melon was running away. Carrot and Powerful right into the thick of it. Coconut and Melon, guys, wait for me, I'm kind of behind, you know. They are 1 step a little bit too late, but there's no problem to that. Maybe it was a little bit of a momentum difference right there. You know, Powerful and Carrot, they were like, let's go, and then Melon and Coconut was like, oh, wait for me, you know?
Yeah. It seemed a little bit, they were not 100% coordinated. I mean, diving into the T3 where the bases are, I mean, it seemed very ambitious, I would say. It's one of those moments where maybe you play things a little bit safer, just slow siege some of the towers.
Exactly. So this is what Evil is doing right now. They are on a roll with 6.4 thousand gold lead. So Evil, they just have to reset right now from this little skirmish. So Revival finally grasping a little bit of gold for themselves after that nice little skirmish, taking down Carrot and Powerful as well. And, you know, leaving the little squishies on their own. Twist doing the team effort right now, going in, saving your 2 core damage hero.
Yeah.
That's the team player right there.
Yeah, you need to keep them alive. Let the other team, like, I mean, you're basically the tank. You just need to kind of make sure that you're soaking up as much as possible. Let the damage dealers actually do the work. Unfortunately, they haven't been 100% coordinated in that sense. The Lord is going to be up. I think this is going to be key for Revival to maybe get themselves back in this game. Right now, the space, it looks to be all Evil.
Yep, all Evil right now. They are going to be able to secure down onto the Lord. And what Revival wanted to do is just go onto the opposite side of the map, do a little bit of a cross-map play, but take a look at Twist. He knew, he read the play. He knows Revival is going to be on the opposite side of the map. So he just stands there, give a little bit of zoning, a little bit of vision towards Evil. And right now, Evil can easily secure that level 2 Golden Lord marching down into the mid lane. And it's going to be a tough one for Revival here.
All right, we have not seen Sicilian throughout the entire league.
Oh, she's building up. She's building up.
She's building up, don't get me wrong. But now it is game 1 of the playoff. When your tournament lives are at stake, to be the right time to kind of reveal this?
I mean, right now at 13 minutes, this Sicilian is kind of coming to life right now. She's coming online. Just give it a little bit more time. About a minute or two, she will come online. She's getting a little bit strong right now, but Athena Shield could just easily negate that. And take a look at the Lord. And Evo playing very patiently, very disciplined. They're not going too far in.
Yes, and the Lord is going to do some work right now. I mean, both of the T3s, top and middle, have been both taken out, and now Evil have done a great job of just kind of retreating here, not really taking too much damage. As I say that, it looks like the Black Dragon form, that's going to be used. Ryan is getting a little bit low, but powerful as well. They have the nice little Petrify. Peace will secure that one. Twist now has been immobilized. He's going to take a little bit of damage. Swirl getting a little bit low himself. Tried to go for the snipe shot onto Swirl. Is going to be a little off the mark.
Oh, just a little bit off the mark. And take a look at that. Powerful went in, and the Feather Astra came just 1 second too late. Take a look at the items right now. Melon going for the Divine Glaive, Winter Truncheon, as well as the Lightning Truncheon, along with the Magic Pen and the Clockwork of Destiny. So that's a lot of damage coming out from Melon already. But going with the Winter Truncheon just shows how much how afraid is he. He wants to stay into the fight. He wants to, get a second life at this. He wants to go harder, stronger than before. But it's just 1 second too late, right? Melon is always one step behind. There's no way he's going to be able to step up unless he goes with the same timing as the team. But Evo right now, with 8,000 gold lead, sitting very comfortably on their golden throne.
Yeah, golden throne. I like it how you put it there. I mean, they're just so rich right now. They're just kind of like laughing at these peasants that are walking by that are Revival, so to speak. But, they're in firm control. They've done a great job. This is a objective-based game, and that's how you want to do it. When you have that lead, you want to make sure that you put the pedal to the metal, make sure that you suffocate Revival as much as possible. Make it very difficult and make it, make them scared to even leave their base right now. And Revival, they're basically fighting amongst themselves for any sort of farm.
Yeah, so right now, what Evil is doing, everyone is stepping on the gas. They're flooring it, right? Except for Melon. Melon's like, are you sure about this, guys? So I'm not blaming Melon right now. It's just he needs to step up. He needs to go with that little bit of timing with your team, right? This is why I call them a single organism, right? They move as one. But sometimes an organism can just split into two and have a mind of its own. So they gotta work as a team. They need to communicate better, and they need to start stepping up. But right now, 15 minutes in, Revival, they're starting to show up. They're starting to hurt because of this late game carry, and the Sicilian as well is going to hurt like a truck.
Okay, and you were saying that Evil doesn't have a coach, but why don't you just get in there and just be the new coach, huh?
I mean, I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified.
You're not qualified? I think you're giving good advice. I mean, it's something that, as an outsider, and I think the importance of a coach is always there, right?
Yeah,
making sure that they, sometimes the players are very focused of what they need to do, so you don't have that outer perspective, I would say.
Yeah.
So it's a situation where, again, it's nice to get somebody's view on what's going on. Bird's eye view.
Yes, that's the bird's eye view, and that's what exactly we have now on the screen. A very nice law dance, but Carrot jumping in onto Peace, though.
Very tanky right now. They're going to back off here. Didn't really get much of anything, but if anything, you've kind of zoned them out. Now let's kind of start the lore. We can slow siege this. We have complete vision. We know exactly what's going on. Twist is always in the front.
They're going to let it go.
They're going to let it go. Revival have no chance.
Exactly. And right there, the tier 1 bottom turret goes down as well. But there we go, the level 3 Lord. All 3 turtles, all 3 Lords into the hands of Evo right now, giving them that nice 8-point... There we go, 9,000 gold lead. I had to give it a little bit of time. But yes, 9,000 gold lead right there to Evo, and they are sitting very comfortably with the Lord marching into the mid lane yet again. So right now, Evo, what they have to do, they have to floor it. They have to go full gas.
Okay, full gas, all gas, no brakes. Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, in the meantime, Evil are doing a great job of
freezing the lane.
Fixing the lanes. I would say just push on all 3 fronts, right? Now the Lord is here. Do you just kind of go in with this one? It's going to be the final push, hopefully to the base as we get things started.
Syncing up the wave piece. Oh, very good negation right there onto Carrot.
Oh, but the Lord is about half life. They've done a lot of damage, but Melon does need to be careful. QDX Love's doing some work, and Melon has already been killed. That's a lot of damage. Powerful getting sniped as well. He's going to be back for life too, but now Revival, they've all backed off here. All of them are still alive, all very low, and they've taken Powerful as well, and that was a hold.
That was a hold right there. Revival, like I said, the longer you hold, the more you're going to lose this, because Revival, they are showing up right now. These are late game heroes. Let's take a look at the instant replay right there. Take a look at the Sicilian with a bad impact coming in. So painful right there. Melon forced to use the Winter Truncheon. Ryan rushing into the backline, petrifying onto Coconut. Way of the Dragon onto Coconut as well. Just locking them down. Powerful force to pop that immortality, and they all hunted down Melon and Coconut. They were just off position. Even double immortality coming out after that.
Let me talk a little bit about Revival's priority, right?
Yeah.
They were all focused on the same target, burned it down, blew them up, made sure that, you know, if they were going to choose a target, that target was going to die. They got 3 out of that. They defended with the Lord here. Yes, they don't have any more T3s, and this is going to be wide open in terms of their base, but that was a good hold. Hopefully that gets them, you know, a little bit of a comeback mechanic, especially since it's only 4K at this point.
Yep, it's only 4,000, all the way from 9,000 though. So that one fight was worth 5,000 gold. So take a look at that. We have not the Holy Trinity, almost the Holy Trinity coming out from Semi as well. Going with the Athena Shield, Corrosion Scythe, along with the Golden Staff, and a Wind of Nature, just in case Coconut snipes him down. He can use a little bit of, you know, nice little bit of an iframe to get out of it as well. And a majority of the players right now, 18 minutes in, we are going into late game full builds.
Right, full build, and that's going to be the scary part, right? We talked about the questionable, we say quote unquote questionable because we weren't exactly sure how the Sicilian would be, especially since it's the first time it's been picked here, but Swirl has been an absolute menace on him. I mean, 206, that's exactly what you want to do. Has the damage to now be really scary, assuming he's in the back and just kind of able to free fire. But Peace, on the other hand, 305, another step up, and they've kind of done quite well in that sense. So, again, Revival have done a good job of defending, but can they close it out? Can they close that out?
Yeah, I mean, Revival, they are very good at closing it out. All they need to do is have one solid, good contest and good fight. And that's all it takes. Take a look at that one fight that they won. They have already taken away 5,000 gold in one fight, Holler. One fight is all it takes for them to bring back the lead. And right now, Revival, they are showing up 8-5. They are painful. They're going to get caught out. The moment you're caught out, that's it. You're going to die. You're going to falter. And Evil right now, they need to step on the gas. The Conceal play comes out, though. Take a look at that. They're going to be jumping in. Coconut with the dash, though.
Oh, the energy eruption right onto Peace. That's going to be life number 1. They're going to look to fight this one. Carrot's going. The Black Dragon form is going to be used, but Peace has already been taken out as well. And Swirl is next on that list. That's the first one. He's so low. Twist doing some work, and Swirl gets blown up. That's his first death. Ryan just trying to stay alive at this one. QDX Love, can they get anything in return? And Twist is continuing to fight onto QDX Love. QDX Love just be able to get it. The split. They've got the possess, and he's like, I'm out of there, I'm out of there.
Exactly, and that was a little bit of a messy team fight, but Carrot managing to catch out Swirl with the Tyrant's Ravage, and he didn't even use the Flicker.
Yeah, didn't use the flicker. That was exactly what you wanted to have done. Right now, this is a bit of an opening. You talked about all gas. Here we go. This is going to be looking to be a siege. Twist, they do have that. Right onto Ryan, the Feathered Airstrike. They do have him locked in. That's going to be life number 1 for him. QDX Love trying to fight the dash back. Sammy, now they're going to focus the attention, and that looks like it's going to be it. And at 21 minutes, that's going to be game 1 in favor of Evil. And was that expected?
Wow, I mean, I kind of expected it, but it was a little bit shaky at the end, right? Yeah. Evil nearly didn't close that out, but it was very, very shaky. Like I said, these are late game assurance heroes. So right now, LY4 is going to do some thinking right now. He has to do some thinking. He's like, wait, so if I draft late game heroes and it's not going to work, do I need to draft early game right now? Or am I going to go against their early game draft as well? So it's kind of a mind game coming out within Powerful and LY4. It's the battle of the drafts.
Yes, definitely battle of the draft. I thought that was a good one going in for this one. Definitely a good confidence booster as they get into, you know, game 2 coming up. But let's bring in Abstract back in. Let's get his analysis on game 1.
What's up, guys? I am back and super happy to see that we are right.
So far. So far.
It ain't over yet.
Yeah,
that's all I'm going to say.
So far, we have been accurate about the fact that Holler starts to feel a little bit dejected because he's always wrong for the first
but
first pick.
Revival did show up in the last minute, though.
They did. However, it's solely, I would say solely, because of the draft, right?
Yeah.
We gotta have to bring it down to the draft. My problem with the draft really comes down to the fact that they are securing a lot more onto the later stages of the game. I understand what they are trying to do with the Sicilian because they are lacking in that high ground advantage. They do not have any high ground. Yi was banned, Fasa was picked. When it comes down to the majors, they gotta have to look for someone that is support, but also does which also does far range abilities, high ground. There's really just nothing that fills that gap.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those things where the draft kind of played out the way it did. I think if we're going to talk a little bit about the stats here, I mean, what really sticks out to you maybe from the Evil side first?
Right, so coming out from Evil, they secured every single thing, every single objective right there. They played everything to the T except for that late game, right? That late game was very, very shaky from Evil. They were toying with death right there. They were toying with the BO3, in fact. And a Revival, though, on the other hand, they played it. They played to their maximum potential, honestly, I have to say. That carry you on their full build, you have Peace on their full tank build as well, and along with Sword on their Sicilian.
I think that, honestly, Evil understood what was happening on hand. They knew that if they were to drag the game any longer, the game would have been done for them.
Yeah.
They are a lot more on the early stages-ish of the game, while the later stages of the game really boils down to Revival. They're starting to pick things up. And the more the Revival goes in, the more that the Sicilian starts to scale. Yep. And Evil has always been in this race against time, all the way from the start of 0-0.
Yeah, definitely. It was one of those situations where they, the scoreboard will say 9-7. Revival thought they had that advantage or whatever, but I mean, they were playing defense from almost the minute 1, right? Very bad situation. I think it kind of started with the laning phase. They need to do a much better job early to give themselves.
I mean, especially during the EXP. Take a look at Twist right there. 57 kill participation, but take a look at the Rage guy. Of course, it is going to be Coconut onto the Beatrix, but Sword with the highest damage deal. Of course, it's Sword. It's a Sicilian, guys. It's a damage high hero, but take a look at the sandbag right there. It's going to be powerful with 128,000 damage taken, and Sword as well with the Forgotten one with 7 assists. Take a look at Peace right there. 89% kill participation along with Sword, 100%.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy in that sense. I mean, he was always there. He died in the end. I think that started off with a little bit of a, maybe Ryan was a little bit out of position at that point. I think that there could have been a little bit better. We'll have to see the highlights to confirm that. But if we're going into this one, into game 2, right? We saw the draft in its situation, but like, as coach of Revival, what are you telling them?
Honestly, I would just tell them, play the game.
Yeah, just play the game.
They pretty much know what they are getting themselves into. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, Revival played their hearts out and they played the game pretty darn well. Yeah. My only problem when it comes down to what they were trying to do was picking up the Yuzhong a little bit too early.
Yeah.
If they didn't pick up the Yuzhong so early, they could have been a lot more flexible with the mage pick. But in the end of the day, yes, Yuzhong has been picked, yes, Sicilian has been picked. They have already identified that they have a counter for Fasa. In the meantime, they also have the high ground. So they gotta play the game and see what eventually gets into it. Now, of course, MVP-wise, Holler.
I mean, there we go. It's unfortunately too quickly in that sense. But Twist was there. I mean, he set the tone.
Yes.
Right? He got the 2-0 on Orion. He
got the first blood too.
First blood, everything that's exactly what you want to do as an XP laner, right? You want to make sure that you set yourself up, and like it made it very easy, for the rest of the team to just kind of snowball off of that.
Exactly. All you want to do as an EXP laner, push your lane, help in team fight, win your lane, and then help in team fight.
By the first blood, we already know he won the lane.
Exactly.
Even though he's facing against a Yuzhong who is famed to win in the lane.
Exactly.
But let's be honest here. We're talking about glue. Once you're stuck in one single glue, or rather one single goo, it's kind of tough to get away from it.
Yeah, it's a bad situation, right? You need to know the limits of it. I mean, it's one of those moments where I think that Ryan kind of stuck around a little too long, especially early, did not respect the damage whatsoever.
No respect.
And it was a situation where, I think Ryan really needs to step up, at least going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan is I wouldn't say he's a very good team fight player. He's a very strong EXP laner, right? Yeah. He's very good in his EXP lane, but if you lose that lane in that team fight, you're not going to show up at all.
Yes. Ryan is someone that really focuses a lot more on his lanes. He's not necessarily a very much of an impact EXP laner. He's really more of that annoying player in the EXP lane, being able to drive a lot of attention on himself. He's the kind that jumps in for his friends. Yeah. He's the one that sacrifices himself for the greater good. Yeah. And this is something that is not necessarily seen a lot when it comes down to EXP laners, but once you know your role very well, your team will shine because of you.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I would say almost all teams need somebody like that. Somebody
Yes.
needs to fill that role, so to speak. And we think that he's the guy, right? He's
He
definitely
is the guy.
There's a reason why they're in, MPL Season 5, because of that, right? There's a lot of good things that he brings. Unfortunately, he didn't have the greatest of games. But let's go into the next piece, and then, sorry.
Well, of course, we do have the higher
Ryan damn low already.
Nice,
You battery ready.
Well played,
They coming out or not?
No.
Solo kill lah, bro.
Nice.
Conceal.
Faster. Nice.
帮我
Coming.
打得抽不要
Attach.
Wait, a bit too far. Hey, we try and
And. I'm zoning a carry.
Hey, base. Nice!
来，你要不过来。
我等，我要上去。
我弄出吧。
Okay.
I love the fact that, at the very end when they were like, base, you could see like the passion, everybody just going into that one and just getting that last shot to win the game.
I love this section so much. I've been yearning for this section. I'm like, let me hear what they're saying.
There's a very good reason why they are yelling at base, right?
Because you want to end the game.
You
don't
need
go
to
for
end
the
the game.
kills.
Yes, that is the game for them.
Yes.
They knew that they were on a timer and they gotta have to do it.
Yeah.
It's now or never.
Yeah.
Because they have already gotten, 3 Lords, right?
Yeah,
the first
3
Lord
Lords.
didn't really do much of an impact.
Yeah.
The second Lord is where things are really starting to crumble over to the side of Revival. And the third Lord gotta be the GG Lord.
Yeah.
If they do not do that, the next Evolved Lord is going to be on the demise of Evil.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, they knew the limits, they understood objectives and when to push. They were playing it very smart. There was a couple, moments I would say that they were a little bit over-aggressive.
Yeah.
You saw that in the mic check right there. I mean,
Too far.
Too far, it's one of those things where, hey, rein it in. Let's just play our game. Make sure that, everything is very surgical.
Yes, it's very disciplined play coming out from Evil as well. What an amazing game, and I just love that segment. I cannot,
It's so good. It's so
I can't
good.
help myself, but I really love the mic check segment as well. I mean, we would like to hear Revival com as well. It would be nice to hear both sides as well.
Yeah, but
That means that they gotta have to win.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so game 2,
Oh,
you're going to be here in the mic check. I'm going to call it out right there.
Here's the thing. We already know that we are gonna go into game 3.
Yeah,
we
we know
know that
we
we're
know
gonna
that.
go on
We
to
know
game
that.
3.
We know that,
But
yeah.
that also means that I'm jinxing Evil, and that's not something that I want.
Yeah, but what if you said it's gonna go to game 3 and then it flips the other way and Evil's get a 2-0?
Well, that could work as well, depending on how you look at the Curse's Curse.
It could go either ways. It could go either ways.
I think, okay, to be honest, this was the toughest prediction.
It
for
is,
me,
actually.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought that these two teams were very evenly matched, and I didn't really find... It was more of those things where, again, going back to the regular season, a team that can potentially win, they've got 4 wins already, it shows me that they can continue on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, all Revival had to do, like you said, Abstract, is just play like they always do, right? There's nothing they need to change. There's no draft issues. There's no player issues.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit of micro issues.
Yes. And maybe almost, I don't want to say draft issues, but definitely in the early game, this is not the Revival that we know.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean-
Playing on the back foot is not a good situation.
Exactly.
Well, technically speaking, Revival pretty much famed themselves in late game
drafts.
comebacks,
Yeah.
right? However, you do have a very good point, right? Because Revival has pretty much put themselves onto the pedestal, whereby we gotta play late game, and now, and of course, with that idea in mind that they want to play late game, they also need a high ground.
Yes.
And Sicilian just pops in their mind. That is probably gonna be a good pick.
That was a really good pick, right?
Don't get me wrong though, it is a good pick. But and for Swirl, he played perfectly.
Yeah, he did.
Remember and understand how he has got 100% kill participation despite being a Sicilian. That is not something that you will see all the time because Sicilian doesn't really join in team fights that much. Because Swirl, he understood that they don't have that kind of impact in the early stages of the game. All they have was the Martyrs and the Cho. They need someone to step up, and that is not something for Yu Chong to do when the lane isn't, when the lane haven't been won yet or the turret hasn't been down yet.
Yeah, so playing on a weaker Yuzhong, you're kind of on a losing end right now. It's like, I'm trying to take a noodle and trying to hit you with it.
Okay.
It's not going to do much, right?
Cannot unsee, but go on. You're coming at me with a wet noodle, but go on.
But like, you know, that's why if you're not going to win your lane, you're not going to win in team fight, right? You're going to be on the back foot, and that's not Revival's MO.
Yeah, but okay, here's the thing. Revival's MO, you're talking about the fact that he's kind of, you know, the comeback kings or whatever. But it's a much easier playstyle to win the lane, have that early game, and snowball from there. And I kind of like, this is a situation where you're looking for gaps. Any sort of mistake that the enemy team happens to do, and it doesn't really happen that often.
Yeah, so honestly, we don't really understand how exactly Ryan lost the lane like that, right? Because it is just goose after goose after goose. And the only thing that he can do as a Yuzhong really was to just petrify, which he did. And was hoping that he will be able to land a single hit or a couple of hits on the glue. But this is all boiling down to if Glue makes the mistake, which he didn't, which allowed him to get that win pretty darn easily.
Yeah, you're going to have a good time. I mean, Glue is that hero, right? We've seen, I think it has like almost a 70% win rate in the league. It's actually done quite well. I mean, there's really no hard counter, I would say, in terms of dealing with it. You just need to understand the limits of the hero.
There is one hard counter though.
Oh,
however,
what is it? Are you going to say it right now?
This is not an orthodox pick. It is Vexana.
Ooh. Vexana or Faramis is a very good glue counter.
I would say that Vexana is the biggest counter right now. Let us digress a little bit and help you guys understand why Vexana is good against glue in the event that you will want to use this in your ranked game modes. Vexana's passive allows you to blast your opponents and explode them whenever you kill them. And when it comes down to glues, mini glues, they all have their own individual health. And one point in time, when you kill a single goo, that single goo explodes. And because of that one single goo explodes, the rest explodes. And if everything explodes, you receive like 3,000 damage.
It's so painful.
In a single moment.
Exactly, especially with the Faramis as well. That's why they banned out the Faramis. Because they know they're not going to be playing with a Vexana.
No way, Jose.
Very smart play coming up from Powerful. Gotta give it to him. And the book.
And the book.
Exactly.
Can we see the book?
No.
Anytime soon?
Nope, he's looking down on... Oh, there we go!
The book! The book! The book! The book!
Yeah, but let's take a look at the draft right now. Banning away that Alet, Faramis, and the Yves yet again. But right now, Revival, they're going to be banning away the Joy and the Glue. They are locking down onto Twist.
Well, of course, Twist played a marvelous game in game number 1. Let us be honest there. Revival also do manage to put down a respect ban over to the side of Swirled, especially since, Twist, especially since Evil gets to play first pick again. So now that they have managed to remove some of these games, or rather these players, what do they want to pick here? Fredrin.
Yep, and the instant Fredrin yet again. They're not letting it going into Revival hands right now.
Yes.
But would they be picking up that Martis yet again? Especially with the Fredrin already secured and knowing that they are going to be going into the jungle role. But right now, the carry yet again is still going to be secured by Sammy, and Swirl this time going to go into that Valentina because that Valentina was banned in the second phase in the first game.
Okay, so this means that Ryan is probably going to go back into the fact where he gonna have to play relatively impactful, right? He gonna have to look out for something that would really work out for his team in the in the mid stages and the later stages of the game. He gonna have to play as something and someone that doesn't just jump in and die. That's not what we want to see. Eventually we'll be able to get there, but for now, Evil, their picks is largely similar to their previous game. You know what they say? Don't
fix what's broken.
Yes. Or was there another way to say it?
Don't broken what's fixed.
Yes.
I'm just joking, man. I'm just joking.
No, you're not.
I'm joking, literally. But yes, the Beatrix and the Fasa, like you said, a very similar pick being picked out right now yet again. But Evil, it's not broken. Why fix it? There we go.
If it's not broken, why fix it?
Yes.
Yes. That's the way to say it. But of course, now we're going to be looking at Revival, right? They have got their mage and of course their marksman down. They don't have to focus. Okay, never mind.
Oh, there we go. The Yuzhong yet again. They're still going with that Yuzhong, and right now Evil, they have a nice little plethora of EXP to play with.
I think that they have an understanding that they would want to really disrupt this Fasa, and I do respect that. But I think that there definitely is another way to go about this. Even a jungler can find his way over to the back lines. You don't necessarily need the ESP laner. But of course, I am very intrigued to find out what do they have in mind and how do they want to play with this Yu Zhong. Because they have an idea. They have an idea out there. Mostly, number one, they would want to win in the lanes. Number two, they want to bump this Vasa and stop it as soon as they can.
Yep, I mean, they want to have that hard lockdown. They want to deny it. They want to deny it, but oh, look at the ban coming out. Honestly, that Kufra ban is really, really good because they want to, you know, they want to get rid of anyone to jump in and cancel away the Feather Airstrike. But Evo, they should be banning that away, but Revival just banned it for them, especially with the Kaja as well. You know, to deny the Feather Airstrike, banning away the Arkai as well. Evo, they are having a good time.
At this point in time, unfortunately, we don't have enough information about Peace, so that is going to be a little bit of a problem, at least for Evil, right?
Yeah.
They will have a problem as well when it comes down to really understanding what kind of jungler he would be playing. But jungling-wise, there is going to be a lot of probability and it's very open and it's up to them as to how they would want to play it in the end of the day. So targeting the targeting hybrids such as Arkai that is able to go to the jungle or going to be going into the room is perfect. While in this case, they are also locking down on the Grok.
Wow.
One of the most annoying heroes in the room position that is capable of nullifying. Yeah, I mean, technically, yes. Nullifying every single one of the CCs whilst being able to charge right in the midst of a battle and even stopping the Feathered Airstrike.
Exactly, and it's QDX Love comfort hero on the Grok as well. We've seen him shown up on the Grok, but this time QDX Love is not going to be able to secure down onto his Grok, but we are going to be able to be 20 seconds, yeah, around 20 seconds.
Might be very
Really? Just
likely
to catch out that Feather Airstrike?
I would say that the chill pick allows them to really single out one person, and one of the biggest problems was that mental attack influence, the mental influence that this Cho would not be able to move much anywhere because of the bouncing ball.
The deny pick.
But the deny pick,
yeah.
This is the Lolita. They're looking for more lockdowns. Numinum Blast and the very generic hop and stun kind of thing.
Then,
so this allows the Lolita to really weave in and out pretty darn easily.
I mean, that Lolita is a hard counter towards the Valentina as well as a hard counter to that carry. So by snatching it away, Revival, they are taking away their Lolita. So what does Evo have in mind right now? They know this is going to happen. You have to prepare for situation A or B if they're going to be taking away that Lolita. So right now, what does Evo have in mind for the EXP and the roam?
Well,
Atlas?
Atlas a little bit tough
they're gonna
to
go
see.
Ruby, yeah.
They are gonna go for Ruby and Minsita. Minsita with not a single pick so far.
Yeah.
And they are going for, I mean, Ruby is something that we can definitely see in the room position before.
Yeah.
We have seen that before. Minsita's new rework. We have seen Minsita's new rework a lot more in the EXP lane.
Yeah.
You're building a little bit more of a tankier position, and you're essentially stopping people from using more of the blink abilities. While Revival don't really have much of that, yes, you'll be able to lock down this carry, making sure that he would not have additional damage, because whenever he goes for the dash, he's got a damage.
Yep.
He's also got the elusiveness to get himself right out of dodge. So perhaps that is what Evil is trying to look for, to just jump straight over the back line with the help of Ruby and Minsita.
What a Hellcat pick! This time, they're gonna go for a nice balance overall with a nice little Hellcat for that early game damage, along with the Yu Zhong going for that early game damage as well, and the late game sustain, along with the Valentina with the early and the carry for that late game. So it's a very nice balance coming out from Revival. Props to LY4. But that Minisita pick is going to be the first of this season, and we all know how important Minisita is, but it's being leaked out. And how is Evo going to use this? They are confident they have a one-game lead.
So it looks like it's going to be game 2. We know the draft. We understand what's going to happen. In my opinion, it doesn't look like Evil's draft has changed too much. Again, you talked about the fact that if it ain't broke, why fix it? This is a situation where, are they destined to win because they know what to do? But, Vertigo, your thoughts?
I mean, honestly, right now, the Minisita has been so hyped up, especially with that rework. I mean, all the players has been talking about it. They're like, you better not leak that Minisita. It's going to cause you trouble. It's going to be a pain. It's going to be a pain to you. You're going to have a hard time playing against a Minisita. And right now, that Minisita is going to go into the hands of Twist as well. But Whoa, I'm so excited, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited as well. And I feel like this is a situation where it's a very well-rounded draft by Evo. I kind of like this one. Not to say, I mean, the Farza and Beatrix are just in the back. And I mean, yes, you have outs or options from Revival to kind of find onto them, but this is a situation where Revival need the perfect initiation. If not, they're going to have a rough game.
Exactly, but coming out from Twist, though, a little bit of a nice Brave Smite. Not many people play the Brave Smite, you know, in my opinion. I do love the Brave Smite. I myself use the Brave Smite all the time. And but QDX Love here going for the pull yourself together and peace with the Master Assassin. But there we go, the reversal.
Okay.
Twist finally getting first blood by Ryan right there. So how the tables have turned.
Yes, how the tables have turned and exactly what Ryan needed to have done. He'd be like, hey, you know, game one wasn't the greatest, especially against the matchup against the Blue. I can have a much easier time dealing with a Twist here. Maybe he's not as experienced on the Minotaur. I mean, it's one of those situations where we didn't really actually get to see it, but Ryan, that's a big win for him.
Yep, a very big win, but all Twist needs to do right now, that King's Guard is going to be so important right now. But Minnesota has been used a lot in scrims from Evo. That's what I know. That's the insider info that this Minnesota is going to be so OP in the playoff. Honestly, if it's leaked, it's going to get picked up.
Yeah. And now, actually, we've seen it in MPL ID as well.
Yes, we did.
We've seen it kind of starting to rise. I mean, the rework has happened. But now, if we're going to go back to the draft, talk to me a little bit about the Helter one. Why would you pick that as the last pick, especially since you saw the Mincetar and the Ruby, of course?
Because, you know, you have that last pick, so you have that nice little bit of element of surprise. So they're like, oh, who are they going to pick? Who are they going to pick? Are they going to go for the conventional tanky jungler or the fighter jungler? And boom, a assassin jungle coming out. So using that ultimate coming out from Peace, look at that, you deny vision, you're going to be able to take that.
Airstrike, Melon will secure that one. The nice Nubian Blast, that's going to be used already. And it looks like they're going to go right into this one. QDX Love with the energy eruption, that was a nice three-man taunt. QDX Love is down, Carrot as well, and Swirl is now on the run, and they've completely turned this around.
Wow, and take a look at that. Twist with that ultimate denying any sort of movement, any sort of flicker. So you can't walk out of this King's Guard. You're trapped in there. It's like a Wukong's command. You're just stuck there. There's no way to go out. Let's take a look at that instant replay yet again. Right now, take a look at the instant replay. It was so quick. And take a look at that. The Numenon Blast comes out. The King's Guard though, but a very nice two-man hook coming out from Carrot as well. And the three-man taunt. Wow.
Oh, the energy eruption was so good. I was getting an energy eruption. Oh, yeah. And nonetheless, let's go into this one as we go into the next part of this one. I mean, but 3 kills, they've completely turned that one, and it's only a 1K net worth lead. Again, Revival need to have a much better laning phase. They didn't really get that one with that fight, but again, it's still very early.
Still very early to say, but that was insane coming out from Evo. I mean, using the King's Calling just kind of denies any sort of movement, and you're forced to play in this tight little space, very confined space. You know, it's like isolation if you have COVID. So you have nowhere to go, and you're forced to fight in Evil's term, and just like that, Evil takes 3 members of Revival down.
All they need to do is social distance, right?
Yeah, social distancing.
Just put on your mask, get yourself some space. No, it's not that easy.
It's not that hard.
But okay, let's go into this one. I mean, if we're talking about, from Evil, who really needs to have that really good game to just kind of make sure that they're, they have a much easier game?
Melon yet again. Look at that. He even goes for the Purifier though, but...
Oh, the feathered airstrike. QDX Love tried to flicker. Oh, he dodges it. He's fine. He's going to be fine. That was a nice juke. That was actually very, very close.
Very good juke from QDX Love, but forcing out that flicker. So that's going to be information for Evo that the flicker has been used, so that Numenon Blast is not going to be able to connect from a nice little far distance or, sneaky from the bush.
Yeah, Sneaky just barely keeping himself alive. They need to ensure that they survive. It's one of those things where, yes, it might have been a win in that sense of pushing them back. Now he had to recall, go back to base, heal back up, and they've lost the turtle. And Evil have not given up a single objective in these 2 games.
Yep, not at all. And Evil, they are men on a mission right now. They are hunting them down, but take a look at Revival. They're trying to go for the counterplay. Carrot still very nice zoning right there, standing into the bottom bush right there, giving vision and right there to the team. And they're just at an arm's reach away. They're just a moment away, and all they have to do is just walk down and they can be there at a moment's notice.
The biggest thing, though, was that Revival committed for the actual amp. Oh, nice feathered airstrike. That's going to connect. QDX Love has been stuck in this one, and Melon will secure that one. And Evil have done a great job. Nice little counter rotation.
Wow, wow, wow. A very nice counter rotation into the mid lane
with
right
Twist.
there. But take a look at the top lane, though. But Twist, with the Kings calling, able to get him out. But Twist, honestly, I have to say, going with that Hunter Strike in the first, right off the bat. I think it's a Hunter Strike, if I'm not mistaken. But we have to see take a look at the items a bit later on. But Evil right now with a nice, comfortable 2K goal lead.
Yeah,
Wow.
2K goal lead. But, you know, Revival right now are starting to push, but the nice energy eruption, that's going to catch onto Sammy as well as QDX Love. And they have him back in, and they want to try to go in. Swirl, he's been stuck in. And it looks like it was a bad situation. One guy caught out, and then the other guy jumped in, tried to help himself. But they've lost 2 members. Evil right now are starting to roll.
I mean, just right there, I thought Powerful was a little bit too far front, right? And then I was like, oh no, he's not going to be able to do it. And right there and then, the support coming in. Carrot coming with a hook, though.
Oh, gosh. This is a bad situation. It's one of those situations where if one guy gets caught out in a bad spot, you can't snowball, try to go for the save. You got to cut your losses at some point. And Revival right now they're behind. It's again, 6-2 in favor of Evil, but with 3.5K lead advantage.
Yep, the 3.5K lead advantage is towards Evil right now, and they are sitting very comfortably, taking down the tier 1 top turret right now, and that's going to grant them so much vision on the top lane because of this tier 1 top turret, right? Taking a look at this, Evil securing their 3rd title with so much ease.
Yeah, with ease. I mean, nobody's going to contest, and Ryan's been stuck in this one. He's going to get, Black Dragon form just to safety, just to keep himself out, but he's lost the T2. Mind you, they've already got the 3rd turtle, and Evil have been just straight up focusing on these objectives.
Going for the T2 as well. What? That was so much aggression coming out from Evil with their 4.7K goal lead. And speaking about something nice and pricey, take a look at the bottom of the screen right there. Able to secure down onto your magic potion, but Numenon Blast on the Twist though. So that's going to be a wasted Numenon Blast coming out and a flicker from QDX Love.
Yeah, but also King's Calling was used in return, but they did a little bit of, damage, at least structural damage on that T1. You're chipping it in. Revival really need to hold this down. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. Oh, the instant knockup, the energy eruption. Revival, Ryan is stuck on the wrong side of that one. Melon will take that one, and Melon has been on point. He's been a sniper, but a nice hook, and Twist will pull him back. The Spear of Glory, he said, and they're going to focus on now the T2. No, they're going to take over the enemy jungle.
Exactly, so they are very disciplined right there. They are not pushing too hard. They are going a little bit nice and slow. They are taking their time. They are not over pushing. But take a look at Revival right now. They are so far behind. They're 5,800 gold behind. They are on a back foot. They just need to step up a little bit. They have to play fast, play passive. But let's take a look at the item right there. It's going to be a Corrosion Scythe. Sorry, my mistake. Corrosion Scythe with a steel leg right there for that Minister Star. So he is going to go for that. If I'm not wrong, he's going to go for that Blade Armor to counter that carry. If I'm not wrong, it's a Blade Armor, but true damage coming out from carry as well. So right there, Winter Truncheon secured by Swirl, and Sammy with his half boots though.
Oh, Peace left for dead, completely blown up. Oof. Oh, this is a weird situation. This is a bad situation for Revival as now the lead is starting to grow. The pressure is starting to amount. Sammy has to just, get to safety at this point, but Powerful, he's going to cut the wave if anything, and just this push has just been too strong. This game has been almost all Evil.
Yep, all Evil right there. 7,000 in goal lead right there, showing up, giving them all that power. No pun intended though, but Powerful showing up. 2-0-7 Melon, 3-0-3 Coconut, 1-0-3 Twist, 3-1-3. All positive KDAs across Evil scoreboard right now, and the first Lord is going to go into their hands and pockets nice and easy.
Perfectly timed, right? Again, you have that push, you put a little bit of pressure, you get a pick off, you got something out of that. Now, what do you get in return? You've pushed them back so far that you have so much space that you have an uncontested Lord. Very smart, and again, another objective going the way of Evil. They have not lost a single one in 2 games.
Yep, and take a look at the player go right now. Coconut, Powerful, Melon, Twist. Top 4 yet again coming out from Evil with an 8,000 goal lead. Again, they are taking this game by storm, and Revival, they drafted for the early game, but it's not showing up. Take a look at Peace. He's below Sammy right there. He's so far behind with 5,300 gold.
All right, I'm going to go Asian Dad here, right? You have 4 members of the top 4 in player gold, but where are you at, Carrot?
We're
What are you gonna do? Huh?
But Carrot is the role.
Yeah, but you're being carried by your team project, so to speak, right? It's one of those situations.
He's the leecher.
He's the leecher.
He's not nice.
No. But he's been making plays. He's had some nice hooks. He's been on point in that sense, putting themselves into a situation that they're kind of in the driver's seat. Look how much intel he's provided, and QDXL now is going to just scout him out.
Amazing. I'm offended every single time from Carrot though, but take a look at that. The vision is going to come out. Tier 2 is going to go down right there into the mid lane with the Lord. Level 1 Lord only coming up, but Ryan with the Black Dragon form though. Twist. Take a look at Evo. They're standing up, but the darkness comes out though.
Oh, he's going for this one. They have a nice little stun. That might be one pick off, and they got Carrot though. And we talked about the fact that, yeah, he's up in front, but he's the roamer at this point. 026, not the worst thing in the world. But the Lord has been, killed, and they've kind of held at this point. But Ryan, as I say that, Melon will pick him off. I mean, Melon has become an absolute sniper this game.
Sniper indeed. Coconut and Melon using the Feather Airstrike, giving them that nice arm's length, giving them that nice little AoE arms within arm's reach. And Evo right now, with finally hitting their first 5-digit. Take a look at the damage dealt. Melon with 34,000 damage dealt right there on that Fasa. Wow indeed. Along with Swirl right below, just right below Melon right there, and Powerful as well, just below Swirl and Twist, Coconut, and Ryan.
Wow, just making it easy for us,
Well, take a look at Peace though. He's the lowest.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let's not make fun of the guys that are on the bottom.
No, we don't make fun of that. We don't make, I'm just pointing it out.
Understood. But he has not had a good game, and this is a situation where, again, the Hellcurt, this is a 0% win rate in the league. We have not seen it do any sort of success.
No.
So as a last pick, it was kind of like a surprise, but it was one of those situations where, is this the right pick?
It's not the right surprise. He bought the wrong present to the party.
Oh, gosh. It's like a birthday party, but you go in for like a baby shower, and it's like, this is a wrong gift. This is very awkward.
It's like going out for a movie screening, but then you dress up in a cosplay, right? You're like, wait, this is not a dress-up party? And then you just get confused.
You can still dress up for the movie. I mean, let's not get too carried away in that sense. But, again, Peace hasn't really had that space, hasn't been able to find anything. And now Revival has to kind of do these almost Hail Mary plays where, hey, I've got candy. How about you walk into the white van that is this bush right here? Hopefully you get something and we get some sort of pick off. But again, Powerful is not really the target you want.
Exactly. But what if Powerful is the one showing the candy?
That could very well be, and he could turn that around. I mean, he's basically soloing the Lord. If Revival do get the pick off, maybe they get, if they get the steal here, that could be pretty massive for them. But Ryan has already been killed, and now they're going to conceal just to get back into the base. And Powerful's like, okay, we'll end the game. And now they have an opening here. Peace is just trying to go in, and they go on the backside of this. The Numinum Blast, that will be used, but they've already gotten Coconut. That's a lot of damage that's been taken out. They've gotten Carrot as well, so that's going to be a pretty big win. Nice flank.
Wow, that was such a big mistake coming out from Evil. They tried to go for the push, but Powerful wasn't there. It's going to be a 5v4, and they're just going to get 4-man Numenon Blast just like that. Evil, but they're still 11,000 gold up ahead, and they're going to be taking advantage of this lot as well, and they're going to go into a nice little reset. And take a look at the items.
Yeah. Sorry, before you go into the items, I feel like if they do like that flank play like 4 or 5 more times, they're back in this game.
4 or 5 more times. Just 4 or 5 more times, right?
4 or 5 more times. That's all we need, right?
That's all we need. But Melon 5-1-3 showing up right now. He's still as strong as ever. His items, he's just 1 item away from that full build, and he's going stronger and stronger. Take a look at Powerful right there, trying to end it 1v4. Can he do it? The 1v5 right now.
Yeah, they're all going to be there. The Lord is going to be, he's going to killed at this point. But now they're going to back off. They're realizing that they don't have to force the issue. Yes, you have the T3 bottom. You have so much space, but the game is yours. You do not want to throw anything away.
Yep, do not want to throw anything away at all. And Peace on that Hellcat, it just gives so much information to the team. And take a look at
they found Swirled, and then he's going to be pulled back. He's been hooked. He's been taken care of and swirled. And now the Black Dragon Ford, they're going to look to commit for this one. Nice 3-man stun. That's going to be on point. But now Ryan is going to get blown off. And Coconut with just so much damage. It's like, you want him to come at me? He's like, no. We got all the damage we need. Peace is getting sniped out. The Feathered Airstrike's going to do some work. They're completely backed up. All 5 members still alive. And now, mind you, Revival have 3 members. Can they hold? This is all Evil with a nice hook. The flicker keeping him alive, but do they go for this one? They're going to focus on that face, and that's going to be game 2 going the way of Evil. And they've survived, and they've made themselves This is all about the power of evil.
Wow, the playoff buff and the 3-in-1 coffee coming in, popping in for Evo as well and taking that game away 2-0. Wow, showing up and smiles all across, but wow, that was a game. That was a game indeed.
That's exactly what we wanted. And I mean, they 2-0'd it, but let's bring Abstract back in. Is he here to gloat?
He might be gloating. I can see his face is the glow. He has his gloating face on.
I don't even need to say anything.
Oh, just let the result speak, right?
Let the results speak.
Oof.
Look at the Evil, completely unfazed. It's like as though this is the expected results.
Ooh.
This is what they came for today, as long as they have the power of the book.
Oh, I thought power the fool. Powerful? No?
The book.
Oh, the book.
The book. That's the narrative that we are going for. Evil has went all the way through. They have showed their performance in the region, in the regular seasons, albeit not as good.
Not as good.
But they have got the playoff magic, and they showed us today in this very game. And of course, they even played relatively unorthodox picks.
Yeah, with the Minnesota as well. I mean, like I said, the moment the Minnesota is picked, it's game over. He's going to show up.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an unorthodox pick. I think they're ahead of the curve at this point. They understand the meta. They understand what's going on. I think that we're going to see a lot more of it in the next 3 days. It's a situation where, you know, they know what's coming to them.
Yep. Technically speaking, Minnesota has constantly been banned in most ranked games.
Yeah.
And of course, when it comes down to Minnesota, I think at least in the tournament stage, not a lot of people are very interested in experimenting on how Minnesota works and how they can get him to work in a very specific composition. And in this case, Minnesota is not really playing as a tank anymore because the ultimate gains really good buffs and skills according to the items that you build when it comes down to attacks. In which case, immediately picking up himself with the corrosive scythe gives you quite a lot of that slow onto the opponents that has been hit by it. And let's not forget about Sea Halberd.
Wow.
Whenever you drop your ultimate, you pretty much have
that
successfully
one-shot burst?
dropped everyone else health regeneration.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, it's actually quite well. And I think it just kind of, you know, the synergy in the draft, you have the Fredrin, you have the Ruby, and it just kind of, you're not forced into being the tank. You can do the damage, you can kind of have that control. So it really just rounds it out.
Yeah, I mean, a very nice CC heavy coming out from Powerful and a Carrot as well. But Melon and Coconut right there showing up for that damage. So it's a very nice balance overall, and Twist can twist his ways into the game and into the team fight. But props to Revival, but unfortunately you guys are going to be, we're not going to be seeing you guys. So thank you so much to Revival as well. But let's take a look at the post-game stats right now. And I think it is going to be a nice little landslide. Tower to 9-1 and 2 lords though, not the 3rd lord, only the 2nd lord right now. But post-game stats right now, take a look at that. Powerful though, getting the highest goal per minute, and Melon on the highest damage dealt as well, and Powerful on the Forgotten one. But Ryan though, taking the most damage as that Yutong.
Yeah, and kind of talked about it. Unfortunately, this is the end of the journey for Revival. They're, you know, 7th and 8th place at this point, and they're going to have to make themselves back into the qualifiers. A little saddened to hear that. I mean, only the top 6 move on. So, but Evil stepping up. This is the playoff Evil squad that we know. I mean, we see this time and time again. Who are you to second guess these guys?
Yeah. I mean, Evil and Revival, both of them exert kind of like the same energy.
Yes.
When it comes down to Season 4, right? They are kind of like the underdogs who are really great at their game. They know what they want to do. But however, there's also this very mysterious element that envelops them. Like, are they actually going to be 7th, 8th, or are they actually going to be 3rd, 4th? Because honestly, we have no idea. We know that they fall somewhere within of that range, but sometimes depending on the strength of the schedule and depending on how they played in the regular season, how they're seeded in, is going to give them this result. And in this season, Evil versus Revival, this is the result that we got.
All right, but let's find out who was MVP in Game 2 here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be somebody on Evil. I'm going on a limb here.
It's going to be Powerful. It's going to be Powerful, guys. It's going to be Powerful.
It could be Powerful. It could be Melon. I think it's going to be Melon. I like Melon.
Melon.
All right, there we go. 505, no pun intended though. But 76% kill participation right there with 718 gold per minute. Going with the Purify as well as the Magic Worship. And of course, going on that nearly full build, one item away, but he has dealt so much damage. He, with his Artillery Strike, was so precise, always on the edge of that AoE, denying any sort of, gap closes.
Right. And I think the craziest thing about all of this is that Evil have only 2 wins, and both of them against Unrevival, and now they made themselves into the top 6. They survived just by being one team. Are they a bunch of bullies?
Speechless. You don't throw a red curveball at me. You almost got me there, not gonna lie. You almost got me there.
How could you call them bullies?
I mean, they're just kids. At this point in time, it is expected of us to see Evil gloat in their victory.
Yeah.
They are safe now. They are absolutely safe, and they're gonna be able to, jump straight into the seeding for the next season. Woo. After winning this game, they are gonna go home and come back tomorrow. I'm super excited to see how.
I'm super excited, and we're gonna have that one. That one's gonna be coming in. But first, we're gonna go to the mic check. This is of course your favorite segment, and the highlights are coming up right now.
等一下，来，可以吧？我 start， 我護下佢啊，快！我 send 俾你。Nice， 嚟，收，追啦！我護下。Nice， 努力打在那草。等，好吉到啊！我護兩隻，殺 ！Nice， 追啦！stop，等步，嚟，努力打。
企啦！Nice， 嚟，抓回來，快！等那個 dragon，還有啲女。Go， Tommy， go， 面啦，Nice one guys，
Oh, the passion of that nice. That one word, nice, was so passionate at the end. And I just loved it. Like a dragon. And I was like, whoa. It directly means hit that dragon. And I was like, whoa. That's how I play. That's how everyone plays.
I prefer to call it beat the dragon.
Then and there was one point like 他在那个草 means he's in that grass. In direct translation, he's in the grass.
Okay,
he appreciates it all because he don't
understand. But I think it's funny that you're like, this is the team that is just on that high. They had the game too, and you're saying that you're like similar to these guys.
Because that's how the community players play, and they were a community team.
I know.
So they're in their comfort zone. They're in their native language right there. So it's very comfortable for them. You can hear there's no tension, no nothing.
Yes.
They are at home. They're in the playoffs.
They just kind of let it out, right? This is the team that we know, and this is the playoff Evil team that just happened to show up every single season and just upset everyone. But Abstract, your thoughts kind of on how far can Evil really go in this?
That's a very good question. It really kind of depends on the strength of schedule as to who is going to win in the next game when it comes down to the upper brackets, which will definitely come really soon. So don't worry about that, guys. But we still have quite a bit more games for you guys. As for now, we're going to settle down with this current bracket as we push over to Cheryl.
Thanks, guys. And right now, in the very first match right here of the playoff season, I am as emotional as I was when I interviewed them during the regular season itself. And right here, I have MVP of Game 2, Melon, right beside me.
Hello.
It's absolutely crazy. So now you see, I even have, their boards because their fans, they are so excited. They just threw everything up on stage. Even Melon has no hands already. I'm not sure if the camera can pick this up, but is this a premonition? It says that I will 2-0 revival from the 3-in-1 powerful coffee. And I think this is about manifestation. Manifest and you will win. Absolutely amazing. So, Melon, we do have so many burning questions for you. Now, first up is, we have seen a different team right here from Evil. Even in regular season, you guys only popped off right about day 6, day 7, where you guys clinched the win against Revival. So with that win against Revival and you guys meeting here in the playoffs once again, how do you guys approach the game? How do you guys approach the game, given that you guys have faced off in the regular season before and you took that win from them?
before the regular season, we were just testing lah. So we were just anyhow playing lah. Then during the playoff, we actually analyze and study about different teams lah. So we changed our play style.
So is it really all about that book?
Yeah, it's about that book. The book over there.
Yeah lah, Powerful, why never go Popular buy earlier? Only buy at like day 6, day 7, a bit too late lah. All right, so the other question would be that you guys know that rather Revival was known to be like the late game team, the late game kings. So how did you guys approach that situation moving into the games today?
When we got 2 lots, we failed to end. Then I was thinking in the game like how to take the lot and end at the same time. Then so like I was thinking lah. Then after that I finally thought of something. So we have to fight first, right? Then we take the lots. Cause we cannot take the lot immediately. Then we can't end. Cause they are known for the turtle defense or base defense lah. So we thought of new stuff during the game lah that we execute it well, so we ended it.
Right. So yes, which is what made me take back my speech earlier on in day 6 of the regular season, because we were actually mentioning that usually when it comes to EVO, you guys usually lose out the lot dancers. But guess what? Right here, not just in game 1, but for game 2 itself, you guys were dominating all the lords, all of the turtles. And what's that change that made you guys so much more confident to go for these objectives?
I guess during the regular season, I was kind of a bit nervous, so I was playing a bit more passive. Then now, I got used to it lah, so I'm playing more aggressively. Then I'm trying to pressure them lah, so that we can dominate the game and like have a nice game.
Wow, and the domination is very, very evident because right here Melon has gotten essential kills in game, and that is very clutch towards your win. Now, you guys are safe from elimination for now. How do you guys feel about that?
I think for our team, it's kind of expected lah. We expected to 2-0 them.
Wow, coming out from the playoff kings. So actually right here at the corner of my eye, I see JS right here. JS, how do you feel about Twist, your successor in the EXP lane? Just better than you?
Twist carry evil.
Twist carry evil. Shout out to Twist right here. So yes, you are definitely Miss JS. And so many questions for you guys because we're really so excited to have you. Now, of course, you know in-game you guys got coins, right? Do y'all bet on yourself?
No.
You don't bet on yourself?
No.
You don't bet on yourself? Okay. So later on, the match is about to happen is also a lower bracket match. And whoever wins that match is going to determine who you guys are going to face off tomorrow. So with that being said, who you have got your coins on later on?
I've got my coins on Stella. Smelly Cat, I'm coming for you.
Oh, that shade! All right, so yes, also only towards Smelly Cat. What do you have to say to Team Stellark?
Smelly Cat, you're smelly. And to the Team Stellark, I think just have fun lah. Cause I'm waiting for you.
Right. But of course, Stellark is not a team to be discounted because after all, they are a veteran team that has been a while and really, really a wealth of experience when it comes to that team. So how are you guys going to approach that? And within that 2-week break, did you guys do anything to prepare for these matches?
We studied more on the games, like especially Revival lah, cause it's our first opponent. So during the scrims, we tested out different strats and we try and see which playstyle suit us better, and then we finally got into a conclusion.
Right, fantastic. So we've seen some wonderful picks from you guys with that Min Sitar and more, and we're looking so much forward to seeing you guys tomorrow as well. Thank you so much, Melon. And here, if you guys want to get some cool Evo merch, we also do have those right here at the venue itself. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Melon, MVP right here from Team Evo for Game 2. And we're so excited to have this opportunity to speak to him. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the next match that's going to come out real soon is going to be really spicy. It's going to be a matchup between Stellar SG going head-to-head against Alchemy SG. Now, what makes this match super exciting and spicy is going to be the fact that Stellar SG is a team that is decked with experience over at their main roster. Whereas on the other hand, Alchemy SG, the new kid on the block, do they have what it takes to win the match right here from our veterans from Stellar SG? We can only find out later for match 2. So stick around and join us right here at MPLSG Season 5 Playoffs.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end! Legendary!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim. Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, right here to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore, right here in the playoff season in the stunning Suntec City Mall. So once again, if you're tuning in online, we invite you to come on down and join us. Fret not if you haven't yet secured tickets, because we do have walk-ins available on the first-come, first-served basis. Also, right here in the majestic Suntec City Mall, we also do have levels 2 and 3 available for freestanding for you guys to check in on all of the action happening right here as a live audience. Now, what's going to start in a few moments' time would be match 2 right here of the playoff season. And this match is going to feature 2 teams right here in a few moments' time. And they are going to be none other than Stellark SG going head-to-head against Alchemy SG. Now, once again, this game is going to be extremely crucial for these 2 teams, because the loser will not only spell elimination right here from the playoff season, but also lose that invitational spot to join us at MPL SG Season 6, and they will have to grind through qualifiers if they want to be part of it once again. So this is a crucial play for both teams if they want to remain here in MPL SG scene. So yes, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the teams, shall we? First up, presenting to you our veterans right here for MPL SG, Stellark SG. Right here from Stellark SG, led by their captain, Smelly Cat, the veteran team Stellark SG starts their Season 5 playoff run in the lower brackets. Will their years of combined experience be enough to pull through and secure themselves a higher placing? We can only find out. Next up, the team going up against Stellark SG, presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, Alchemy SG. Although Alchemy SG has had a rocky start to the season, the new kids on the block have been proving themselves to be a worthy contender for the playoffs, even securing themselves a 2-0 victory over Evil during the regular season. Will Icon be able to lead his team through the lower brackets with a miracle run? Let's find out right here at match 2. So right now, the teams are heading over to their battle stations after the friendly fist bump with their opponents. So yes, this is a battle of 2 teams, vastly different profiles. On one hand, Stellark SG, our veterans, no stranger to any of us right here at the MPL SG scene. And over on the other side, we have the new kids on the block known as Alchemy SG, making significant waves at the regular season. What can we anticipate right here from this match of the playoff season? I'm going to hand my time over to the casters to slice and dissect the situation. Take it away, boys.
Welcome to MPL Singapore Season 5. This is the playoffs. We have Stellark versus Alchemy SG. My name is Holler, with me is Abstract, and of course, Vertigo. We're going to be bringing you Game 2. This is going to be the second match. The loser goes home. Your thoughts on this one, Abstract?
Oof. Looking at the fact that we already have one team go home is definitely very heart-wrenching for me. But of course, the show gonna have to go on. We're looking at we're now looking at Alchemy versus Stellark, and honestly, this is a tough game. Like how the fact that you have a problem with Revival as well as Evil. Now this is my turn, right? I have a soft spot for our boys over at the side of Alchemy. I've watched over them for the longest time ever. I looked at their games many times in many of these community games. I gotta have to go out for them.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of growth going into the regular season. Both of these teams have kind of stepped up. I think it's more of a disappointment to see Stellark in this situation. I did not kind of expect that, but Vertigo, your thoughts?
Exactly, and I mean, both of these teams have so much to offer. It's new school versus old school, but let's talk about the old school right now. Smelly Cat, Chesty, Singh, and Odia Bambi along with Forza. I'm not counting them out. I'm saying they have so much experience under their belt. They have nothing to lose. They have been in this situation before. They have played countless playoffs in their lives, and this is nothing to them. They are at home. They are at peace.
Yeah, let me set the stage here, right? The loser right now, if they get knocked out, they have to go through qualifier. It's going to be an arduous task. Nobody wants to go through that, especially if you're older, as you so put it, right?
Yes.
But going into this one, if we're going to talk about the next team, right? Alchemy SG, this is a team that has gone through the qualifiers. They've gone through that. But your thoughts on that team?
Well, honestly, Alchemy, they have slugged through everything and anything for the past few years. And this is the team that they have got gathered. Exalt, Jet, Puski, Icon, and Zookeeper playing in today's playoffs. Of course, Zookeeper was more of a coach position in the start of the regular season, but this time they've got to kind of change things up a little bit now. So hopefully that they are able to go forward with this lineup. They did definitely play marvelously throughout all of the community events, to the point that a lot of those community teams fear Alchemy.
Yeah.
When they came here, it kind of seems like the script was overturned.
Yes, yes. I mean, but they're here now. I mean, this is, of course, game 2. I mean, Alchemy, I remember talking to Icon at the beginning of the year, and I was just like, what are your thoughts? Are you going to be able to take, are you going to be crowned the champion? What's going to happen? And his response to me was, maybe. Right?
Maybe.
It wasn't confirmed one way or the other, but it's a time where there's a lot of growth of going into that one. But let's talk a little bit about the KTE Vertigo here.
Exactly. I mean, talking about the keys to victory for Stellar SG right now is to keep Zookeeper away from the Angry Bull, and that is the Minotaur himself. And it's such a threat. He has such a large AoE. It's just going to disrupt Stellar SG's formation, and there's no way to keep him at bay, right? And of course, it's to be the second point is to play around Smelly Cat to pressure Exalt, and we know Exalt will crumble under pressure, but can he live up to his name? Can he exalt out everything that he has to his power? And of course, don't let Alchemy take control of the early objective. And this is Alchemy SG MO. They love to play that early game aggressiveness. They love to cut the lanes. They love to invade the jungle. They love to go for the neutral creeps, secure objective, and go for ganks.
Yeah, we saw that in first match in the sense of Evil taking advantage of that lead. That early laning was actually huge for them. That really got them to snowball in. And I think Stellar really need to stop Alchemy's one. But let's talk a little bit about the keys to victory.
Alchemy is very much of a tempo-based team. Whenever they are able to get themselves the advantage in the early stages of the game, that is where they start to shine. As such, getting themselves ahead in the jungle through Icon is going to be one of their main goal to achieve in this game against their opponents here from the side of Stellar. But of course, Zookeeper coming into this lineup also means that when it comes down to the roam position, they gotta have to look out for team fight heavy heroes, and we have seen time and time again the Minotaur does pay dividends.
Yeah, it definitely pays dividends. I mean, we saw the experience of Zookeeper be able to just kind of show up. I mean, he was controlling all the team fights. He had just basically very good games, and he put them in a situation to win. You want to see more of that. Now, Alchemy right now, this is the playoffs. Are we going to see them like Evil, where they really step up? I mean, they have the playoff jerseys. They're definitely ready for this one. But Vertigo, I mean, going in.
It's a whole new Alchemy SG right now. A whole different Alchemy. They are looking different. They are looking confident. They have the crowd. They have the playoff buff as well. But enough of that. Let's take a look at the stats for Stellar SG right now coming up on your screen. And we can take a look, a little bit more in depth on how they're playing overall, from the regular season as well. So we have 665 GPM on Smelly Cat, and that's pretty good. And on the Melissa as well, his signature hero. I would like to prefer the Beatrix as well on Smelly Cat. But Chesty, 32%. That's one of the higher mage kill participation here, especially with that Eve. So he might lock that down and sync along with the Joy as well, 24%. Odia Bambi on 18%. But take a look at Forza, 100. Wait, no, it's a mil? Is that 1 million?
Yeah, it's 1 mil.
Oh my, it's 1 million damage taken. Wow, so much damage taken. So Forza, not only he's the playmaker, he also peel. But enough of that, let's talk about Alchemy SG stats.
When it comes down to these two lineups, right, these two teams, the first thing that comes into mind and the main thing that I want to focus on is ultimately gonna be the jungle, right? Alchemy SG's jungler, when it comes down to average kill participation, Icon has gone heads over. dear Bambi, right? Icon has got 26%. If I'm not wrong, roughly about 10 to 13%, a little bit higher than our friend over there from the side of Suntec SG. So definitely we are seeing a couple of differences, and this is able to help us depict the kind of game style, the kind of gameplay, and the kind of game plan in the overall stage.
Yeah, and Alchemy here, there were 1-6 in the regular season. The only team they beat was Evil. If we're looking at the other side, Stellar, they were 2-5. They beat Evil and they beat Alchemy SG. So they have a little bit of experience in terms of dealing with Alchemy's aggression, how they want to start with the early game, excuse me. But will that translate into the playoffs? Vertigo, your thoughts?
I mean, looking at both of them, I do not know what any of them are going to be pulling out, right? You have a coach on Suntec SG, you have Tenshi, but on the other side, you have a coach turned player.
Yeah, and we're going to get into that. But let's talk a little bit about the head-to-head on this one. It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be, of course, Stellar versus Alchemy on this one. If we're looking at just overall damage, I think the stats are very leaning towards Stellar. But one thing that kind of sticks out, and you talked about the early game, is the fact that the tower rate. I think that is very telling of an aggressive team.
Alchemy has constantly tried to get themselves objective to the point that they actually overcommit into these kinds of objectives, to the point that they would have a 5-man gank, a 5-man objective take, time and time again. And so far, it'll work, yes, but as a long game insurance, that just would not fly. They gotta have to really identify if whether a certain team fight requires the EXP laner. Does the EXP laner have the time to go over, or do he have that opportunity to actually push in off in the other lanes, apply a little bit more pressure, cut wave, then join the team fights? These are all of the kind of things that Alchemy gotta have to identify and figure out regarding the macro.
Yeah, and that's going to be very important going into this one. It's one of those situations where you need to do it. But let's talk a little bit about predictions.
Here we go again.
I am by myself yet again.
Yet again.
Why is this? Please explain.
Because we would agree with you, but
yeah, I mean, Alchemy, it's a whole new Alchemy. I do not know what to say.
You might be, but this is the situation where do you have, like, you know that they've got the playoff box, or you have some sort of inside information.
It's a gut feeling.
It's a gut feeling. Yeah. Really? Are you sure it wasn't just lunch?
No, lunch was great, man. Lunch was great. It's just a very good gut feeling about Alchemy today when I woke up.
Right. Okay. Well, of course, at least for me, right? When it comes down to Evil versus Evil side, I literally look at them and be like, you know, macro, micro, mechanics, everything very equal. Yeah. What gives them the win? The book. But when it comes down to Alchemy, when it comes down to Alchemy versus Stellar, all I'm seeing is they're Alchemy. They're my boys.
Okay, but let's look at the audience prediction by Frank by OCBC. Stellar, they're on board with me. Like last time, the last game, I think it was about 75% or whatever, but this is a pretty huge skew in 91%. I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable.
Wow. 91% to 9%, and on YouTube as well, 71% to 29%.
Look, I don't care about Facebook, YouTube, yeah, you know.
How could you discount Facebook and YouTube?
Well, of course. Well, when it comes down to Stellar, they definitely showed a great performance, and they have time and time again showed us exactly how they are, what they're made of. Especially when it comes down to their regular season stats, they definitely showed how they have played so far and how much they have evolved. When it comes down to season 4 to season 5, we have definitely seen a couple of differences when it comes down to their gameplay. When it comes down to hero roster, they've also swapped things around as well. So I would definitely say that it is for the better.
Okay, but now Vertigo is given his reason. It was a gut feeling going into the morning for Alchemy SG. But what are your thoughts? Why predicting Alchemy SG?
All right, so putting my biasness aside,
okay, which is very difficult to do and very heavy to move, but go on.
Right? But Alchemy, they really got to have a pretty good idea in the early stages of the game. Whenever they are able to get themselves that tempo, they will be able to ride that wave like they are on a massive surfboard. All 5 of them just riding together, and they will demolish every single wall that they will meet. They are a wave of tsunami. That is what I'm seeing from the side of Alchemy. However, that is where their weakness also lies. Whenever there is this unmovable pillar, that is where the wave crashes and splits into 2. And Alchemy would not be able to hold themselves together any longer, and they wouldn't have a very good idea how to continue forward.
Okay. Wow. All right. Interesting that you went with the tsunami
mindset
comparison, and you know, very strong there. But we're gonna have to find out. This is gonna be, of course, match 2.
Wow.
Game 1 draft. Let's get into this one.
Wow, respect bands coming out from both sides already. The Joy, you have the Eve as well, respect to Sync as well as Chesty, and banning away that Fanny for Icon as well, and Jet on that Valentina. Respect bands all around. I think they're going to allocate that respect bands just for the first 2 bands, but let's take a look at what they're going to ban out on that last band, and then it's going to be that Arlet.
Well, of course, with all of these said and done, there is, of course, still a couple of heroes that we're gonna have to look out for. Fredrin is not out of the picture yet. Faza is not exactly out of the picture yet as well. But I think that right at this point in time, right, we understand that Alchemy is the underdog. So I'm gonna be looking in their eyes a little bit more, looking in the perspective. What should they be looking out for whenever they are dealing with Stellark? So with all of this up in mind, I would want to target the jungler as much as possible. We want to have our junglers to be as safe as possible. Getting the ban down on Fredrin would have been the perfect choice, at least for me, as Fredrin has been played by Odiamabi for a good amount of times. In fact, 6 times.
It slipped through. The Faramis just slips through just like that, and that's going to provide so much for Stellark.
It's a 77% win rate for a very good reason there.
Because if you let it slip through, it's going to hurt. But right now, they're going to be snatching away that Melissa for themselves, and of course, like you said, the Fredrin. So they're going to not ban the Fredrin, instead ban the Glue, and they picked it up for themselves.
Okay, we can pretty much understand what they are trying to go for here. They would want to win a little bit more into the early stages of the game when it comes down to the gold lane. In the meantime, they would also want to have Icon being able to succeed very well when it comes down to having himself the Fredrin. Because when it comes down to Alchemy, Icon pretty much will be able to be very comfortable in 2 heroes, Fredrin or Martin. Whenever either one of these were to leak through, Alchemy would be in a relatively safe spot when it comes down to jungling.
Wow, but they're going to go for that 1-1 instead, along with that Lapu Lapu. Honestly, right now, the Minisita looks kind of good right now, right? I mean, it's the 1-1. You want to lock down onto the 1-1. You have the taunt as well, but instead they're going to lock down onto that Fasa, that nice little artillery strike with that feather air strike, granting you that nice arm space away.
So with that all said and done, 3 heroes are picked up from both sides. We're starting up with a Faramis, 1-1, and Lapu Lapu for Stellark, while Alchemy SG, we're looking at a Fredrin, a Melissa, as well as a Faza. We're throwing the Minster into the pool, or rather out of the pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1-1. You do not want any counter for 1-1, but there is one soft little counter, and that's going to be the Kufra.
Let's not forget about Phoveus.
Yeah, Phoveus, yeah.
Phoveus is capable of playing in the EXP lane, but I do not exactly know whether Puski is capable of playing that. We haven't seen a single Phoveus game picked out just yet, but color me surprised if that would actually be happening.
I mean, spam Demonic Force, right? That's all you have to do.
Technically, yes.
Yeah,
that's the main
Demonic
thing,
Force.
Right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? When it comes down to Stellark's lineup, we are looking at a Faramis, and we have seen this happening before. A Faramis pick alongside of an Estes pick. Faramis here very likely will be the mage pick. If they do not do anything, or if they do not expect to see an Estes pick here, we are looking at a double layer of protection coming from the side of Stellark, being able to keep up with the defensive maneuvers as well as all of the sustainability when it comes down to Stellark's entire lineup.
Wow, but banning away that Minotaur is just a respect. Along with the Minisita, they know Zookeeper would want to get this, and they're gonna ban away respect ban towards Zookeeper right there. And what is Alchemy gonna pick up right now for that counter pick for the bans? And 20 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. What could Alchemy go for?
Stellark, okay, so here's the thing, right? Forza, he has a wide hero pool. He played many unique heroes. In fact, 9 unique heroes. Wow. Odia Bambi have got 10 unique heroes picked. As such, I wouldn't even be surprised if Forza were to pick up something completely new today.
A Diggy? No.
I was thinking of Estes because he haven't really played that yet before.
Yeah, that's true.
He haven't played that yet before. And going back to the double layer, dual faceted kind of game composition, you're just going in and not being afraid of anything. Because Alchemy's current lineup, they are very explosive, right? Once you're done with the explosiveness, once Melissa has used his counter's protection, once the feathered airstrike is gone, once Icon has once the Paquito has pretty much used up his skills and go into cooldown, there's not much of a fight back they have anymore.
Oh, there we go, Hanzo!
Wait, Hanzo jungle, dude. Hanzo jungle. Okay. No, here's the thing, Hanzo jungle, Hanzo roam is definitely a possible thing.
There we go, that's the counter right there. Then Natalia would be hunting down that Hanzo. He will be chasing you down on your actual body and not your shadow. He will be there roaming around and there to hunt you down. Execute, of course, along with the now renamed Master Assassin. But the Ruby pick from Forza, though, that is very Forza, right? That's Forza's forte right there. With the Ruby, I'm offended. We might see some legendary I'm offended, but who knows what is going to happen. I love the draft on both sides. Guys, please take this away.
We're going to be into it. It's going to be match 2. This is the winner go on, loser goes home. You're going to be relegated. You are going to be out of the league. A lot of pressure. Make sure that you actually have a great first game going into this draft. Who has the edge?
Honestly, I kind of favor Stelak's draft. There is definitely some kind of mysteriousness when I'm looking at the Hanzo jungle. We have seen the Natalia coming in from the side of Alchemy before, but I do have my reservations regarding this. Is the assassination really going to work onto this 1-1?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. I mean, it's all going to come down to positioning. But now, like the last match, who on each side really has to have that perfect game, making sure that they, are going to literally carry it. Let's go with Stellar's side.
Well, of course, when it comes down to Stelak's side, we are looking at more of the mid to the later stages of the game. Paramis would definitely be capable of putting and outputting a good amount of damage. Well, Ruby, here's the thing. He doesn't have a lot of tank ability. So I would be mostly looking out for the front liners. I really want to see more damage being outputted from the side of Hanzo. But Stelak, in a grand scheme of things, as an entire composition, I think they lack the firepower against Alchemy.
Yeah, that might become an issue. But again, it's all about the sustain. I think that if you're going to have a Faramis, you're going to just make sure that you have that, you win that team fight. It's going to be super important that Alchemy work around the call to alter cooldown so that you don't actually get into fight. Maybe you fade it out, you go in and out, you got to keep yourself alive, but that's a situation where it's difficult to play around.
And of course, just at the start of things, we are definitely going to be expecting that Alchemy will be playing very aggressively for a couple of these few objectives. With the objective that with the first hurdle going to be popping up on the northern side at the EXP laners, we do... Oh, I just, of course, realized that Fredrin is playing in the EXP lane, while the Paquito is going to be playing on the jungle. So what we are going to be expecting here mostly is going to be a wide amount of mobility from the side of Alchemy. They will want to do as much as possible to really proxy the lanes. As long as they're able to proxy things, and they should be able to bring down heroes that are underneath of the turrets.
Yeah, and the Fredrin just adds a lot of flexibility in terms of your draft, what you want to do. It is the most picked hero in MPL SG at Season 5. We've seen just how powerful it is. I mean, Bray is amazing on it in the jungle as well. But, it's a situation where it has just so much potential. And as I say that, Alchemy take the first hurdle. Very important to start taking objectives early.
Yep, nothing too out of the ordinary. Everything is all part of Alchemy's MO. They do have frontline damage, and they will be able to do a good amount of damage all the way from the early to the middle stages of the game. The late stages is where we should start to get a little bit worried. But in the meantime, as we're going to hold things on for a tad little bit, Alchemy is starting to identify that Smelly Cat onto the 1-1 should be dealt with real soon, as Exalt seems to bully Smelly Cat out of the lane.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. You got to be super important, making sure that you keep yourself alive. The laning phase, also very important. You want to keep it as neck and neck as possible, especially if you get to that mid-game, because, again, it's all about that mid-game spike, making sure that you're as strong as possible and you're not behind.
I gotta have to say, Alchemy's Exalt, he's not exactly doing a very good job in really holding Smelly Cat back. Because when we are looking at a Melissa outright beats and bullies the lanes. As such, Alchemy will want to focus themselves in the bottom lane.
Oh, but the Feathered Airstrike is going to be used. Smelly Cat keeping himself alive, and pretty much everybody's disengaged. Nobody actually was killed. Chesty was there on point with that call to altar, making sure that everybody was alive. But again, not giving up first blood, very important going into this game.
Very disciplined plays coming in from both sides, especially from Alchemy, right? They are the aggressors, and they would want to take easy kills. But once they realize that Stelak is pretty much prepared and ready for a defense, they will jump out of it whenever necessary. Here's the thing though, remember how I have been constantly talking about marksman, because marksman is what we would want to focus on. As for now, we've got the first blood as Chesty. It does have the Stampede, Shadow Stampede, that essentially managed to pull Zookeeper back underneath the turret.
It's all about the little wins, making sure that you did get first blood, get yourself in that. But again, that worth. Oh, but Feathered Airstrike, Smelly Cat dashes. Not away, and Jet will snipe him out.
That is the kind of moment that we would want to see from the side of Alchemy. If we were to think of things as a trade, right, it will be a very good trade from the side of Alchemy. They essentially sacrifice Zookeeper for Smelly Cat, and that is essentially a position 5 for a position 1, and that I'll take that any day.
Yeah, it's the long game, right? Making sure that you're in that situation. But I don't know if it was a trade that they were making sure that they got into this one. But oh dear, Bambi. Okay, he's going to shade back to safety. He's going to be fine. But now Icon starting on the turtle here.
They don't really have a lot of crowd control to work with at the start of the game, but Sing is definitely going to be opening up with the Bravest Warrior.
Oh, but it's going to be going in, and they do have the backside. Zookeeper is doing some work on the Oh dear Bambi. He's going to be knocked out, and Sing actually takes out Exalt as well. But the turtle will be picked up by Icon, making sure that he did secure it. But now Smelly Cat is going to be going in, and Icon's like turning it up. Sing, you can't run away. Gets the other knockup, and Pooski will get that other kill.
That is a total of 6 kills within 5 minutes, with Alchemy getting themselves 2 kills on top of Stellark. And we also have about 1,800 gold of advantage that Alchemy has gotten for themselves. They have gotten two of these turtles, and they are definitely on cloud 9. They will be able to ride on this tide for a good amount of time. And we are going to be taking this opportunity to look at items as well as their gold, as Exalt is hovering around at 3,500 gold, and his voice counterparts 2,700 gold. So we really got a really good idea that Exalt, he has got his corrosion sight already. Smelly Cat also has it. However, Exalt is just about a quarter ways through to his next item and just picked up the regular spear.
Okay. You guys both you and Vertigo were like, hey, in this morning, we had this gut feeling. We understand that Alchemy SG is going to be there. I woke up with indigestion, right? Like, so this gut feeling is a little bit different, no?
Right?
And the sniffles, of course. But as I say that in the mid lane, and okay. Just clearing the wave.
It's really just clearing the wave. You know, let's be honest here. The creep waves, they of course do a lot of damage as well. You're gonna have to really respect the waves, because the waves and the wave management is one thing that you're gonna have to keep an eye out for the longest time ever, until you bring down the first defense turret. What we have here from the side of Alchemy is relatively interesting. They actually do not have the Fredrin to hold up the lane in the northern side. In fact, they left it over to Zookeeper. He is, after all, the master assassin. He would want to get kills fast. However, hold on a second as you look down to the bottom lane.
Exalt and Jet, both of them getting killed. Smelly Cat will secure that double kill, and that's how you get back in the game. Mind you, this net worth lead is only about 1,000 at this point. It's still 50-50.
Yep, so at least for the side of Stellark, they managed to pick up 2 kills, and they also gotten a turret of their own. While Alchemy, the only thing that they can do there was to pick up the turret in the northern side. But it is definitely not an odd thing for Stellark, because they have a Lapu Lapu being sent up to the northern side to be able to get a very passive push up to the northern, while the turtle is currently being taken. This is what Stellark wants to contest for, as they know Alchemy will go in for it.
Yeah, they're going to go in for this one. The Cult Toss are now going to be used, but Icon secures the turtle, and Oh dear Bambi now on the run. Pooski's doing some work, and Oh dear Bambi's already been knocked out. Zookeeper somehow barely alive. Pooski as well. You breathe on them and they die.
Literally, a quick little sneeze and goodbye. You go for Pooski. Now, of course, we are going to be expecting what we are going to be looking at from the side of Sing. He definitely jumped straight over to the backside for Jet, but he did manage to get a good amount of kills. But 4-5, Stellark, they're still a little bit behind.
Yeah, definitely behind. This is a little bit worrying, but Fossa, they found Icon, and that's going to be a pretty nice pickoff, assuming they do get him, but he's just very tanky. Icon's continuing to fight, finally goes down. Chesty will secure that one, but the nice energy eruption on the back end of this one, Pooski will make sure that he pays. Exalt will secure that kill.
And of course, Zookeeper is going to be the next one in the targets of the side of Stellark. They immediately bring him down, and of course, right after taking that, they knew that they have got an advantage. They knew that they already won a team fight. They don't have to follow through anymore.
This is the power of the Fredrin, right? It's just very tanky. It's starting to do some damage. It's getting, you know, almost, he's playing fearless. He's going in 1 versus 3, but as I say that, he's looking to go in. He flickers for to safety, gets pulled back. Finally, he does get killed. I just cast their curse, Pooski.
This is gonna be relatively tough, right? Stellark is now gonna be pushing themselves.
The feathered airstrike, the gold altar that's gonna be used, keeping him alive. Stink is gonna go down, but Icon will secure that one. Odir Bambi getting a little bit low. Exalt does get killed, and that's an actual massive win for Stellark as they're looking to clean up. Boss is next on the list, and Icon starting to clean house.
2-for-2 trade. Alchemy also managed to defend their middle lane first tier turret. That was the main thing that Stellark wanted to go for, and that is understandably a very important objective. Once they have lost that turret, they will essentially lose quite a lot of control over the 50 line.
Okay, Icon top of the player gold. Exalt is right behind, but Exalt has already died 3 times. That's a bit of an issue right now, especially at the 9-minute stage. You don't want to do that as a Melissa. You want to be farming as much as possible. You want to ensure that you do stay alive. He hasn't been able to do that, but that's more on the fact that Stellark have done a great job of prioritizing.
Too much objectives and too much annoyance coming from the side of Stellark. Let's just put it as the fact that Odir Bambi has been everywhere. In the meantime, Smellycat soars into the sky, and they're continuing up with this.
Yeah, but the Cult Altar keeping him alive. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. Chesty is now on the run, but the nice energy eruption locking in Fasa. You think you can run away? Not going to happen, but now Odir Bambi has joined the fight. He's not going to fight, but he's barely alive, and Fasa finally does go around. Zookeeper continuing to fight, but he gets killed. Chesty will secure that one.
2-for-2 trade. The Lord is now currently available. The main thing we got to look out for is the junglers. Stellark do have their jungler, and of course Alchemy has that as well. They still will be able to keep themselves around the Lord's pit, and they should be able to take a relatively good amount of priority over that. One thing that we gotta have to look out for though is that Zookeeper is not in the game, Forza is not either. So they do not have anyone that will be able to grant them vision. As such, Sync, he gotta have to go through with it. He gotta have to take up the mantle to stand in the front, and that could possibly mean death.
Death is what's going to happen, but the waltz will begin. This is going to be more of a slow fight, making sure that they're going into this one. Sync sees everything, providing vision for the team, ensuring that this Lord is just not given away for free, right? Odir Bambi does need to make appearance, but it looks like they're going to push the top lane, kind of fix things out a little bit. It's going to be a slow push going into this Lord.
As now, Stellark, all they need is information. Odir Bambi erupts himself out of his main body, and he's got his soul rushing out for Exalt. Doesn't seem like that is gonna work out for him at all. That is gonna be one ultimate down from the side of Odir Bambi. They would not be able to just dive right in over to the back. Alchemy playing it very slow. They're waiting for the perfect moment. The Lord is currently down to half HP. Alchemy hovering around. Zookeeper though, being sneaky peeky like. I don't think the Stellark is expecting what's coming soon, as now we've got everything!
Yeah, and Icon's going to take down the Lord. That's going to be a huge win for them. Icon continuing to fight, but now Pooski's so low. Is he able to survive? Oh my gosh, a sliver of life, but Zookeeper's going to go down. Chesty will secure that one, and Smellycat is looking to fight this, and they're cleaning out. They got Jet as well, and that's going to be a huge win for Stellark. They've turned this around, but the Lord is going to push in the bottom lane.
It's a neutral trade. Alchemy may have gotten the Lord, but Alchemy would not be able to push with the Lord. Not much that they can do, even though we are looking at a great amount of creeps running around everywhere. Nothing that the side of Stellark cannot handle. All in all, this is definitely a great fight coming in from the side of Stellark. Smellycat definitely overextended a lot, and to be honest, he don't even need to care about soaring into the skies with a crossbow of tank. I've got to say, Fasa came in a pretty nick of time as he just went straight in and hooked up on the 2-person, locking them in.
Yeah, that was a win for Stellark. The fact that, you know, Exalt went down, Jet went down, both of these heroes need to stay alive. They need to ensure that they're doing a lot of damage. They're able to get some farm. Now, Alchemy have turned this around in the sense that with that Lord push, they've been able to get the T1 middle. This is creating a little bit of space. You need to be able to breathe at this stage.
Initially looking at the goal and everything else, Stellark and Alchemy look exactly neck and neck. However, I'm not exactly sure what has prompted Stellark to fall all the way back to their second-tier defensive turret. They don't seem to be too interested in trying to hold on to their first-tier turret when all 5 of them were still available. And I'm not too sure if I'm correct, but all of them have got their ultimates as well. The defensive layers that will be able to be provided by Chesty is definitely present for a fight, but there could be something that they're looking out for. It's definitely not the Lord, because the Lord will only be popping out in 80 seconds in. They can't go for kills unless all they want to do is secure their own jungle and keep Smellycat alive and safe at farming.
Yeah, keep him alive, but it's also a situation where if you're looking at the map control, Alchemy have kind of taken over that. I would say that they own about 60 to 70% of the map. They're ensuring that they're taking over as much of the jungle as possible. Stellark right now are on the back foot. They're looking to kind of flank around. Fasa is going to provide a little bit of vision. The conceal has been used. But if anything, it's just going to back it off. My problem right now is that it might have been a little bit early, especially since the Lord is spawning in about 45 seconds.
Now, of course, one of the biggest problem from the side of Alchemy is the fact that both their main impact player, Exalt as well as Jet, the marksman and the mage respectively, both of them are losing to their respective opponents. And of course, that is going to be Chesty as well as Smelly Cat. Now, here's the problem. The Alchemy jungler, he's got a good amount of gold, right? Currently, he's hovering somewhere around 9,600 gold. However, for the side of Odia Bambi, only at 8,500 gold. So Icon definitely can do quite a lot when it comes down to tanking. He may not necessarily be able to do a lot of damage because he's building up full defenses with Molten Essence, Guardian Helmet, Antiquarius. The only thing that he has is the Hunter Strike, which really enables him with more mobility and more of the maneuvers rather than to really seek someone out and assassinate them.
Yeah, but Icon has to have that game, right? You're on the Paquito, you gotta make plays, you gotta make sure that you have the stun locks, let your team kind of work around you. His issue right now with Alchemy in general is that Exalt and Jet have both been going in, but
it does seem like as though the calls also just going to be popping right up from the side of Stellar. It's just going to be continuing pouring themselves right down on the Alchemy with 2-3 person down already. While Stellar loses only one. Odia Bambi, he is going to be the jungler after all, so no retribution from their side. Icon does not have retribution, but Smelly Cat, he is right on his toes, and he will dive the turret for him and brings him down.
Yeah, actually massive right there for 4 for nothing for Stellar. They'll take that one. The Lord is going to be taken as well, and Sync will secure that Lord. And this is a back and forth, heavyweight fight that we saw that Alchemy was up a little bit. But then Stellar wins that. They get 4 for nothing. They get the Lord. That's exactly what you want. And that's going to be in prime position now. Now they're in the driver's seat. How do Stellar respond?
Honestly, when it comes down to Stellar, all they gotta do is respect Alchemy's damage. They're gonna have to be really careful about a wandering assassin. Where the Natalia is, do not leave Smelly Cat alone. Once one person goes down from the side of Stellar, they may not be able to find the opportunity to escort the Lord all the way into Alchemy's base. That is the #1 goal. To be honest, Stellar, they're not exactly on a timer or anything, but they do have the advantage right now. Make full use of the advantage. Don't try to throw all of that into the drain.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, but the Feathered Airstrike, the Lord has been taken and been removed. Sync is going to be left for dead. He's going to be killed. Exalt will secure that. You don't want to give him kills, but Exalt hasn't had the greatest of game. He's 2-6-5, has pretty much struggled in this game, but you need to buy Exalt time.
Well, that was thrown into the drain after all. Stellar didn't really quite manage to do anything much with the Lord, especially bringing down the inhibitor turret. That is the main thing that we want to see. Alchemy found a way to fight back. They managed to completely zone everyone out of the Lord's range thanks to the Feathered Airstrike. That is what high ground is able to do for you. That is what we want to see from that. And in the end of the day, Alchemy, they may have lost the Lord fight. They wasn't able to do much about it. But in the end, just gather yourself up again. Allow Exalt to get farm.
How close is this game, right? The fact that the Lord was pushing and a simple mistake by Sync was it caught him out of position. Probably not what you want to do. You kind of want to ride off of that Lord, making sure that he does most of the tanking for you, but unfortunately not the case. And this is what we wanted in terms of a competitive game. We knew that these two teams were very evenly matched, and we're seeing that. I mean, it's neck and neck.
The game is a little bit too close, right? Because Stellar and Alchemy, both of their lineup, they have a way to deal with one of the biggest impact player, which is going to be their marksman, right? When it comes down to Smelly Cat, he will be bursted down in an instant thanks to the Natalia, as he's already built up the Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, as well as the Blade of the Hapsies. In the meantime, for the side of Stellar, they do have Odia Bambi that will be able to just weave himself in Kado's protection, and he don't even have to care about anything at all. With the Corrosive Scythe, the Demon Hunter Sword, Malefic Roar, as well as Golden Staff, he can just jump straight on over to the side of the marksman. So this is the kind of game that we're looking out for. The survival of the marksman. Whichever marksman stays alive, they win the game.
Okay, but which of these two teams do you think win the late game, right? There's got to be a timer on one of these teams. Which one do you think is like, oh, if I just stick around, I'm going to be guaranteed this win.
To be honest, I think that it really doesn't... both of them is relatively equal. They all have their own different layers of protection, defenses, and attacks. It boils down to a lot more of their mechanics as to who goes in first, who peels for the team, and who is capable of bringing down the most impactful player. Puski can do whatever he wants onto Sync, but it's all about denying them of the vision. We looked at things from one step to another. Alchemy have to ensure that none of the Stellax members is close to the Lord. Deny them of all the vision. Deny them of a way to understand when is the perfect time to jump in for the Lord. And that is exactly what Puski is doing.
Yeah, he's going to flicker to safety. He's going to be backed up, but he's going to get caught out. The Cult Ultra is now going to be used. This is on cooldown, mind you. This could be a massive win. It could be a window of opportunity that Alchemy, if they want to press their attack, they're not going to. They're going to let the Lord back in this cave.
Both of these teams had disadvantages if they were to continue with the Lord. Number one, they lack Puski coming in as the pillar. Number two, they do not have the additional layer of defenses coming in from the Cult's altar. As such, both of them make a expeditious retreat out of that fight itself. However, this also means that Alchemy have lost that front liner to really deny Stellax of all the information that they have worked out so hard for. So right now, that's the problem. Alchemy lost all priorities. And this is the problem.
Yeah, oh dear baby! Oh, okay, that's going to be the first life, but it looks like he's going to be killed in return, and Zookeeper's down, and that's not what you want to do. This is an opening for Stellar. Can they get anything else in addition? Conceal's going to be used, they're going to go right in, but the nice stun is going to stop Fossa and Smelly Cat in their tracks.
With the immortality popped only from the side of, I believe that was Odia Bambi. I don't think that was a very good trade, to be honest. They lost in Natalia, which is one of the main reasons that is gatekeeping the 1-1. Now, 1-1 has got free real estate. Free reign all over the sides of Alchemy. He can just jump into the hearts of Alchemy and they wouldn't even be able to respond. Puski, he gonna have to step up here. He gonna have to find a way to really hold on to Smelly Cat and perhaps even try to draw some of these crossbow shots. Perhaps even Icon. Icon went for a lot of defenses. Problem is, he doesn't have got the blade armor.
All right, one thing about Zookeeper is that he kind of went in a little bit, you know, by himself, right? It was like a 1 versus 3, probably not a fight that you're going to take. You need to ensure that when you're taking a risky fight, that the probability is in your favor. That was a bad fight, and what happened was that the Lord, you know, was taken up by Stellark, so just not a good situation to put your team in. Now this lead is starting to grow. It's 4,000 at this point.
Alchemy backed out a little bit too early in the pre-fight of the Lord. They may have, they may need Puski to actually wander around, waiting for the point in time where they actually, the Guardian Helmet were to come into play and get himself that passive regeneration. But that also means that Alchemy actually withdrew all of their troops out of the area, and that wasn't good at all. Losing information, losing priority, that is what is going to bring them to this very moment where the Lord has managed to destroy the inhibitor turret in the middle lane and will be expecting split pushes in the top and the bottom.
It's just about the little things. You know, you make one mistake, things can turn on the game on its head, so to speak, and you put yourself in a bad situation. Those are things, mistakes that top-tier teams do not do, right? It's one of those situations where you need to think about what you're doing in the long game.
Right now, when it comes down to Alchemy, their jungler as well as the ESP laner pretty much have split roles. We are looking at the ESP laner, they're gonna have to peel for the entire team.
Yeah, but the Cult Ultra, that's gonna keep them alive, and they're gonna look to fight this. Fossa's getting so low, is he able to do it? But Jen has already been killed. That's a lot of damage that's been removed. Sync is somehow still alive, and all of this, Icon is getting a little bit low. Does he go back in? Exalt will use go away to keep himself alive, but now the core is wide open. They're focusing their attention, and that looks like it's gonna be game at 22 minutes. That took me a second because there was a little bit of a pause where they got game 1 in the bag.
That
Victory!
was definitely a game we have been expecting. It is pretty much a very much neck-and-neck fight. We do not really have a very good idea who is going to be really winning because Alchemy has gotten on the throats of Stellark in the early stages of the game. I do really want to know what Vertigo has got to think and say about this though.
The edge of the seat. I was like, oh, am I gonna stand? Am I gonna sit? It was so close. Like Stella was like winning one time, and then Zookeeper just comes in with an Natalia, keep hunting down onto Odia Bambi or even Smelly Cat. Just kept on hunting over and over and over, but it just didn't surmount or amount to anything at all, right? It's supposed to allow Alchemy SG to snowball, but it didn't. right? It was supposed to snowball. Yes, it worked in a way like, oh, you're gonna catch out that Hanzo, you're gonna catch out a Smelly Cat as well on the 1-1, but it didn't work fully.
One thing I really liked about that game, and it really was apparent to me by Stellark, was the fact that they're really veterans of the scene. They were a little bit behind, and most teams might have panicked a little bit, you know, in the laning phase. Oh, we're not having the greatest of game. But in this situation, they were like, hey, we know what to do. We can get ourselves back into this one because we need to just make a couple of good things, capitalize on some of the enemy mistakes, and we're right back into it.
Honestly, when it comes down to Alchemy's couple of mistakes, they were small little mistakes that eventually snowballed out of control, right? We have small little things such as the fact that Puski took too much damage and then they withdrew their units, but they withdrew too much to the point that they lost entire control of the Lord's Pit. Another kind of thing that we are looking at from the side of Alchemy is that Zookeeper is not going directly for the source, such as Malikat, and eliminating him straight. Instead, he goes for a little bit of an off-angle kind of thing, right? He goes for Odia Bambi first, because Odia Bambi is the one and only threat to Exalt.
Yeah, he is the one and only threat, but honestly, I have to say, just Zookeeper wasn't stepping up, right? It isn't his style, right? He was always one step behind. Yes, he got the assassination down, but he was always one step behind the team. And Smelly Cat, props to him, he keeps getting that crossbow of tank non-stop over and over again. He just kept going in and out, just juking everybody, and Smelly Cat played 1-1 to the T.
Are you saying that Zookeeper's a little slow?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of slow. He didn't keep his animals inside the zoo. He didn't keep his zoo people yet, but honestly, he played it well.
No, okay, so the thing is, right, whenever you're looking at Natalia on the opposite side, as a marksman, you cower in fear. However, this happens in ranked, because you don't have a lot of people that you can really rely on. And when you need to farm, you know that you need to farm, and you just go ahead to the lanes alone. But we're looking at Stellark. Stellark has got a lot of experience with one another. They know that they can't leave Smelly Cat alone. One way or another, he will be in the lane, bottom lane or top lane alone, but someone is wandering around the jungle getting information. That way Zookeeper can't get close, or even sticking right next to Smelly Cat. This way Zookeeper can't get kills.
And he was struggling throughout. I mean, he was trying to make plays. He was trying to do, you know, maybe you get that pick off and all of that, you get a little bit lucky, but it was a little bit of more of a risky play that actually kind of hurt the team more than anything else. But let's talk a little bit about the stats here, Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the stats, it's almost a landslide, but take a look at the total heal. Very neck and neck right now. Look at the carry right there, Chesty with 100k, and Chesty right now with the 90% as well on the Faramis, which makes a big deal. And speaking about big deals, let's take a look at the biggest deal of the match, and it is going to be Chesty, 7-2 and 11 with a 579 on the goal per minute and a 90% on the kill participation. And leaking that Faramis is a really, really big mistake. But moving on, what do you guys think, you know, Alchemy SG could do better in game number 2?
Ban Faramis?
Yeah, I mean, I would. I would ban Faramis.
I think it's a given, right? I think that just the amount of team fight, the fact that they were very reactionary to Faramis, I mean, why put your team in a situation like that?
Exactly.
Honestly, when it comes down to Faramis, there's a very good reason why people are going out for a ban here, and he's constantly in the top 10 of bans. In fact, like, when it comes down to pick ban rate, he's literally number 10.
He's literally number 10.
I think so. Wait,
you either pick him or you ban him, right?
Yeah,
There's no in between.
Right, so no, he's not exactly number 10, but you know, somewhere around that range. Number 10, number 11, somewhere around there. But the matter stays yet. It's kind of like
we're sunbasking. We're enjoying the sun.
Yeah, it's a little bit of it's a little hot today, but we're seeing it. It's more of the action and the gameplay that's going on more than
really
anything
makes
else.
us hot.
I mean, the fact that it's very neck and neck, we're getting very close to it, right? This is a situation where we knew things were going to be close. Every single match thus far is going to be neck and neck, I would say.
Oh, yeah, I mean, everything is neck and neck. It's like you can hear the screams coming out from Sync especially. He's screaming, he's like, he's here, come catch him. You know, the communication from Stellark as well as Alchemy SG is so on next level. We don't see this in rank because we're playing with randos all the time.
But I mean, normally we don't get to see and hear what the communications is like for the teams. But we actually can see what the communications is going on for the winning team. Of course, when it comes down to the winning side for Stellark, I think that we will definitely have a very good time watching and listening to what they have got to say in this highlight.
I stand.
Nice.
Ready or my?
Back up B, back up B. I go partnership.
I smoke him, eh?
Nice. Slowly.
Go on the lock. I stop faster.
Slowly.
Okay, fight them. Melissa dash already.
I going in.
Nice. Okay, Pakito. Bro. Nice. I block. Take me. I cut. Smanicate, stay behind or what?
Yeah.
Okay, go in.
Nice.
Hey, go. I stop faster. I got everything.
I hook lah.
Hey. Last one.
What a game.
Take it slow.
Yeah. Actually, that's very impressive of a team.
I like
right?
it.
And I think that shows the experience of them. Right? It's not just like, green light, go, everybody just go. You try to kill as many people as possible. It's like, hey, hold up. Let's make sure that we secure this game.
Yep. I mean, for me, it's kind of like a gas it kind of situation. Just step on it. Whenever we are looking at objective, gotta just go for it. To be honest, it is a very surprising thing from the side of Alchemy that they are unable to hold on to the assault coming in from Stellar. And now I'm starting to feel how Holler feels in match 1.
Yeah, which is terrible, right? Are you a little worried?
I'm a little bit worried.
Are you? Because you felt it this morning. Is it worse now? Is it the indigestion kicking in? Huh?
A little bit.
Because I'm feeling better. This gut feel is amazing.
It's transferring over to us.
A little bit of sniffles now.
It's feeling a little cold.
Sniffles when it comes down to flu or anything.
Yes. Oh, great. I'm glad that you feel that way. I mean, it's one of those situations. But now first, let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors. Frank by OCBC is back with a new season of MLBB card designs for the Frank debit card, and for the first time ever, it will feature heroes with skins for Fanny Gushin, Leslie Cho, Esmeralda, and Florin. Sign up for Frank X MLBB debit card at go.ocbc.com/MPLSG from now till 7th of May 2023. On top of that, join Frank by OCBC's Coin Quest and spend with your Frank card to earn coins and redeem prizes at OCBC Wisma Atria or any Frank stores. Get 1 coin for every $10 spent.
Wow.
You could possibly walk away with grand prizes like a Samsung Galaxy S23 256 GB, OSIM U-Throne gaming chair, Scoot voucher, and various random MLBB in-game items like Lightborn and, of course, Saber skins.
Wow.
All things that you would really want, and you might as well sign up, and you're seeing the cards right in front of us.
Exactly. Get rewarded for every $10 that you spend. And you stand a chance to win such amazing prizes. Like this chair, you can get Scoot vouchers as well. You can go overseas.
There's a lot of things that you can do.
Yeah.
So what are you waiting for? Head over and find out more at every single one of their outlets. And of course, there's so much that you gotta have to find out. A little bit too much, actually. So honestly, it would be a waste if you don't head over to the outlet.
Yeah, so you better get it now, or I will... What will I do? I'll give you a new card. Wait, no, that's not a threat. No,
I don't know if they would want a card from me.
Oh, and Frank OCBC card.
Yeah,
from
but given by Vertigo...
what's wrong?
Shots fired, no?
Shots fired. Yeah. Literally.
My heart.
Yeah. You know, I'm the kind of person that kind of jump ship. Initially, I was like kind of with you attacking him because of his predictions and such. But now that, one of my predictions is gone, I'm kind of like scoot over to this side for a little bit.
But
how
the game
could you give up on the boys? Yeah, the game is not over till it's over.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over. But you know what they say? I'm not a leader. I'm a follower.
Wow. So you're gonna follow Stellar SG right now, according to the drafting phase?
I still have a little bit of a biasness in me.
All right. Okay. A little bit of biasness or a lot?
A teeny bit. I think the main thing is my biasness will stay with Alchemy as long as I don't see a Natalia.
Ooh,
because I think so far the Natalia doesn't really work very well for Alchemy SG's gameplay.
I think a Cyclops tank or a Khalid tank would do really
Cyclops
good
tank,
right now.
Really? Cyclops tank.
It's a good lockdown, right?
No.
You have a good hard lockdown or a Selena?
No.
A Selena sounds
plausible. It's an immobilizing stun and it's an ultimate that will take years for it to reach its target.
A one Purify can do it all, right?
Yes.
With the crunch in as well. But take a look at this. Stellar banning away the Faramis away from themselves because Alchemy, they are first picking right now. And the glue slips through. And just like that, 80% win rate on that glue. Puski has been playing the glue a lot, even during the regular season.
So honestly, having the glue being picked up is definitely a nice thing to see from the side of Alchemy. As we move on to the next few picks from the side of Stellark, we definitely have seen them play a lot, and I would love to see the Melissa being picked out, especially since Melissa isn't picked out at all. Perhaps Alchemy SG would have a very good idea how they want to play around with this, because if Stellark were to go to Melissa, that means Alchemy SG will pick up the Martyrs in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, they would. Look at this. Melissa and Valentina already picked up. Will Alchemy pick up that Martyrs? I think they will, because the Martyrs
99% chance.
Are you sure?
99% chance.
What if they pick up the Fredrin?
Then I will be very disappointed. I mean, they can pick the Fredrin. They can pick the Fredrin.
They can.
But head over to the EXP later, like what Puski... Oh wait, never mind. Puski is
they already got
the
glue.
glue. They already have got the glue. So we can't see that happening. But I would want to see the Martyrs. Martyrs is one of the most annoying heroes when you are dealing as
Oh, wow, the Master Shredder right there. They're gonna go for the carry, and why not? The carry is such a good pick right here. Any tanky heroes you're gonna pick, he is gonna shred them down, and just like that, a Arlet will be there to counter ban it. Wow.
Okay.
Counter pick, sorry.
I'm not exactly sure what is the idea of going for an immediate pick on the carry. So far, Stellark hasn't really shown their hands as to how tanky their side is going to be and what exactly they are really going for. If they are trying to, you know, kind of get one step ahead, such as taking out a Fredrin, because Fredrin is definitely a very probable pick coming in from Stellark.
Yeah.
So if they were to pick up the carry first, it kind of discourages the side of Stellark to pick up the Fredrin.
They need some tankiness right now because Stellark are looking very, very squishy, right? You have the Valentina and then you have the Melissa as well. But I do hear a Diggy being banned out right now by Alchemy, and it does seem like a Atlas might be coming out. So the Minotaur is going to get banned along with the Hanzo, and Alchemy, they could pick up a Atlas for themselves due to that Diggy ban.
They can. Stellark themselves can go for that pick too, to be very honest.
Yeah.
If you're looking at an Arlet, Arlet can play a very tanky Arlet, and yet he's still capable of doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, because of Vengeance.
Yes, and as Diggy is already out of the picture, an Atlas there wouldn't be a lot of counters to it. So Alchemy SG's carry gonna have to pick up the Purify, and when it comes down to the Fasa, we're gonna have to expect the Purify going on as well. But of course, we're just looking very far ahead, and I don't think that the Atlas is really gonna happen.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, right? I mean, you have a Valentina, so Atlas wouldn't be great right here. So they might be signaling to something else right now, but banning away the Estes and the Diggy, wow. But don't forget this, Stellark do have the last pick, so they might be saving the roam for the last pick.
Grok is currently still open, and Grok is a very annoying hero against the side of Fasa.
They denies the Grok already.
Well, I mean, the Arkai itself has been picked too, so with the Arkai picked, I guess this is really boiling down to lockdowns, right? They're boiling down to lockdowns, heavy spins, the final slash, as well as the fact that Chesty is able to steal the feathered airstrike. That is high ground that we are expecting to see there.
With the Archive, what could they possibly go for right now? A Tigro?
To banish all darkness.
Alright, so we're gonna go for the tank Lancelot. Hopefully, they're definitely gonna go into the tank. And then it's gonna be a big Lolita coming out. Wow. And I just have to mention, the whole of level 1 right now and level 2 is fully decked out with people. So thank you so much, guys, for coming down, and especially in this sweltering weather, to come and enjoy the aircon as well. But let's enjoy what Stellark has to go for their last pick right now.
Well, it of course still baffles me that Martyrs is not picked by Icon.
Yeah, they might.
Especially since Martyrs is Icon's favorite hero, and or rather, he has is pretty much his signature hero.
What is this? A Kadita?
Okay, so the Kadita pick.
Kadita Roam.
Kadita Roam, yes. Kadita pick is really just there to really melt down onto the Fasa.
Yeah.
Because they don't necessarily have someone that can really deal with Fasa, except for the Arlet. And I think that they have something else in store for Arlet. Maybe they will want to go for like a double attack kind of thing onto the Fasa and put a lot of attention onto her.
I know what they're gonna do with this Arlet. They're trying to deny the Numenon Blast.
Well,
it's a very good, you can reach in you're gonna get slowed, right? Flicker in, yes, and then you sweep, you will deny Numenon Blast.
Right.
All right, well, backs on the wall. Alchemy, this is pretty much it. They're down 0-1. Lose, they go home. What's going to happen? Vertigo, before you go, your thoughts? Who do you think has got the edge on this one?
Honestly, I really like Alchemy SG's lineup here, especially with the Lancelot.
Okay. I mean, you predicted Alchemy going into this one. This is going to be, of course, game 2, match 2 as well. But now, Eugene, Abstract, your thoughts on this game? Who has the edge?
Well, I'm sorry, but Stellar's lineup is probably going to be my favorite this time. I think one of the main thing is also the fact that with a Melissa being picked on the opposite side, I think that I'm just mostly tunnel visioning on the fact that Icon plays a lot of Martyrs, and yet they didn't pick up a Martyrs, which is a very good answer over to the side of Melissa. It kind of throws me off quite a bit, right? So I'm not exactly sure what exactly is going to be the answer to the Melissa. Are they going to fully commit over their Fasa just onto this Melissa, or do they have some other plans that they have got in store for us? Zookeeper, you are a mysterious guy.
Yes, definitely mysterious, but they have a lot of tanky heroes, I would say, by Alchemy. It's one of those things where they definitely thought about this. They have a lot of sustain, but now can they figure out ways to get onto the back line? You talked about the Melissa might being an issue, but you know they have a lot of control on Stellark as well. So it seems to be a bit neck and neck. I do like Stellark's draft going into this one, but we're gonna have to find out. I feel like these are still 2 evenly drafted teams.
Well, it's still too early for me to even get a really good idea of how this game is gonna be. But right off the bat, we do have Icon that have made his way up to the northern side and have managed to successfully take a kill down on the Sync. And as someone who played both Arlet as well as this Glue, I gotta say, I am surprised to see the death of Arlet.
Yes, definitely. So, I mean, especially this early, I don't think I really expected that going into this one. But again, it's first blood. Yes, it sucks. They have an advantage. It's not the end of the world, though. But as I say that, looks like Odie or Bambi. No, okay. They're going to just disengage.
Yep, with the turtle that will be popping out right about now. Alchemy prepares themselves and ready themselves for the onslaught of Stellark. Odia Bambi has readied his position as well, so they are trying to get as much priority as they can. Icon was hoping that he will be able to drag the turtle over to their side, but Puski a little bit far. Zookeeper, Numenon Blast!
Nice Numenon Blast, catches on to 2, and Think is going to be the victim on that one, but they've already gotten the turtle. Alchemy have prioritized that. Odia Bambi is going to be killed. Jet now so low. Oh, the Breath of the Ocean, not able to kill it, and they, just barely missing out. Now Fasa's in a bad spot, and it looks like Alchemy are looking to turn this one around. Chesty has now joined the fray, but it's a little too late, and Fasa will pay.
Oh man, a couple of miscalculations coming from the side of Stellark. They were so close to bring Jet down, and who wasn't hit by the Breath of the Ocean. If only he was hit, that would have been the end. And I think that Fasa doesn't really necessarily have to commit into that to really go for the kill, but perhaps they have the idea that Kadita, position 5, Jet, position 3. We gotta have to find a way to bring him down, and even for my death, and I'm able to bring him down, that would be great. It didn't go out so well.
Every time Alchemy has a good game, they always start with the early. They tend to understand how to prioritize, making sure that they do put themselves in a position to win. As I say that, Stellark, again, have been able to counter thus far, but this is a pretty sizable lead, especially this early. It's 2,500, and Odia Bimmy with a heavy spin just pushing people back.
Well, I'm not too sure how that is going to be like, but for now, Zookeeper will be able to successfully take a kill down on the Smelly Cat. And now the rest of the fight, Icon hits himself in, and underneath the turret was hoping that he would be able to assassinate Chesty, but from this point on, it is a 1-for-2 trade.
1-for-2 trade, but they did a little bit of chip damage on that tower. I mean, pretty much Alchemy have done a great job of pushing it in, making sure that they have that initiative and forcing it down Stellark's throat, so to speak. Now they've been very defensive. They've been reactionary. They've been trying to get themselves back in this, and now Stellark need to just kind of stem the bleeding a little bit.
And now, with 4 minutes into the game, is only left to 15 seconds until the turtle comes up. And we know, whenever these objectives are coming up, Alchemy will be readying themselves for the eventual take of this turtle. How much resources are they going to be pushed in? Normally, I will have my eyes onto the EXP laner. Husky has, of course, managed to bring down the top lane creeps as fast as he can, and now made his way over to the middle. There could be a very likelihood that Alchemy is just going to be fully committing all 5 just for this turtle.
It's a big commitment, I think, at this point. I mean, Alchemy will take that one. They know that they had the advantage right now. They've taken then an easy second turtle. Sync now try to go in, but Puski.
It doesn't seem like Puski will be able to go down anytime soon. It's now just gonna go straight for the split. Puski pulls Sync right into the heart of the battle, brings him down. But in the meantime, the Vossa gets himself right out of dodge as soon as he can. Jesse doesn't really have any ultimate stolen at this point in time. Well, the fight is going to be extended now for a little while longer. Stella is just going to be congregating to one another. All four of them will be fighting out against Puski. He manages to find himself a possession right down on the Fossa. It brings him down for himself. A good trade altogether.
Okay, I thought Puski was going in to kind of just
hold things out,
yeah, to bait, to kind of attract attention elsewhere, but the fact that he was able to get something out of that, I mean, yes, he killed Fossa, that's a massive win for them. He did get it with split, and the possession that they had, so a pretty decent situation, but still, Puski was the highest in terms of, I mean, his KDA is 312, he died right there, you're throwing a little bit of gold back at them, and that's kind of not what you want as Alchemy.
Yep, so at least for the EXP laners from the side of Alchemy, he is currently hovering somewhere around at 3,800 gold. If we are looking
at the final slash pushes Icon in a bad situation.
He's gonna be okay though. He do have his ultimate that really gets himself right out of dodge as soon as he can. He's built tankily as well, so let's not forget about that. We are looking at his Lancelot. He's currently have got the Molten Essence. I think that he's going in for the Hunter Strike first. So War Axe. So Icon went straight in for the War Axe, but the first item was indeed the Molten Essence. So it's kind of like a hybrid to a certain extent.
Okay, and I don't think you have to go either one way or the other. If you need a little bit of damage on this team. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jet and Farza, the carry as well, they have a lot of opportunities and a lot of options, but having that a third piece that can kind of really turn the team fight on its head by the potential damage that you can do is going to help Alchemy SG out quite a bit.
They need cleanup, and that is what Icon will come into play as
They need a janitor, that's what you're saying.
Exactly. Someone with the mop and the broom. And that is exactly what Icon will be. We know that Jet will be able to drop their opponent's HP down by quite a lot. Hold on a second, it's now Odin Bambi just going to be going straight in for the heavy spin.
Yeah, but Zookeeper getting so low, he's by himself. He's going to be killed. Smelly Cat will secure that one. Icon Deck takes out Sync. Bossa's next on that list. Exalted just looking to clean house, and there we go. The Thorn Rose is going to do some work, and Puski wants more. Is he able to get Smelly Cat? No, they're going to run away. They're going to cut the creeps more than anything else, but this is a pretty good fight for Alchemy.
This is pretty good. Now Puski is just going to be right in front of the inhibitor turret, and he did manage to pull the waves for a while longer, allowing for Alchemy to bring down the first tier turret in the middle lane, allowing them and opening up the map even further for them, making sure the Stellark is starved out for gold.
Yeah, starved out, and they're actually being pushed back and being very reactionary. Again, Alchemy SG now have kind of backed off, regrouped. They're going to look to take the top T1. That's already been taken. And now they're going to look to just see what they can do. They pretty much control the jungle. Stellark have not found an opportunity. It's like, who do you go for? Yeah, you find Puski out front, but that's really not the target you want to get to. You got to get to these squishies in the back, Jet, Exalt, somehow. How do you find them? It's a very difficult situation for Stellark.
And of course, Alchemy's Jet has got a good amount of gold hovering on his head right now, with a total of roughly about 5,400 gold in himself, while Stellark, Chesty doesn't have a lot of gold, 4,200 gold. While Fossa, he's playing as a roam, 3,300 gold. He doesn't really have the capabilities to really go down for a immediate kill onto Jet. Jet doesn't have any form of defensive items. He's going straight in as what a normal mage would do, and that is to be a glass cannon, popping the health of the people in the back lines.
Yes, in the back line, they need to figure out a way to get there. It's not the easiest situations. I mean, they have their sense of control, but Sync, getting about half-life, is going to look to fight this one. The final slash pushes him back under the turret, though, but now Sync, bad spot. He's going to be picked off. Exalt will secure that one, and it's a 4-member ambush squad by Alchemy, and they've taken that tower as well.
So this is for sure, right? Stellark should be able to bring down the first defense turret in the top side, because Alchemy, they put a little bit too much people down in the bottom lane. Too much resources used to just bring one person down, as well as to bring down the turret. As such, they kind of initially lost the priority for the Lord, but somehow they managed to reclaim them back. Chesty's HP doesn't look good. Forced Odia baby to a pop. The heavy spin. Chesty also lost his Domino Blast.
It doesn't really matter. You push him away. Icon's like, I still got the damage. I'm going to pick him off, and I'm going to take that one. And this is a bad situation for Stellark, and now this is going to be a huge window of opportunity for Alchemy SG as they start the Lord.
There's a lot of Ultimates right now that is out of order. In fact, this game, this fight for the Lord is very likely going to be completely uncontested, and Alchemy should be able to take this without a problem. All of the outer turrets should be down.
Yeah, and Alchemy SG, in the first game, they had a slight advantage. Stellark were able to find those windows opportunities. They had mistakes, they capitalized them, and they got themselves back in this game. This one is looking largely different in the sense that Alchemy's like, hey, we know what we did wrong. We're not going to make the same mistakes going in this one. We're going to just suffocate you out, make it very difficult for you to come back, Stellark.
Well, Icon, he is definitely putting quite a show for us. Currently hovering around 7,400 gold, Molten Essence, Thunder Axe, as well as the Thunderbound. He is right in the front lines, in the face of the enemies. They are really disrupting the Stellark's lineup quite a lot, and they are trying to force a lot of movements, unnecessary movements from the side of Stellark. And I think that is really one of the main things that they are looking out for, to ensure that Stellark is unable to congregate together as a team, while Alchemy themselves is capable of doing that.
Yeah, not able to do that. Even look, the Lord is going to crash in the T3 bottom. He's eventually going to get there. But Alchemy right now have done a great job of pushing and forcing the initiative in the other lanes so that you can't just solo kill the Lord, so to speak. But now with the lanes all pushing, now Stellark, how do they defend against 3 different fronts?
Main thing is you're gonna have to deal with the Lord, ensuring that the Lord never ever touches your inhibitor turret. You're gonna have to sacrifice the outer turrets, which is why I say that Alchemy definitely will have all the outer turrets down, no problems. Farsight's HP, well, disappeared out of absolutely nowhere. I would assume that he actually tanked up most of the damage from the side of the Lord. But from now, it is all about the collateral damage coming in from the rest of the Mega Minions, which is definitely something that Stellark should be able to deal with, no problems.
Tough game thus far for Stellark. Sync 0-5-1. We haven't really seen the impact of the Arlot. Fossa, on the other hand, 1-4-2 is getting in there. But let's talk a little bit about the damage here with Jet on top, with Icon in second, and of course Smelly Cat.
To be honest, to see Jet and Icon at the top of the list, I'm not exactly too surprised. Smelly Cat, though, I was hoping that he will be somewhere in the second spot when it comes down to the damage dealt. But once again, once I think about it again, Alchemy, they have a lot of disruption going on. Puski constantly jumps over the backlines, and he is just so annoying with all the immobilizing goos. And what can you really do about it as a marksman that doesn't have a lot of mobility? All you have is probably Cutter's Protection, and you build a bubble around you. Yes, the goo would not escape, the goo would not break off. However, there is still a split. You still can inhibit the soul.
I mean, he's just, like, the hero is just very strong, but, like, the heavy spin just mostly mitigated by Puski. He's got split. He's going to be used, and really not much damage going on.
Zookeeper knew and he saw that the Numenon Blast was aiming down for him. He went for a flicker downwards so that he would avoid the Numenon Blast itself, so that he is able to deal a counter-attack. Now Alchemy found a kill down onto Smelly Cat, allowing them to be able to get a really steady push in the middle lane, no problems, as Stellark only has 2% for defense.
Oh, they've lost 3. It's a 3-0 going the way of Alchemy. Just, I mean, no creeps here, but you get the Lord, so you get something out of it. It's not the worst thing in the world. But that net worth lead is starting to get sizable. Very difficult mountain to climb for Stellark here.
Very impressive game so far. 41,000, close to 42,000 gold from the side of Alchemy, close to 10,000 gold advantage. Where are all of these discrepancies coming from? Icon, let's take a look at Icon first. When it comes down to the jungle, it is about 3,000 gold difference. And just from that is a huge amount already. When it comes down to the marksman itself, Exxon is hovering at about 9,000 gold, while Smelly Cat is somewhere about 8,200. So that is not a lot. It really boils down to the junglers that actually have most of those farm.
Can we say Icon jungle diff? Is it too early still? I mean, yes, I know that this is game 2 and we might go to a game 3, but but here's the funny thing is that everyone from Alchemy, like if we're looking at straight up KDAs, like every single lane they won. This is a firm control that Alchemy SG have done. It just made it very difficult for Stellar to do anything. But now the Lord is going to be crashing in. T3's already been removed.
The tank Lancelot is definitely playing a lot of dividends right now. Even though he's so tanky, he still can deal a lot of damage. Oh, the stun! Right on the Foster! He wasn't able to get himself into rough waves and get himself an escape and a kill.
Yeah, not having a good game right there. I mean, just completely caught out. It was one of those situations where, yeah, you're attracting a lot of attention, but nobody was backing you up. Stellar were dealing with the Lord, but looks like they're going to go in. Icon about half-life already, but oh dear Bambi, he spins, and it looks like Icon, does he go back in?
He doesn't really care about anything at all. Zookeeper was hoping that he'd go for the Numinous Blast. He did manage to land onto one person though, as Smelly Cat is just going to be popping the counter protection, but that didn't work out very well for him.
Pooskie's killed Smelly Cat, and that's most of your damage. Sync just trying to stay alive. They do have the suppression onto Icon. The Thorn Rose, he's going to back off, disengage everything. You've gotten what you've wanted, which is a couple of kills. You got the T3s, the base is open. The world is your oyster, Alchemy SG.
Close to a barren wasteland. Middle lane and the bottom lane's inhibitor turret has essentially been destroyed. Stellar now have got a lot of attention that they gotta have to put down on the bottom lane. It's like you have two newborn babies and you gotta have to put so much attention onto them. While Alchemy, what they have right now, the only thing they have is to wait for the perfect opportunity, which is to bring down the Lord, get themselves the priority, and get as much information as possible. As long as they're able to starve out Stellar, they will be able to grow their income even more from here.
Ah, man, Stellar, you gotta do it like a Hail Mary play. You gotta figure something out. You gotta get some sort of pick off. If you let Alchemy just take the free Lord, it's up in another 30 seconds, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. You have no more time at this point. You might as well go throw caution to the wind and just try to do what you can. Maybe you get a pick off, maybe you get lucky, but at least you're trying at the end of the day.
I think one of the biggest sadness from the start of Stellar is that the Arlet is not exactly coming into play at all. He's currently just hovering very low. In fact, he is just a few hundred gold above a Fossa. That is not what you wanted to see coming from the side of EXP laner, and not to forget even the one that builds tank. This Arlet only have got a Radiant Armor and a Thunderbelt, two item that is maxed out. So he don't have a lot of that tank ability in the front lines. He can't really do much. And even if he wants to go over to the back lines and disrupt the enemy's lines with his ultimate, he can't stay alive for long. It's essentially going to be a 4 vs 5 fight, and Sync just can only do a single cycle of ultimate, or rather single cycle of skills, and goodbye he goes.
Yeah, no real chance. He's had a rough game throughout the entire one, right? He hasn't gotten going, hasn't been able to do anything. Icon will take that Lord. That's going to be an easy one for him. The Retribution's going to be on point, but the flicker into the Numinous Blast. Catches out Smelly Cat, he blows him up, and now Chesty's on the run. Icon just harassing him. The Thorn Rose is going to do a little bit of work, but now the base is wide open. They're going to go for this one, and oh dear Bambi just trying to stay alive. Dude, to get the knockoff onto Icon, gets a little bit low. He gets killed. Fosso will secure that one, but the base has been there. And Exalt is focusing on the base, and that's going to be it. And game 2 goes the way of Alchemy SG.
What a game! Alchemy SG found themselves a tempo that they managed to ride on. They didn't stop anywhere from the start all the way to the end, and they made sure that Stellar constantly gets choked out. They did manage to put a lot of their insurance into the mid stages of the game, and they moved together as a unit. Vertigo, please.
Wow, one whole unit. Alchemy, they were dominating from the start. They were dominating all the way till the end, and they were just on fire. Yeah. Oh my god, I am speechless, guys. Icon did a, I just want to nitpick this. Icon did a very quick item swap for him to stay alive. If you guys did notice, the immortality gets popped. He swapped it into a Winter Truncheon. It's a very normal thing to do. The immortality gets popped. You sell it with a Winter Truncheon, right? But honestly, Alchemy SG, they just went on and they took control of their snowball and they went with it. They drafted for the snowball and it turned into an avalanche.
Very clinical game, and that's kind of what we expected. Alchemy, just having that lead, you have to close things out. They've done a great job with that one. Now, I feel like this game was on me, in the sense that I was like, basking in glory. I thought the game was over, but we see that Alchemy are not here. They have a never say die attitude, and they're into this one. They're going to go to a game 3 that's going to be coming up.
I'm happy to be wrong about Alchemy's lineup. Apparently, this worked out amazingly. And you know what? The fact that Icon didn't pick up Martis, I'm no longer sad about it. He picked up this Lancelot and he slayed it.
He slayed it.
He slayed it. 5 kills, 3 deaths, 7 assists. The first person to get all 6 items up. The first person to break the 5 digit economy mark. This guy single-handedly helped his team and they all moved together as a unit. He set the pace. He managed to get the tempo in order for all and the rest of his teams to move on with him together.
One organism, right? I mean, I have to say, Icon, not only that, another impressive feat is that it's tank items. So tank items tend to be more expensive. Yeah. So it's definitely harder to get that tank item. And Icon, look at him, 13,000 on that goal right there. But we're not going to discount out Stellark as well. Take a look at Smelly Cat with 10k on under his belt, technically under his belt, because right there, look at the amount. He even went for that rose gold meteor for that last minute clutch fight.
Yeah, you got to go back to the basics. I think Stellark right now, we've seen that, you know, the Fossa, the Kadita pick kind of not really, you know, hasn't really paid off in spades. I think it's a bad situation, hopefully in the draft, but Abstract.
I think that it really boils down to the draft for Stellark as well. One thing that I missed out is the fact that the way that they play Arlet was to play it onto the tank role, right? So tank role, yes, you still have a decent amount of damage, but you don't necessarily have enough damage to really burst down someone over to the back line. Yes, they do have a Fossa that's playing as the Kadita. That's a good amount of damage that takes over the impact player. But from this point onwards, they really rely a lot on Odium Bambi to open up the maps. So technically speaking, when it comes down to roles, it kind of seems like it's a little bit all over the place. Yeah. Even though Chastity is the middle mage, he's more of a support than more of what Fossa is.
Okay, yeah, no, I do agree with that, and I think that they were in firm control. Alchemy just on point, right? But let's talk a little bit about the MVP going into this one. Game 2.
Pusky.
Pusky. All right, that's
I'm feeling Pusky.
You're feeling Pusky, and looks like it's Jed.
Oh, it's Jed. Wow.
All right. So, I mean, when you're 5-0-9...
My MVP has been good so far. I've been calling it out pretty well.
Did you call it after it showed up?
No, I called it before.
Okay. The timing was suspect. I think we're going to have to see the replay on that one just to make sure.
So sus. We gotta replay on that. But 2 for 2 Abstract, well done. But right now, 5-0-9. Jet was untouchable. Literally untouchable. The feather airstrike just kept on landing over and over, and he kept on securing the kills, sniping them over and over. And that's a very nice counter to Protect Me models as well, because no other hero can reach into the Melissa but the feather airstrike.
Yeah, and he was on point every single time. It was the maximum limit, just being able to just snipe it out. He was just really on another level. I think that this is very scary. Now, as you get into Game 3, this is gonna be, of course, the decider. Like, it might be a situation where you maybe start to look to ban out some of these heroes?
I mean, when it comes down to the Fossa from the side of Jet, definitely is ban-worthy. In Game 1, they didn't ban it, and Alchemy still lost with it. So to be honest, it's kind of like a 50-50 kind of situation. It's just so that this unit that Alchemy has is so much better that they are able to defend this Fossa, from Fossa.
Yes, but let's find out. Let's check the mic check. This is going to be the highlights for that game as we go into that one to see everything in action.
Nice. Bambi on me.
Bambi no.
Somebody can lower.
Gas.
Nice one. Back.
Wah,
Kyrie.
Hey, tolong.
Hey, my team need to walk up.
Hey, go son.
Bambi out me. I won't die.
Kaita from back.
Oi! I'm there. Bambi no.
Fossa, brother.
Are you lost, Viveka?
Fossa.
Are you lost? Oh! I'm marking Kadita. On me. Bambi on me.
Hey, this thing trying to go for me, bro.
Smelly Cat stun.
Hey, Kadita, I stun Kadita.
Smelly Cat alone.
Kadita dead.
Coming to
All dead.
Let's get mid. Let's go.
Smelly cat.
What's he gonna do? Sit down.
Hold your purifier. Okay, Kadita. He fucked up.
I stun him, go on.
You're gonna die.
Ya ampun.
Hey, can end it.
Nice. Just picking it off. I mean, this is the best part about the mic check, right? The fact that like everybody's just like cheering and going for it. It's not like my voice chats where we're just kind of
swearing up each other or whatever, and having like a rough
What are you
time.
gonna do?
Sit down, Roy. Oh, I love it. It's been so long. Honestly, I tell you, it's been 6 to 7 years since I heard someone to tell another team to sit down.
I mean, because they're all seated.
Yeah, exactly. So you do not want them to stand up, in to gloat. So you tell them, hey, just sit down, just sit down. Don't need to stand, don't stand.
But I gotta say though, I think that it was Zookeeper, if I'm not wrong, he called it up perfectly to really watch out for the Kadita.
He
watch
controlled
out for
the game.
Kadita.
Yeah.
1 second later, Kadita popped up. And I believe that it is all of these kinds of communication coming in that really kept Jet in the midst of things.
Yeah.
And really have him very cautious.
Very protective.
And conscious about where this Kadita is.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, oh, where is it? Where's the Kadita? Where's the Kadita? Kadita is here, Kadita's behind. Oh, I'm getting pinned. Don't worry about me. I won't die. I won't die.
But he died.
But he died. But it was all very close.
I think that this is a perfect time for me to kind of like call out Icon, Early in the game, everyone say back is still going, huh? Naughty, naughty.
Naughty, Icon, naughty, naughty. But you know what's not naughty? It's gonna be the all-star event of Purify Harmonia? Exactly. So right there with our beautiful and newly branded ambassadors all the way from South Korea, it's ITZY right there on the screen as you can see. So we have the events coming on the 31st.
Yeah, 31st to April 23rd. Complete tasks to collect tech notes and unlock free rewards like special skin Rafaela, Seraphic Selfie, Avatar Border Shine, Atomic Pop Spawn Effect, and Graffiti Be the Superstar 3 days. Of course, All-Star is now underway. Invite your friends and enjoy the generous events together. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB All-Star, and of course, hashtag Be the Superstar.
Yeah, I mean, free skins. I mean, all you have to do is just play with your friends, collect that little bit of Harmonia, tech notes, sorry. All you have to do is just
music,
connect, you just collect the tech notes, and all you have to do, you can level up all the way to the guys here.
It's too early. We're not quite the time for nightclubs yet.
Oh no, I don't go there. But I do enjoy, the only music I enjoy is the music that they play during the breaks.
Okay. Well, we're going to go into a quick break just so that you can hear the songs that you want. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes with game number 3.
You better stay here.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hug's secret for acne-free skin.
Hello, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 5. We are in the playoffs. This is, of course, Day 1. My name is Holler, Abstract, Vertigo. We've just seen Match 2, Game 2. Alchemy struck back, and now we're into the third game. Your thoughts on this game, the final one?
The final one, okay. My thoughts are... Alchemy.
Oh no! Guess how quickly you jump on the bandwagon.
Wow. No. Listen. Hold up, okay? I've been always on the Alchemy side. It's just that sometimes the drafting, I may think that, you know what? Stellax has got a better edge, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I still have my biases for my boys, alright?
Oh, those are your boys now. Because you were quick to throw them away after game 2, right? We have the chat replay on that one. But nonetheless,
I have been misunderstood.
No. You were crystal clear on this.
Yeah, we gotta take a vote on that. He's like, oh, I'm on the Stellax bandwagon now.
No, I'm on his bandwagon on the fact that we are attacking you.
Okay, and then now you're back on the bandwagon for Alchemy SG because they're your boys.
No, they were a completely different topic. And such, talking about topic, we're moving on topic.
Okay, but for the record, I always feel like whoever wins Game 2 has that huge momentum shift.
Yeah.
I mean, they just won in. Now the pressure is really on Stellar, right? Their backs are to the wall. This is pretty much it. If they lose, they go home. They have to play through the qualifiers to even get back into Season 6.
Exactly.
That's a lot of pressure.
But don't forget, Stellar once played through the qualifier as well in the previous season, right? And not only that, they have had their back against the wall countless times. They are the OGs. They can come back from this.
I mean, they have been flaunting the title. Old is gold for time and time again. But now, the new is the new...
Fresh. The new is the fresh?
The new is the fresh. I don't know. I'm really bad at punning and rhyming stuff for very good reasons. But of course, we're moving on to the third game, and the draft here is going to be epic. It's going to be so important because both teams, they would want to play as defensive as possible because one small little mistake could get them out of the day.
Exactly. Right now, it is a tense BOE right now, BO1. And they're going to be banning out yet again the Fanny and the Valentina, respect to Icon as well as Zookeeper. Sorry, Jet. There we go. Icon and Jet right there. But banning away the Eve and the 1-1, respect over to Smelly Cat and Chesty. Very big damage dealers coming out from both sides, right?
The Farsa has yet to be banned from the side of Stellark, and it does seem as though Stellark would have an understanding that they have a way to deal with Alchemy SG's Farsa.
I think they want to pick it up from themselves. Look at that. They're banning away the Faramis. Yeah, because they're first pick.
Probably.
So Alchemy either has to ban this or have a answer to this Farsa. Since they did use the Farsa in the second game, they might have a answer for that Farsa. If they were to let it go.
Chesty did play 4 Farsas. So to be honest, it wouldn't be too big of a surprise for us to see the Farsa immediately being picked out. But Stellark have decided to go for the first pick onto the glue.
Farsa again, they're gonna counterpick with the Farsa as well. I mean, it's Alchemy, right? They will have to go for the Farsa. If it's not broken, why fix it? So they are probably gonna go into that Farsa yet again, just like that. And the carry. We saw how carry went online and just start to shred so many people. They shred down the Lord in less than about 20 seconds.
It really is a very good counter against Glue, especially when it comes down to him being very tanky and very sustainable. Whatever that you're gonna have to do is just shred this guy down before he becomes more of a menace.
Menace, Dennis, what could they be picking? Right now, Stella, they have so much option on their hand. They can counterpick this carry. They can pick up somebody who can catch onto that carry and do that hard lockdown. They might go for the Arkai again. Maybe in the second phase.
Yeah, Melissa is still open as well.
Yeah.
The Valentina, unfortunately, has been banned. And this is one thing that I thought would work pretty darn well for us. Oh, Kaja! Oh,
yeah, Kaja slipped through. Yeah, that's the lockdown. Yeah, that's the lockdown right there. 50% win rate and a 32.8% pick rate right there. And yet again, the Lancelot. Yeah, look at that. It's a perfect rendition of the first, of the second game in the first phase. But this time, they're not going to be having a 1-1 or a Valentina.
So now, Alchemy, they are lacking of lockdown heroes. And so far, based on track record, Stellark would definitely go for Lolita ban as well as Minotaur ban.
Eden?
Never mind.
Oh, the Eden can counter the Kaja to disrupt the Divine Justice.
Either way, with these two roamers that's currently available, Alchemy SG actually have got a lot of options to play with. So far, the Zookeeper hasn't been able to play the Minotaur because Stellark has constantly been banning out the Minotaur.
Exactly.
Lolita is also going to be, regardless, a very good pick for Alchemy because they have to deal with this Beatrix.
Wow, that's a really, really good ban. They are protecting Jet at all costs right now. Take a look at that. Banning away the Joy, the Kadita, and the Lunok. That's very, very jumpy heroes to catch out Jet on that Farsa. But yet again, 3 games in a row, the Minotaur gets banned out. Wow, so much respect for Zookeeper's Minotaur right now. Angry Bull.
That is hands down gonna be a Lolita pick from the side of Alchemy. Stellark will be able to pick up a Fredrin for themselves as they need to have a little bit more tankiness in the front lines. Sync could not be the only tank from their side. Their jungler needs to have that kind of solid wall that builds between the opponents and their own marksmen. Yes, the Kaja will very likely be the roamer of the team and he will build a couple of tanky items, but he's not exactly the hero that's very good and agile that get himself out of dodge.
I mean, that's why he has the flicker, right? You have the flicker to engage or disengage. So that Kaja is just mainly for lockdown and peeling. There's no damage included. But like you said, the Stellark has been picked up. The Mardis has been picked up by Stellark right now. And they're going to go for their last mage. And it is going to be a Lilia. Wow, throwback to Joe. I mean, the last we seen the Lilia was Joe playing it on MPLSG.
So Stellark kind of seems as though they want to match the pace of Alchemy SG.
Yeah.
with the Lilia being picked up from their side, they will be able to bring down the middle wave creep minions pretty darn fast, and that will be able to enable the Lilia. In fact, not only in the middle lane, Lilia can proceed to add a lot of value in any lanes that she goes to, but that also means that he will be taking a lot of gold farm for herself, and that Lilia is understandably going to be one of the main win condition from the side of Stellark.
I mean, oh, the Grok. Oh, this would just completely disrupt Stellark lineup right now. So if that Kaja were to catch, all Alchemy has to do is just bait them out. And the Wild Charge can just mess up that formation. Big final sweep coming out. Final slash coming out from the Arlet as well, and Icon going ham in, Exalt and Jet still at a nice arm distance to shred and take everybody down. Well, this is a really nice lineup coming out from Stellark as well as Alchemy, but it all boils down to the micro. But honestly, I can't tell. I'm 50-50 on this, guys. Holler, Abstract, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Vertigo. That's going to be match 2, game 3 draft. We're going to get into this game. I feel like it's very neck and neck. The drafts are actually both quite balanced. I kind of like going into this one, but this is a situation where, hey, if my tournament life is at stake, right, and these are the heroes that I'm going in, these are the most comfortable that I'm going to be into this one. Abstract, is this the right call for you?
Welcome to Mobile
It's tough,
Legends.
to be honest, because all of the predictions that I was expecting to see were completely tossed into the rubbish bin, and they don't care about anything at all. It's like as though I have my paper on, or written all of it, I have the book, but wait, completely thrown into the waste paper basket. So honestly, I don't know what's gonna happen for both of these two teams, Stellark and Alchemy. They have thrown me the curveball, and I absolutely love it as the pitcher.
Yeah, but one thing, draft aside, one thing that Stellark need to do, have a much better early game. Alchemy right now, in game 2, they had a really good start and they just kind of got themselves going. Made it very difficult. Stellark, yes, they're the old veteran teams. They don't want to be in that comeback situation yet again.
This is not exactly the kind of movements that I was expecting from the side of Stellark. Sync immediately jumping in alone?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was very suspect, but it was a situation where you really expect 4 members of Alchemy SG to be in that wing.
Good point, especially since Alchemy mostly would only congregate together once the major neutral objective were to appear, not necessarily when there is a purple buff. Alchemy seems to have that in their foresight, and they kind of feel as though, like, you know what? I know that you know that I know kind of moment, you know?
Yeah, I know that you know that we... Okay, I did think it through, but yes, I do agree with you in that sense.
Trust me, I have no idea what I'm talking about either.
All right, but now let's look a little bit more about the top lane. Stellark right now are trying to get Smelly Cat as much farm as possible, create a little bit of space. But if we're looking at the Pooski Sync matchup in the bottom lane with Icon making an appearance,
it doesn't seem like Sync will be going down anytime soon, though.
Yeah, very tanky. This is the power of the glue. You know, again, it's been picked so many times, yet the win rate is crazy.
Yep. The main thing that we gotta look out for this glue is the mana consumption. How much mana he has left, and if he's able to join into the next part of the fight. So I don't think that Sync will be capable of going into the next part of the fight and contest for this turtle because of the fact that, well, he doesn't have the ultimate to work with. But one thing that surprises me is that Icon and his fellow friends, they are not trying to gain priority over the Turtle's Pit.
Yeah, much better start, and this is I would say, coaching advice going into the game 3, right? Alchemy at both times had taken over the Turtle early, just kind of got that snowball going, but now Stellark are like, hey, we need to find whatever opening we can do. Sync had just kind of made that rotation, just kind of attracting a bit of attention, but that space provided them, was able for them to get that Turtle.
It's a completely open game for both of these teams. We do not really have a very solid idea as to which of these teams have got the upper hand. Alchemy in the EXP lanes, it is more about moving around. So they gotta have to really identify what exactly is a win con. Speaking of which, Zookeeper immediately darted himself right out of there as Stellark has exposed their ambush. It was really sad that they didn't even manage to bring Jet down.
Yeah, Zookeeper and Jet right there, they were walking hand in hand, holding hands. They were like, we're going to go on this stroll. But then they run into the enemy team. Stellark were waiting in ambush, not able to do anything. But talk a little bit about the emblems here.
Well, just like that, it kind of seems as though there's nothing too much of a out of the ordinary. The junglers are competing with each other when it comes down to the Demon Slayer, so it really just works and boils down to who has the fastest fingers and who have the best timing in securing all of these objectives. Stelarc knows for sure that they can't exactly play junglers that requires the use of the assassin emblems or the fighter emblems or whatever else emblems it is. They just need the jungle emblems as they cannot lose major objectives over to the side of Alchemy, knowing that their main win condition is tempo and objectives.
Yeah, they need to change it up, right? Stelarc have not found it winning and not being in a good situation. You got to get that laning phase, get yourself a chance. And Stelarc have done a much better chance. This is a different Stelarc team from what we saw in games 1 and 2 in the sense that they've really prioritized the laning phase, making sure that they're doing as much as possible. And again, they're going to start the next turtle. This is going to be number 2. Stelarc have kind of changed things up.
And the rest of the members from the side of Stelarc, they are just trying to get more priorities and really just getting more information on the side of Alchemy. As Sync is being a nuisance over to the side of Icon, they can't replicate what they have done before, but Sticky Stacks is just moving on to the Icon, allowing him to inhibit the soul of Icon, bring him down very effectively. Alchemy understood that and immediately get himself out of the situation.
Think has just been annoying, right? He's got that glue, he's getting, I mean, the goo, he's getting it everywhere. And it's basically like a kid playing with a whole bunch of jelly, right? It's everywhere, you can't get rid of it. I mean, it's kind of on you and you gotta wash your hands. You gotta do more than just wash your hands at this point.
Yeah, way too much slime all over the battlefields here. Of course, when it comes down to the Land of Dawn, as long as you see a green slime, you know you're gonna have to get away. Stelarc's glue this time is definitely doing a lot better than the previous game using the Arlet. But Arlet, moving over to the side of Puski this time, he's not exactly in the position where he's able to set up for his team just yet, but that will only happen somewhere in the middle stages of the game. Preparing for the final swing, those are the kind of big plays that I would love to see.
Yeah, I would love to see that. We haven't seen too much of Arla just kind of take over games. They've kind of struggled trying to get themselves into that, you know, that tank element of Arlat. But, you know, Abstract, walk me through some of these items. Anything kind of stick out to you?
Well, one thing for sure is that this Lancelot is still going for the Molten Essence and kind of like a hybrid kind of situation, right? Jumping straight in for the War Axe right after the Molten Essence is probably going to be good to just move on with a couple of early game damage just so that he's able to solidify in the early stages, which is what they always try to go for. But the aggressiveness coming from Stelarc kind of proves it to the point whereby Icon gotta go tankier.
Yeah, gotta go tankier, but I mean, what you gonna do against that, right? Where Sync is literally just blowing you up. He makes sure that he has the pass, and he just gets the smash, and he gets the kill, right?
Yep, I mean, that's pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
Well, moving on, 2-1, right? Stelarc do have got a good amount of advantage, about 2200 gold. As long as the turtle has spawned, if Alchemy is able to find themselves a priority, that would be great. However, Icon is not exactly in a very good spot. Jet almost getting themselves the immediate kill down to Chesty. However, there is, after all, that Black Shoes.
Oh, but the wild charge pushing Fossa back. Is he gonna get sniped? No! Oh, he gets him with the edge. And Icon will get just the tip, but mind you, on the back end of it, they've got Smelly Cat as well. And Puski now trying to draw a beat on somebody, and the Stelarc are gonna back off, but they did get that third turtle.
Well, two death on over to the side of Stelarc. Yes, they got a turtle as well. But in the end of the day, it is still a bad trade for the side of Stelarc. They have lost more gold than they have got in the past few minutes. Alchemy slowly and steadily, they would want to get themselves right back on this track. Now, Sync, of course, being under attack by Exalt as well as goalkeeper, I don't think that he will go down because Exalt is not anywhere close to getting himself the items that he needs, as he only got himself the corrosion scythe, not anything else, such as the Demon Hunter Sword or perhaps even the Golden Staff.
Okay, but the objectives are really compounding their lead, right? The fact that they're actually down kills, but the reason why Stelarc are still up is because of that, right? The towers are still up, it's still very neck and neck, but as I say that, Zookeeper's getting gone on right here. Sync is focusing the attention. Zookeeper, like, limps back to safety. He's fine under the tower, but now Puski's getting targeted here. There's a lot of damage that's going back and forth, but again, Stelarc right now haven't been able to draw a beat. As I say that, Icon now on the run.
Stelarc now seems to have a very good answer as to how to deal with Icon now. They do not let Alchemy have the early game at all. But take a look at this. Puski having more damage than Chesty? That is just not what I was expecting.
Yeah, not what I was expecting. We were talking about how Arlot was having a little bit of an issue, but Puski is showing, hey, this is actually how you're supposed to run the Arlot. We're going to make sure that we do as much damage as possible, and his presence has been felt throughout the entire game. And there's a reason why they're still kind of in this game, but I mean, it's only a 2K net worth lead.
Defending the objectives are looking to be pretty darn good for the side of Alchemy. You know, they have lost a couple of fights here and there. Stellark would have got a lot of those opportunities to break these walls down. But unfortunately, they're not exactly in the position to be able to contest for this Lord, and very likely they would just leave the Lord be. Zookeeper can't just casually waltz right in and hope that he'll be able to land a pretty awesome kind of wild charge. They gotta have to give this away.
Yeah, definitely have to give it away, but now Smelly Cat is going to be focused on. Puski tried to draw B, but the flicker out, and that's going to keep him alive. Now Puski's on the run. Odir Bambi is not letting him go. Jet is fighting Sync, but now Zookeeper, they're trying to go. There's a flicker fight, not able to get away from Sync, and that glue is just like entraps him. And like Jet has been killed because of that.
As sticky as a slime, and that is exactly what's going on. In fact, we probably have missed out something in the fact that Stellark has been defending their turrets for a long time now. But Alchemy have decided to go for something a little bit different here, and that is to defend, or rather, that is to push down the bottom lane, all both turrets taken down.
Yeah, but the Black Shoes, they catch up to 2, and now, oh, Zookeeper getting too low! He was just out of position, and Stellark are now focusing on the mid lane here. The Lord is going to push in the bottom lane. They have an opening. This is a window of opportunity for them.
It is very unfortunate that they can't make any good use of bringing down the two outer turrets in the bottom lane. Icon hoping that he's got a little bit more items to work with now. Molten Essence, War Axe, and Thunderbells. He's pretty much there when it comes down to being sustainable, or rather being tanky enough. He should be able to do a pretty good job. From this point onwards, Alchemy would want to starve out, or rather he wants to keep every single one of the jungle minions as much as possible, gain some intelligence as to where Stellark is, and regain what all the lost lands.
Yes, lost land, and speaking of lost land, now Alchemy are on the back foot. The Lord has crashed in. They've taken the bottom T2. That is the final one, and now nothing but T3 stands. How does Alchemy hold?
They just gonna have to work on one thing at a time to make sure that the Lord does not touch a turret, which they have managed to successfully do so. Jet did expand out that Phantom Airstrike to ensure that every single one of those cube waves are done and dusted with. In the meantime, here we go. Zookeeper over to the back line, but unfortunately immediately melted down.
Yeah, but that Divine Judgment perfectly on point. Puski just gets blown up in the end, and Stellark have found that opening. They're crashing into the T3. They're doing their damage, and they're focusing it down. And it looks like they're going to continue pushing. They want to get the bottom T3. They focus their attention elsewhere. Icon just trying to attract attention, not able to do that. The T3 bottom has been taken. Think now on the run. The Feathered Airstrike is going to be used, but that's just going to be a zoning one. And Stellarkers, hey, we'll wait this one out.
To be honest, Alchemy do have a very good way to wave clear, but it is also very committal for them to do so. And the only one way that is not committal is going to be the Phantom Airstrike. But on the other hand, it feels like it is a kind of a waste for you to use it, because you could have gotten so much more value out of it in a team fight.
Everything is wide open. They have 0 turrets standing, Alchemy SG. They have nothing but the base. They need to keep themselves alive. This is a monumental 7,000 net worth lead that they need to climb. Very difficult situation. How do you get yourself back in this, especially with the Lord up in about 5 seconds?
They can't really defend anymore. The only way that they can go for this is to hope that they will be able to catch one person out. But to be honest, with Fossa on the other hand, we're having the Kaja with the Divine Judgment. It's kind of tough for you to even isolate one person. If you want to tower and collapse this onto one, you need to make sure that this person actually dies, which probably is Fossa. He's always somewhere in the front line. You can't exactly melt Sync fast enough, and you can't kill Chesty because he's got the Black Shoes. If you do not try to contest for the Lord, then you need to fight within your base. And we know, as a matter of fact, Smelly Cat can melt down your core in an instant.
Yeah, they don't really have the control to kind of deal with all of these either tanky heroes or the Lilia or the Black Shoes. I mean, it's a very difficult situation. Everything needs to combo perfectly, and that have that control. Not a good situation to be.
One thing to note of is as well is the fact that Smelly Cat did pick up a Heart's Claws for himself, so he's got a good amount of sustainability when it comes down to a fight. So who knows how that's gonna be like?
Oh! Smelly Cat has already been killed. That's most of their damage though, and now that's gonna be a good start. They do have Exalt right onto that one. He's gonna be killed. Odier Bambi's gonna secure that one. Now Pooski and Icon trying to run away, not able to do that. They both get killed. Jet is gonna be running. Zookeeper is gonna be left. He's gonna be killed as well, and Pooski's gonna get sliced and diced, and that's gonna be it. Think is down as well, and it looks like Stellark have won game 3. 13 minutes, Stellark strikes back, and they continue on.
This is definitely going to be a big game for Stellark as they have managed to climb themselves right out of the danger zone. They no longer have to qualify for Season 6 as they manage to stay alive. MPLSG is the one that is unfortunately eliminated out of MPLSG Season 5.
Wow, that snowball was just so big. It was bigger than an avalanche. I do not know what's bigger than an avalanche. A giant snowball.
A giant avalanche.
A giant avalanche. There we go. A worldwide cosmic avalanche.
And
that's
avalanche in the Mount Everest.
Oh, that's the biggest avalanche you can get. And Stellark just did like that. They snowballed so hard and they just went elbows deep and just punched Alchemy where it hurt.
It's definitely hurting. Right in my heart. Well, it is definitely unfortunate for the side of Alchemy SG, but well, when it comes down to Stellark SG, they play this game to the T.
Wow.
And I gotta have to say that Odier Bambi has played very well when it comes down to working onto his martyrs. Ended the game with 10,000 gold in his pocket. Then he built up a fully decked out tank martyrs. Nothing is getting out of the way, and he will be able to phase into the fight pretty darn easily. Even though for the final fight, they lost Smelly Cat, Odier Bambi can still do a lot. And one thing that we kind of missed out as well, not exactly missed out, but Kaja have so much value.
So much value. He keep on catching, and not to forget, we can't discount the OG player Sync himself using that glue to catch out Exalt in that very last moment. He knows he has to trade it back. The moment he's like, oh no, Smelly Cat's down, we need to trade this back. We need to get Exalt right here, right now, right here, right now. We gotta get this, right? And they got it.
Yeah, definitely. They got it, and they're just a well-coordinated, team win. Everybody was on the same page, understanding what they needed to have done. And I have to say, I feel pretty good with my prediction on that one.
Get out.
There we go. I'm just saying.
Hey, 1-1 for now.
Yeah, you're allowed to gloat. You're allowed to gloat.
Yeah,
allowed to gloat, all right?
I'm allowed to gloat because of the fact that, that one felt good. I'm going to have to
It's good.
I'm going to say. My gut, that gut feeling and all that in the morning, I had that one too, right?
Perfect.
You took a little bit of decongestion.
Well, you probably need to get yourself a bit of a Gaviscon.
Oh, that's right.
But okay, looking at the statistics and of course the post-game statistics, 10-6 is the final scoreline with Stellark. They didn't exactly win with a lot of kills in the pocket, but I gotta have to say it is definitely good enough and is very much sufficient.
Yeah, that is all objective game for Stellark, right? The macro was so on point. They played it to the T. They went on and on and on, and they just secured every single objective. They were clean. They were fast. They took kills only when necessary.
I think that one of the things that Alchemy was really scared of is the presence of the Kaja.
Yeah.
And that is probably one of the main reasons that they didn't exactly open up rushes. They didn't exactly get themselves a lot of that priority over for the Lord and the Turtles. They gave it all away despite that being their MO, despite that being their main winning condition and what they revolve their team around.
Yeah, definitely. And to me, it comes back to the draft. The fact that you had the glue, you had the Faramis in game 1. I think that this team really knows how to work around those, right?
Yeah.
If they pick an R-Lot, you're going to have a much harder time, as we've seen, a 0% win rate, at least up to today.
Well, that's why we got to give props to Tenchi as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's next level. He understands what's coming on. But let's talk a little bit about the MVP on this one. This is, of course, game 3.
Sync.
The MVP goes to...
Chesty.
Sync.
Chesty.
There we go. And it is going to be Sing on the glue. Honestly, take a look at that. 90%, kill participation right there. Going full tank. And not only that, catching the right target.
Yeah, every single time that he was in, he was just a giant nuisance. He was up front, just making sure that he was tanking most of it, just attracting a lot of attention, and they have to overcommit resources. trying to deal with him. And of course, Sync understanding the limits of the hero, very smart, make sure that the rest of the team can kind of get those priorities in the pickoffs.
He's pretty much the Phantom Menace, right? Really just going around
Really?
downtown, backlines.
You went with like the worst movie and you went with that one, the Phantom Menace? Okay,
How
go
could
on.
you say the Phantom Menace was bad?
Oh my gosh.
Here we have the two kinds of people, right? People where people say, you know, the first Star Wars one was bad. The first Star Wars was bad, and people are like, which first one? The Phantom Menace or the first one from a chronological order or something like that was?
No, I mean the Phantom Menace itself it's good on its own in the chronological
Oh my god!
order.
Oh
it's
my
not.
god! I almost. Oh my god! That's terrible. How dare you?
Fine. This is the kind of debate and this is the kind of banter that I absolutely love to hear from my casters. And in fact, I would love to hear it from the players as well. So honestly, when it comes down to their highlights, they are definitely gonna be loud and proud and shouting whatever that they want to, right?
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we're gonna have to find out. I mean, that's coming
I think
up.
the last one is gonna be base.
Yes.
Or N. Usually.
I probably would have said that. But the main thing I want to look out for is what the communications is like in the early stages of the game.
All right, let's find out. This is going to be the mic check. This is going to be the highlights, of course, Game 3.
It's nice. I find him. Steady. I saw backline. Steady. Nice. You can win. Go. Go for N. Hit the tire. N. Nice.
What a mic check that was. As it seems, Sync doesn't even need a mic. He was so loud, but that was just absolutely amazing to hear. Right now, during playoffs, we get mic checks, so we really know what's going on behind the scenes right before the phone. So that is really, really exciting to know. And now, right beside me, I have Coach Tenshi right here beside me. Yeah! Really wonderful stuff. Now, Tenshi, as a coach, I feel that if I'm you, I'll feel very, very stressed because you're leading a team who we call veterans because they have been around for like the longest time since season 1. Do you face any difficulties actually coaching veterans?
So far, the difficulties is their availability because most of them are working, have full-time work as well. So, but everyone is we came up with the training timing, so everyone gives their best, even we have limited time of training.
Fantastic. And of course, during the plays, especially during regular season, we have seen some throwback picks, like a Granger jungle. We have also seen assassin junglers, and of course, a mix of tank fighter jungles as well from Odia Bambi. So who comes up with all these crazy picks?
Actually, for the draft, mostly we do a discussion like a team draft also. So I want to give them their most comfortable pick as possible. So for me, it's still mastery over meta.
Right. So based on what's going to happen as you progress during playoffs, what are some adjustments that you guys have made during the 2-week break?
Okay, for the 2 weeks, we just mostly try new team compositions, drafts, and everything, so they won't have an easy game on us also.
Right, so we're looking forward to really full-blown matches over at the Land of Dawn. Now, the final question that I have for you, Tenshi, would be that you guys are gonna face up with either Bleed Esports or either Team SMG. So, any comments on your upcoming opponent?
Maybe see you tomorrow.
All right, so are you going to do anything special for those teams that are coming up?
Okay, just watch out for the surprise, that's all.
Watch out for surprise. Okay. All right, so over there we have some star-studded lineup, and when it comes to the coaches as well, is there anything you want to tell your opponent, whoever it may be, tomorrow?
Okay, we just made the best team win. That's all.
Fantastic. Thank you so much,
Thank
Tenshi. And we're excited to see it all unfurl over at the Land of Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that was Tenshi. He has a fan club. That's absolutely amazing. So yes, that was Tenshi, guys. And he is really the brains behind all of those crazy picks that we have been seeing from our Vector team of Stellar SG. And we simply can't wait to see more of those special picks outside of the standard fighter tank meta. So yes, join us for Stellar's game tomorrow as well, and tune in if you guys are huge fans. Now the next match that's gonna come up real soon is something that you definitely don't want to miss. It is match 3 for the day, and these are involving our defending champions of RSG Slate SG going head to head against Team Flash. Now what makes this match super interesting is the whole lineup and the roster of both teams. We are seeing expat players from Indonesia, from Philippines as well. So we're really looking forward to see international plays right here on our sunny shores of Singapore. So stay tuned with us, and we're looking forward for you to join us right here in the upcoming match 3 of RSG Slate SG versus Team Flash. See you then.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne-caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hug's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused by Tira in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Half Secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right here to match 3. Just in case you guys have missed earlier on, for the past 2 matches, they were the lower bracket rounds. And we have unfortunately had to say goodbye and eliminated 2 teams from the earlier matches that happened today. And that was unfortunately Team Revival as well as Alchemy SG that we had to say goodbye to today. So now we will advance into the upper brackets, where we will see next up coming would be RSG Slate SG going head-to-head against Team Flash. Now what makes this match really worthy to watch is this is an international level gameplay that we're gonna watch right here and the MPL SG scene right here in the gorgeous Suntec City Mall. So just a very gentle reminder for those of you who are joining us today, thank you so much for spending your Friday right here with us for MPL SG. Now we do have seats available, so if you guys would love to get front row seats to support your favorite teams, remember to come on down and join us, and seats availability are based on a first come first serve basis. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's meet the team, shall we? First up, presenting to you our defending champions right here for MPL SG, RSG Slate SG. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, our back-to-back MPL SG defending champions come into the playoffs looking as strong as ever. Only dropping 2 out of their 14 games in the regular season, Diablo looks to lead his team to bringing home the trophy once again to RSG Slate SG. Now next up, going up against our defending champions. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Flash! After fighting their way through the open qualifiers into Season 5, Team Flash managed to clutch their way into the upper bracket with a clean 2-0 sweep of Team SMG-SG on the last day of the regular season. With their talented players from Indonesia and the Philippines, will Team Flash be able to secure a higher placing this season? We can only find out right here in Match 3 itself. And without further ado, right now, making their way to the stage itself, we do have our coaches from either side of the team. From RSG Slate SG, we have St. DeLucas and KZP over on the other side of Team Flash. So right now, the players are giving their opponents a fist bump as they're making their way to the battle stations. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, right here at Suntec City Mall for MPL SG Season 5 Playoffs. This is match 3 for the day 1 of playoffs that you definitely don't want to miss. As mentioned earlier, we're going to be seeing international plays right here for MPL SG, and this is one that you definitely don't want to miss. So without further ado, we're going to give our time over to the casters to find out more. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming down to the 3rd match of the day, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys are very stoked to find out what is going to be, or rather what this game is going to be like. We have RSG Slate SG versus Flash, and I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be a spicy game. My name is Abstract. With me here is Kindofu as well as Suki, and the 3 of us is going to be a commentators for this series.
That's right. Exciting games for sure. International level, because we're talking about RSG Slate SG and Team Flash. Both teams have international presence across the region. Now, Suki, what do you think about this matchup so far?
I mean, RSG, we have known them to be, you know, I wouldn't say almost the kings of MPLs, right? They, as well as now Bleed, have been at the top of the leaderboards. And here we are looking at RSG right now. We have Oki, Roy, Diablo, Bray, and Lucian Cutie. And out of all of these players, we know and love Diablo. I feel like a lot of the casters love Diablo. We call him Daddy Diablo. So that is something that we're going to be excited to see him take it out in the EXP lane.
Of course, when it comes down to RSG, they will never fail to disappoint us. I was hoping never fail to this correct one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay. I said it correctly, right? You know, double negatives, a little bit tough for my meager little brain. But of course, let's take a look on the other side, Team Flash.
Yep, Team Flash going to be fielding Vanix, Jay, Vex, Yon, and Cram God. Now, this is a mixture similar to Team RSG Slate SG. It's a mixture of locals as well as imports from our neighbors as well. And this is going to be tough for both teams. Now, we have seen them perform in regular season, but we all know it is just an experimentation for most of these teams. Right? When it really comes down to the playoffs, it's going to be a different story altogether.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about a double negative I did. I'm pretty sure I said it wrong.
Yes, you did.
Because there was like a triple negative there.
They never fail to impress, is what you're going to say about RSG.
Like I said, they always fail to disappoint us.
Yeah.
Okay, I got my double and triple negatives done. I will try that again in the next series. Okay, but in the meantime, let's take a look at the keys to victory for RSG Slate SG. What do we have to look out here, Suki?
So for RSG, we know that Yon on the side of Flash is going to be, running those assassin jungle. So they have to pressure him out of the jungle. Don't give him any space to, get those kills, get that lead to snowball that. Be careful because Team Flash have not just a funky draft, they have a lot of interesting play styles, right? We saw that Law-E, that assassination squad technique, and they have to be very wary when they are drafting against that. And of course, Vanix, right? So he as a goal laner on the side of Flash has been able to, steamroll, I think, once he gets going. And so RSG Slate need to watch these things because we know them as very, very good players, but Flash here has a chance to surprise.
And when it comes down to Flash, I want to find out whether they have, funky draft regarding the keys to victory. Of course, Kindofu?
Yep, keys to victory for Team Flash, very important. We know RSG Slate SG is a very early-centric gameplay, right, from the team itself. So they definitely have to watch out for the early invades, especially from Bray itself. Another thing to focus on is Cram God's engages. He's one of the person that sets up the fight for the entire team. You will see him having a lot of presence in team fights later on in this game for sure. And lastly, of course, Jay. Now, he's the mid laner, he's the mage, he's the one that deals the damage. So he needs to make sure he matches Roy's intensity as well as damage throughout the entire game itself. It's gonna be a spicy one for sure.
Yep. I mean, we did manage to have a little bit of a conversation backstage. We really trying to understand who's rooting for whom. And to be honest, it is gonna be pretty interesting, which we will talk about in quite a little bit because Kin have got quite a little bit of a tidbit for us, I gotta have to say, right? But for now, we'll focus a little bit more about statistics, right? Because statistics is king. Looking at RSGSG's statistics, what can you tell me about this, Suki?
I think we all agree that 788 GPM is probably one of the highest, I think, in the league. And Oki, we don't always call him like the playmaker because, as a goal laner, he just needs to survive. He needs to be able to do the damage, dish out all of those kills at the mid to late game. But that is only possible because of Bray, because of Diablo, because of Roy.
Of course. Now, we talked about Oki, we talked about the marksman, but the question, the next question, of course, over to Kin, right, is do you also focus on the marksman? Is this really like a fight of the marksman and who's got the highest GPM?
Well, it really depends, right? Most teams, I mean, the MM is the cornerstone for the entire team. And if you take a look, Vanix is not too far away, right? 718 for his average GPM. And you can see the way that they're playing, similar to how RSG Slate SG plays. The kill participation from the rest of the team is actually pretty low. Double digits in the lower 10s here. Right, and what this means is they will be focused on getting appropriate space around the map. So they don't really fight that much. But when it really comes down to it, it all falls down to Oki as well as Vanix. Who is going to win this MM matchup in the long run?
Right. So in the end of the day, when it comes down to Mobile Legends, right, we always look more towards like the later stages of the game, especially in high-tier skilled games, right? The games naturally drag relatively long. We wait until the lore that appears, because if the games were too short, then technically speaking, it is a, well, what's the word for it? It is
stomp.
Yes.
It's a stomp.
Someone would have made a mistake for it to end too early.
Mistakes?
Several big mistakes. I will give you that. I will give you that.
So of course, I gotta have to find out, what is the head-to-head between RSG and Flash? How do they compare with one another? Now, Kin, what do you see? What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
I mean, they're pretty similar in terms of most of these statistics. The only thing I want to highlight is number one, the win rate as well as the tower rate. That is going to be what sets aside both teams. RSG Slate SG very clinical from the start of the game. The moment they approach that enemy jungle, it's what kills off the game for the opponent team.
How about Zuki?
I think what's impressive about how RSG won against Flash was that it was in, I believe it was week 3, day 1. So this was when Flash was day 1. When they were already getting the momentum going. And they didn't ban any of Yawn's heroes. They very specifically left all of the assassin junglers available for Yawn, which is something that most other teams did not do. They were very worried about Yawn and worried about him as a player and how he could make, you know, those game-changing plays, right?
Yeah.
And so they didn't ban that, and they still won. So I think RSG have that confidence to go in, like, whatever your game plan is, I'm just going to play my own style, and we are going to, you know, style on you that way.
I mean, Flash ended the regular seasons on a relatively high note.
Yeah.
There could be a chance that Flash do have some of our, you know, votes. So, Kin, can you elaborate?
All right, so I'm the odd one out, but let me explain why I'm the odd one out. Now, we know that Flash has been evolving throughout the entire regular season, right? We have seen their evolution so far, and their evolution is not done yet, right? When they took a game off Stellar, that assassin jungle comp started to work. We know late game they are a monster as well. And RSG hasn't been tested yet in the regular season. And their first true test came against Bleed, which they didn't do exactly as well. So today, with this new addition, it's going to be a different story for sure. I think Flash has it in the bag.
Maybe the tank Lancelot coming in from the side of Flash would do something to RSG. Would the audience feel the same way?
They don't.
Yet.
Mostly disagree with me.
Mostly disagree, but hey, it will feel good if it actually came true.
Yeah, I think I always have to say this, is that caster predictions are what we believe statistically is likely to happen.
Yes.
But emotionally, I kind of do want Flash to win, like, on the inside, right?
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
We have been looking at, okay, throughout the seasons that we have seen, right?
Yes.
EVOS SG took themselves the back-to-back wins for two seasons.
Yep.
And then RSG took their back-to-back wins for 2 seasons. I think it's time for the Kings to retire. We are constantly looking at a 2-win streak, then retire, 2-win streak, then retire. Perhaps it's time for a new King. And today's playoffs, day number 1, could be a premonition to what it's gonna be like.
Yep, right off the bat, we're going to start with a couple of bans on hand. You're going to see the Glue and the Cho, as well as the Valentina banned out. What this is going to do is to kill off the early game. We both know that both teams have very strong early game styles and strats. So they want to remove as much of this early game composition from both their hands as much as possible.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Glue being a first ban, I think should actually be the norm. Given what we've seen, how Glue can survive in the most ridiculous situations and have a comeback, and then, you know, once he gets that reset, he goes in again. It's just obnoxious, right? And so the ban's coming out, an Alet ban, very typical, and a Phaza on the side of Flash.
Yep, now why they ban out this Alet specifically is because of the way that RSG likes to play. RSG likes to bait all of the ultimates out, or the options available from the opponent team. And when more than half the ultimates have been used, that's when they really start to turn around. And you know what? Hey, here's the go call. Let's get them now. And you can see Alet is someone that resets into a fight really easily. One stun, one stun target, he gets another charge of vengeance, and that's it. Final slash, he's gonna go ham.
Yeah, and actually the interesting thing is that this last ban took Flash a little bit of time to decide. Not a very typical first phase ban in the Grok. There is the Joy available, and RSG immediately lock it in.
It's not looking well.
Yep, it is not. It's not. I mean,
looking well.
We have seen Braze Joy in regular season, and it was an absolute menace.
I mean, right off the bat in today's game, or rather in this very game, it's been a long time since we've seen so many core heroes that have leaked through, right? Joy leaked through, Kaja, Paramis leaked through, Yves also leaked through. There could be a very high probability that RSG would actually pick that up too.
Yeah, right now you can see Cramgod and Jay, they're both going to pick up the Faramis as well as the Kaja. Very good picks because you want someone who can shut down this Joy before she gets all 5 stacks off and she becomes fully CC immune.
4 stacks now.
4 stacks now, oh my goodness. And of course, Roy gonna come in with the Eve, that real world manipulation, gonna be a bummer for the side of Team Flash.
Wow, and going for the Brody as well. Man, I think, you know, when we see the Faramis and we see the Kaja getting through, normally it's a trade for one or the other, right? But then the Joy, that juicy hero that everyone has been wanting to play, but they haven't been able to, this is kind of a really exciting draft here.
100% pick ban rate, by the way. 93% ban rate and a pick rate of 10%. In case you guys forgot about it, we have a total of 57% win rate. All right, so that means that out of 7 games, there were only 4 wins with this hero. Not necessarily like the 7 wins or a lot of wins with a percentage rate, because the highest win rate so far, if I recall, probably is the Glue. So let me take a look. Okay, so we do have a couple of heroes that is out there, but I will say that Faramis and Glue, they have the highest pick ban rate and yet the highest win rate as well.
I think an interesting discussion about that is that if you consider a lot of these high priority heroes, normally they are given with the support being taken away. So in isolation, right, MLBB in this game, a Joy might not be able to 1v5, right? So the times that she was picked, I think win rate may not necessarily be a good indicator, especially given that she was banned so often. So this is going to be interesting to see, because especially, I believe Bray on that Joy has caused a lot of eyebrows to be raised during the regular season.
Yep, so it's really a surprise, right? Why have they allowed this Joy to be even leaked out in the first place? This follow-up ban by RSG for the Edith makes a lot of sense, right? You don't want someone who can actually get CC on your backline, which comes in the form of Orki and Roy. So this synergy by Bray on this Joy makes perfect sense, because you want someone who messes on the backlines of Flash. They can't concentrate on the real target, which is Orki or Roy.
So here's the question. What are they trying to achieve with the Grok ban over the Joy ban?
The Grok offers a bit of space. So what they want to do is to lock down people in that real world manipulation, right? And you know, Orki and Roy thrive on someone being cornered in a tight space. It's exactly what they need, because they have exceptional range. And you know, early game, it's kind of difficult for their MM on the side of Flash, right? Who is going to be Vanix playing on this Melissa. Sure, he has eyes on you, but the support coming in, if there is a Grok coming in, it's very hard to fight against a Grok early game.
I mean, I see the Kufra ban. I feel like a Fanny is coming for Flash, maybe?
Well, for their jungler-wise, to be honest, they have quite a lot of possibilities. I think that Frederick is going to be one of the heroes that we're going to have to look out for, either for Vanix or for, either for the jungler or Viggs. Because to be honest, at this point in time, they don't really have someone that is really strong in the front lines. They need someone that can really soak and can really just hold down the ground. Of course, we've seen the Lancelot that worked for Yorn, and I'm not too surprised to see that he decided to pick that up. But regardless, that Frederick in the EXP lane can still be a very important hero, because they need a hero that can additionally catch the opponents aside from the Kaja, because the Kaja very likely will have his eyes peeled onto the Joy, while they need Viggs to jump in onto Oki.
Well, I kind of like the draft by Flash, right? The style that they're playing is really an outlasting fight. The way that they fight on the side of Team Flash is they can take super extended team fights. That's the whole point of Faramis anyway. That Cult's Altar is meant to extend the fight, because once SG has blown all of their ultimates, you know, with the torn apart memory and the real world manipulation, it's going to be quite difficult for them to fight. Yes, you have Bray on this Joy, but Joy can only sustain for that short amount of burst. So, of course, this makes sense. Diablo, much healing needed on this Khalid, and a displacement by Lucian QT on this Franco is going to help them out a lot. Lucian is going to provide the cover so that Orki will be able to farm, you know, quite peacefully, because the only way they can jump in is for, you know, the jungler, which is going to be the tanks a lot here, to try and jump in. But the Bloody Hunt, one of the major things that's going to deter him from really just jumping in blindly.
I have a little bit of concern over the Khalid pick, because I think RSG are the only ones who have made it work thus far. I don't know if that is a good necessarily end to their draft, but then on the other side, a Masha to fill out for Team Flash. So a bit of a, I guess, annoyance from the Masha. The Masha is going to be able to split push very easily. He's going to be able to get into the back lines of RSG very easily as well. So What do you guys think? Do you think it's a question of execution, or whose lineup do you think is better, Kid?
It's gonna come down to who's gonna get the better protection from their roamer on the side of both teams.
Well, with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are prepping ourselves in over to the land of Dawn. RSG, Slate SG versus Flash. It's been a long time since they have gone and fought against one another. Flash ended their regular seasons on a high note while RSG ended on a low note. Who is going to be coming victorious in this first game?
It all comes down to this early game. Both teams very strong in their early game aggression for sure. So if you take a look, this first rotation into the jungle is what's going to change the game for both teams.
And of course, moving on from this point, it kind of seems as though both of the junglers are, of course, starting out their objective in a very regular manner, just jumping themselves right onto the purple buff. Losing QD would want to do whatever they can to just open up the maps as much as possible and gain a couple of bit of information. One thing that Flash isn't going to be really good at in the early stages of the game is really just opening up that map. That's the thing.
Yep, there was a nice hook by Lucian onto Cramgod here on that Kaja, and of course that's going to spell a little bit of trouble for the side of Team Flash because what they have to do is to reset. Yon going to try and poke it down, but I think RSG, they are going to be very comfortable in this position. You can see they already have this very slight map advantage.
Now, one thing that we didn't really quite cover is the fact that they picked up the Franco over to their own side, right? So what RSG have got in mind right now is kind of like an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, suppress for a suppress. Whatever that they are trying to do here is to really deny Flash from any form of intelligence gathering that Flash is capable of doing. They don't have those frontline defenses in the early stages and perhaps even in the mid stages, and the Franco will really discourage them from doing so.
Yep, it's going to be tough to really go in. Like you said, they don't really have a frontliner, so everything falls on the Kaja. And the insurance for them is really this Cult's Altar, so they can't really commit too much until they hit their level 4 power spike.
I'm pretty sure that once they get themselves a Cult Altar, they would want to gas it, kind of floor it, and try to get themselves into fights whenever possible. In the meantime, it kind of seems as though Yon was really trying to get a little bit of that priority onto the turtle, but as we know, Diablo is constantly always on his feet, or rather, on his sand, and trying to get himself the push away onto Team Flash. And as we started things off with a Raging Sandstorm right on top of Yon, and with the RWM popping right out, I was hoping that he would be able to immobilize Yon with a quick little flicker and a blast in the face. That's the first blood the RSG have took.
And that's the RSG that we know, right? This is how they like to play. Early game, everything secure for them. That no invasion so far from Team RSG Slate SG, but Bray, once again, status quo, they get that first turtle of the game.
Well, this is definitely not something that we are not used to. This is definitely something, and of course, the gameplay that we are expecting from RSG, especially when we look at their past track records, and to add on to that is the lineup of Team Flash. They will come online more towards the later stages of the game when they are more enabled by the Kaja. Kaja plays a very big role in really locking people down and being able to find these surprising elements on top of the enemies.
Yep, Jay gonna try and pull.
Oh! Great suppress! Even though Oki was trying to go for the flicker, he was still dragged in by Cramgod. But even when hell broke loose for Oki, he still found a way to get himself right out of dodge.
Yep, this is exactly what we talked about in the drafting phase, right? The MMs are the core, the cornerstone for both teams. So whoever gets that advantage, oh, nice hook.
It does seem like as though we are going to be having the Bloody Hunt right on top of Yon. Jay was hoping that he will be able to pop the Cult's Altar in order to keep Yon alive and continue with a fight.
Yep, it was a bit of an impatience there from RSG SG. They didn't really get the kill, but more importantly is the top lane here.
They did pop the Cult Altar though, so that is definitely going to be helping them contribute into a greater cause, and that is to bring Banix down.
Yep, like you said, Cult's Altar, RSG, Slate SG, they love it. They love to make you use your ultimates first, right? Once you're done and out of options, that's when they really come and bite you.
It comes down to trigger fingers right now, as we do have the RWM that will be locking down Cramgod for a little bit, and losing QD seek the opportunity to immediately get the hook, allowing him to go a little bit closer over to Oki, and Oki brings him down very easily with the torn apart memory as Bray comes in between and bring down the final straggler.
Yep, and the way that you see RSG Slate SG playing, they're just taking fights bit by bit. They don't really fully commit for every single fight. You can see they're going to try and pressure Yon here. It's important to make sure that he's much lower in levels. That's how RSG likes to play, right? You're lower in farm, lower in levels, lower in EXP, and that's when we really have that big advantage.
And now moving on to the second turtle coming in. One thing that I'd really like to look out for is the junglers, right? Both of the junglers are currently at level 7. The thing is, Bray is currently playing with the Mystery Shop, while Yon does have the Demon Hunter emblem. So it really boils down to how much gold they all have. Yon currently with 2,700 gold. However, Bray, he got 2,800 gold. So both of them is pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, but right now, if you take a look at the support goal, Cram God very low. He is only holding on to a tough boots and steel legs. Like, no full items yet. I mean, it's still quite early, right? 5.5 minutes to go, but that's not the situation you want your Roma to have.
In the end, Lancelot really is going to be transitioning, or rather is going to be building into slightly more of the tanky Lancelot that we are used to seeing from the past few games that Yon played. He's got the Molten Essence, and to build up on top of that, he's going to be going for the Thunder Belt next. With the Thunder Belt, he would definitely be able to bring down a little bit more of this flow into the action and should be able to help him to, finalize a little bit of these kills and to pop off a little bit more hits onto the opponent.
Yeah, and you can see the map control. Because of this lead that they have, they are starting to run rampant, occupying the jungle on the side of Team Flash, and there cannot be an answer yet from Team Flash. Any response now is literally death, and it's a death sentence with Vex looking and staring at death's door as we speak.
Right? Does seem like we do have Ray trying to be a little bit sneaky. He's currently hiding right in one of the brushes, and I don't think that anyone has found where he is just yet. However, Flash, they are very diligent and they are very disciplined. They kind of seem as though, and they knew that Oki is playing very bold. A little bit too bold. There must be something that's going on, and they have decided and figured out that RSG very likely have got some surprises in the southern jungle.
Yep, I mean, the players don't know this, but a Blade of Despair has already been completed by Oki here. 1-0-0, with a killing spree on hand as well for his emblem. It's going to matter a lot because the way their emblems are sorted out at this point is really a catch, hit and run strategy, right? We hit you once, we get the kill, we get out.
Now, of course, since you were talking about Oki, right? He's playing. He's going to be working onto the Brody. He's got a total of 5,300 gold, while Vanix, unfortunately, only at 4,100 gold. The one item that he has is the Corrosion Scythe, while he's slowly building himself up for, I believe, is going to. Honestly, I'm not quite sure. But one thing, I think it's going to be the Demon Hunter Sword at this point in time. Oki, highest amount of gold, followed by Diablo.
Yep, and for good reason, right? Lucian Cutie has been occupying majority of the map at this point, and he's providing so much space for his MM here. And I know Oki loves money. And
the suppression right down on the Diablo. It kind of seems as though he wasn't able to get himself right out of dodge. However, Bray is wreaking havoc right over to the back lines. He's just going to be sending music in their ears, or rather, music in his own ears. He's not going to be stopping anytime soon. This guy has got a lot of sustainability on himself as Yon fights back. Roy was hoping that he'll be able to get a couple of void blasts right in the face of Yon, but with that all said and done, both Yon as well as Bray has managed to escape unscathed.
Yep, they can't do much here as Vex gonna back
with the flicker and a hook. They managed to bring Vex right out of harm's way, or rather right into harm's way. But Vex, he's relatively tanky after all. He's got a multiple amount of health bars.
Yep, I mean, Vex, he is gonna try his best. It is a Marshal after all with the Unbending Will. But how much can they actually last? They need a bit more time on the side of Team Flash. They're trailing by close to 5.5 thousand gold at this moment.
It's been very long since we've seen a Marsha in the game. The Marsha's main game is to build up as much item as he can and really get himself as much health as he can, just so that he will be able to just go rampant and jump on top of Oki as much as possible. Looking at Vex right now, he's got a Guardian Helmet only at this point in time. He's still trying to build himself up for even more items as time goes on. More health, more damage, and you should be quite a menace, and Oki probably wouldn't even be able to kill you.
Yeah, backline though, Bray is setting the stage for his team. The setup is perfect here. You know, there was a moment of time where the Chaos Altar was down, and I think they were waiting for that, but here we go. Lucian Cutie actually blocks that attempt They will be occupying the mid side.
Oh! Yon immediately hooked right underneath the turret's nose as Roy just gonna be jumping in along with the RWM. And of course, the 3-man resistance now coming in from the side of Diablo. They have managed to successfully bring 4% down, make that 5! As RNG slain the entirety of Flash with none, or rather only 1 person down.
Perfection indeed from the side of RSG Slate SGS. Here is their prize. It is going to be a free lot at 9 minutes and 50 seconds. I mean, this is the RSG we've been expecting so far, right? And so far they have yet to disappoint, you know, with your double negative.
Thank you. Well, with the Lord taken down, RSG, they are on a steady lead. 7,800 gold on their side. 7,800 gold away from Flash. And Flash, let's be honest here. What can they do to get themselves back in this game? Do they have to focus onto the Lord first and then deal with the lanes? Or do they just kind of split themselves up?
It's really difficult because right now Bray is so much more far ahead than everyone else on the side of Team Flash. And you know, when Bray is able to really just walk in and cause destructions on your backline, even when you have thrown everything, Cult's Altar is supposed to let you last for at least another 1.5 to 2 seconds during the fight. It was less than half a second when Bray jumped in.
And the Cult's Altar popped.
Yep, and everything went to, for a better term of the word, disaster, right? I was thinking of another word, but yeah, that cannot be said here. So, yeah, disaster definitely for the side of Team Flash, but there is still a small chance of a comeback. It's never 100% win. There's always this small percentage that they have a chance for.
Well, with the Lord taken down, the impending doom is marching towards the base of Team Flash. They still have got a couple of minutes, or sorry, a couple of seconds until the Lord eventually tramples and pillages all around them, but the lead will gain increasingly as time goes on. Honestly, bring down the Lord first. Ensuring that the Lord doesn't touch any of the inhibitor turrets would very likely be the best idea. With the amount of gold lead that RSG have got, it's gonna be very difficult for them to split their forces and try to defend each and every turret in a group manner.
Yep, I mean, defending is one thing, but I think the thing that Team Flash SG needs to really focus on is how do they get their offense working? Because right now, if you take a look at the items last seen, right, Vanix actually almost has the trifecta already. Corrosion Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. Just missing the Golden Staff, right? But of course, with that being said, he still needs a bit more time. He's only at 5.9k gold. He needs probably another 1,000 or 2. And in order for that to work, Cram God on the Kaja needs to get a catch. But it's very difficult because it's really a one-dimensional win condition. That's the problem that Team Flash is facing now, right? If your Kaja doesn't land that Divine Judgment, it's going to be very difficult for them to follow up because, sure, Tanks-a-Lot can go in, but who's going to clean up the rest of the crew?
I would believe that the main person that Kaja would want to look out for is going to be Joy, right? Because Joy cannot phase herself out of suppression. There's absolutely no way. So whatever it is, if they're able to lock down on the Joy and really focus every single one of their, each and every one of their firepower on the Joy, Joy would not be a problem. The backline would not be disturbed. However, there is the other thing that they're gonna have to look out for as well, is the very fact that Khalid could just jump in anytime. Once they focus down on the Joy, there could be a probability that they will be able to shift their attention back onto Khalid. As long as it comes in a timely manner, in a timely fashion, and if their damage is good enough and strong enough, they should be able to slowly bring down RSG Slate's SG's lineup one by one.
Yep, I agree with that. But here's the thing, right? RSG Slate SG, their composition doesn't really allow you to really take them down one by one. They're gonna force you to fight all at once, right? 5v5. And, you know, for Diablo, his Khalid is just patient. He just needs to wait for the perfect Raging Sandstorm. That 1 second stun on multiple members of Team Flash is what's going to be killing them in this late game for sure.
Probably looking out for mistakes that RSG were to make. Kaja is a hero that excels in prioritizing in mistakes and capitalizing in all of them. RSG have to give us a perfect game here. They're gonna have to make sure that the Joy don't overextend especially when they know that the Divine Judgment is ready and available. But this is one thing that they're gonna have to look out for as well, is the hook coming in from Lucian Cutie, immediately taking Jay out of the equation. No more calls Alter, and he's only back in 15 seconds. It's not too bad, but he won't be around to defend this bottom lane turret. Lucian Cutie's HP is looking to be pretty darn low, as Yon immediately jumps himself over the back line, hoping that he'll be able to bring Oki down just by a shy tad bit. He wasn't able to finish the job, and Lucian Cutie lands another third one in a row. Hooks after hooks. RSG, they are not gonna be yielding anytime soon. Flash without Yon is definitely gonna find it slightly tough to meddle around with the back line. But RSG, I don't think that they will be able and capable to bring down the core right now. They did manage to get a lockdown on the Brave with the suppression going on, but unfortunately Graham's got it there. All time gonna be caught down. The suppression is coming in onto the side of Vegas as well, as the Bloody Hunt locks in. RWN locks in as well. Vegas wasn't able to do much. By the time all of the members from the side of Flashes went down, Yon just came out, and the rest of RSG have only one thing in their eyes, and that is the core.
Well done to RSG Slate SG, a spectacular performance here, and of course, all props to Lucian Cutie, 4 iron hooks in a row. Suki, what do you think about that?
You just double check if Lucian Cutie is a machine. Like, does he exactly know where everyone is going to be at any one point in time? Because his Franco plays have been amazing. That last ultimate, that last Bloody Hunt onto Jay sealed the deal, right? They could not team fight. Yon had no survivability, no way to sustain himself. And that was just I want to say, it wasn't a stomp, it was a schooling by RSG Slate.
Oh.
Kind words, kind words.
Good term, right? Of course, Lucian Cutie just kind of floored it, right? He's unstoppable. I would say that that's probably like a new kind of AI right now. You know, there's like text to image. That is important. That is very famous right now. There's even text to video. Right now, we have got text to hook.
Text to hook. And not only are his hooks on points, his rotations, right? He was there anytime anyone got into Oki's face. Lucian Cutie was there to stop them. We saw at that top lane early on. Even though we thought he was going to go down, they blew all of their ultimates on Oki, and he still managed to get away because of Lucian Cutie.
Yeah, exactly. That farm was insane, all because of his rotations. I mean, let's not talk about the Iron Hooks first. It's really quite insane. But let's take a look at the itemization by Team Flash first. I mean, they were trailing by really quite a bit here.
I mean, you just look. When the other team has like 5-6 items, and you're down to like 3 and like, you know, maybe 2.5 even, I think this is a very strong showing that RSG, the moment they got the lead, they took it and ran with it. They gave Flash no space to move, as well as Bray on that Joy. The damage that he was dishing out was just phenomenal.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, you know, the Blade of Heptasis on Diablo definitely makes sense in this entire game. They did not manage to touch Diablo at all. So when he came in with the Raging Sandstorm, that amount of damage was so insane, and you paired up Genius Wand as well as that Holy Crystal on Bray, Blood Wings as well, you know, just for good measure. That's it! It's a 2-man combo that kills your entire team.
And that's what we actually saw. We saw Flash. They actually had 5 men going after Khalid, but once they had used up all their ultimates, you know, that Joy, Bray, just coming in and cleaning up shop, 5 versus 1, and he actually took 2 of them down and got the 3 of them running. And we look at the damage dealt. That's a huge swing in favor of RSG. More than double of what Flash was able to dish out at all. And we can see Flash barely got to touch a tower. They barely got to play the game, really.
It's kind of like they were taken as a Flash deal, right? Here's a value meal then, you know? Let's get double the damage dealt to you. And if you take a look at the kill participation by Oki, 41%. It's not a bad thing. In fact, it's a great thing. It means he was farming the entire time. That's how far ahead he was.
830 GPM.
Yep.
Wow. I really have to say that this game was... it's RSG showing why they've been in the top, right? They give you a catch-22 situation where you have to choose, do you want to win the lane or do you want to get the neutral objective? Never mind, we'll get everything anyway.
I mean, RSG did end the regular season on a down low, but that is not going to be stopping them right now, as now we are going to be jumping onto the MVP, which I'm pretty sure is Bray.
Oh, but, okay. I thought it was Oki, but yes.
I kind of came in at the exact same time, so I think that doesn't count.
No, it's fine because Bray on that Joy, he was decimating the entirety of Flash almost by his lonesome, right? We can't take away the idea that RSG are bleeding out your ultimates, taking your skills so that the Joy can have free reign over the entirety of Team Flash. And that's why you don't let Bray have the Joy. And that was why Kin got so upset when Joy got through.
It was an instant no from me because, I mean, the Mystery Shop emblem, here's what it means, right? When Bray picks up Mystery Shop. It means I don't care about the jungle. I'm farming your heroes. Yeah, like Team Flash, like that's why I say it's a Flash deal. Every single member is up for sale. And he just got them all in one bunch.
Basically, Joy's shop is equals to all of the retail shops in Singapore. You know, always on a deal.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take that. But yeah, you know, I have to say that even though we saw, you know, we do see Bray doing very well, we do see Lucian Cutie doing very well, RSG, once again, I think it's the way that they play as a team that has, you know, kept them at the top for so long.
Well, of course, with the win of RSG, let's move on and take a look at their highlights.
Hey, Kana. Get boxing. Hey, no screen. Okay. Boxing.
Kepo.
Nice lah, bro.
Hey, mid, okay, mid.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Open. Hey, I reset, bro.
Okay. Wasmi.
Nice.
I immortal.
Bantai.
And Diablo.
And apa? Hey, wait for me.
Hey, come on. Hit the tower, ini.
Hey, coming Diablo.
Nice.
That was so funny.
Did they talk?
Yes, they did. Oki actually asked them to wait to not end the game, so he was actually walking to the base of Team Flash.
I mean, that is not exactly the communication I was expecting. I was expecting more of like more shouting, a little bit more of Bray going over the top kind of thing. Because I mean, looking at the Instagram, Bray has constantly been all over the top kind of thing.
I think, but here's the thing, we expected the games to last a lot longer. We were just talking about how they normally take longer. I think that's what happened there.
I think they pretty much understood what is on the task on hand, and they knew how the game is going to turn out already. And they're just like, you know what, laid back and don't really need to care much about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, the
Isn't
way
this the perfect segue?
Yep, it is.
Isn't it?
Let's take a look at what you want to say, man.
Isn't it the perfect segue? You gotta have to give it over to me, right? When it comes down to the segue over to OSIM. Now, of course, when it comes down to OSIM, we do have the U-Throne right now. And of course, when it comes down to the U-Throne... Ow! The U-Throne V, we do have the V hand technology over... Okay, it's not turned on, but I would love to be able to pick up this chair and show you the controls onto the chair. Fret not, if you guys would like to find out a little bit more about the controls and how it feels like to sit on this Transformers chair, we do have a booth that is right behind of the audience side. And of course, you can take a look at all the chairs that they have. I don't watch Transformers, so I completely forgot about the name of the other Transformer.
Oh no! Optimus Prime.
How can you forget Optimus Prime?
This is Bumblebee, right?
He's the Prime guy that you need to remember.
Oh right, because it's like Optimus Prime and like OP.
Yes, overpowered as well.
Yes. So yes, that's the thing.
Well, overpowering is one thing, but RSG definitely overpowered Team Flash in this game 1. And you know, they are going to be trying to set themselves up for a relatively quick game 2 as well. I mean, RSG, Slate SG, we know what's their motto. We know the MO. It's just take everything, right?
Yes.
Take everything, don't give them anything at all.
Yes. Yeah. With all the help that they need and just support whatever they can. Like how OSIM will be able to support your backs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Waiting for that. I'm just waiting for that.
No, I feel like that's my job, is just to say Oki's name in a really weird way all the time. Like, okay. Anyway, so yes, going back to the game. Let's go back to the game, right? So what we saw there was, I think, you know, Flash didn't try their funky lineup.
Yeah, I agree.
They went back to like what they, I guess you could say, is typical meta, things that we see other teams pick up.
I would beg to differ. Barsha is counted as relatively funky. We haven't seen Marsha in the longest time, solely because of how the meta has shifted. We are mostly looking at team fights, right? Marsha is crowned to be one of the strongest split pusher. In the meantime, when you want to assassinate someone, you are there. But none of your kit applies to any form of team fights. You're just there to drop someone's HP all the way from 100 to maybe about 20%. You can never one-hit someone.
And I mean, that was the goal, right? His primary target was supposed to be Oki in the first place. He was supposed to be on the back line.
Did it work? That is the question.
It didn't, because they didn't have enough crowd control skills, right? Yes, they had a lot of potential damage, but when you aren't able to even reach the target, you know, what's the point of all of this itemization and all of these emblems that kind of build your damage altogether?
I think the thing that surprised me the most was that beginning fight where I believe it was Roy on the Eve catching out Yon and the Lancelot, right? You don't traditionally think of Eve as like a Lancelot killer.
Yeah.
But that was actually very good placement of his ultimate, and that was just perfect timing from Roy to clear out that Lancelot. And so, you know, his farm immediately stopped, right? We saw him actually being head-to-head, neck with Bray, but then once that fight went down, his reign was over as Lancelot, right?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think Flash was trying to work into is there could be a possibility they do want to do some kind of split pushing, right? We're looking at Lancelot, we're looking at Masha. We can technically look at the side of Paramis, right? They are relatively slippery, and they should be able to get themselves out of harm's way pretty darn easily. And of course, when it comes down to all of this split pushing, RSG, Slate SG, they gotta have to respond.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they do have a Franco, so I think that their game plan changed midway through, realizing that they can't get their hands away from the Franco, because Franco is the only one that has a point-click stun, or rather a point-click suppression. Every single one of the other RSG Slate SG lineup, they need to be skill shots, such as Khalid, for example. Brody needs to be super close range in order to do anything about it. And you wouldn't want to have a Brody to start a fight.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, that was what Lucian QT solved, right? The distance set between the teams, the moment he's able to close the distance, it does two things. Right, the first thing is, number one, the person that gets hooked in is like, oh damn, I got hooked, I need to get out. And so they're not even thinking about fighting, they're thinking about running. And that's where Oki shines.
Good point.
Yeah, and Lucian QT, you know, we were talking about the hooks, and that was actually how they baited out so many of the Faramis ultimates. So that, you know, every team fight other than, you know, he had to drop the ultimate to save Yon once, and that meant that at the top lane they could take out 3 of the members, right? But that's game 1, this is game 2, and the draft has already started, kid.
Right, we'll rewrite the script here, you know, Team Flash and RSG. For Team Flash, they might take it as let's take it as a BO1, right? And right off the bat, now, the way they're going to be drafting is going to be changing. They do not want to have this Khalid. That Raging Sandstorm was such a menace to the backline. They got the CC on at least 3 to 4 members. And this is Diablo we're talking about. We all know how good Diablo is.
Yeah, and as well, not just the ultimate, I think the survivability of Khalid, right? We saw 5 of them have to use all their skills, all their ultimates just to get Diablo down. And you know, that means that the rest of the RSG can run free. And it wasn't even like, you know, Bray went in with the entirety of his team. He only had Roy as backup. And, you know, meanwhile, Lucian QT and Oki were just pushing the top, farming the mid, you know, they were just doing their own things. And that comes back down to the individual plays coming from RSG Slate.
Yep, I just want to talk about the mental game of RSG, Slate SG. I mean, the way that they're starting off this draft, taking out the Joy, right? I mean, in most cases, when you take a look at that, okay, you know what? Joy is a threat. We need to think about how we're going to try and fight against Joy. The fact that they're banning out a couple of these heroes like Kaja means that, you know, they don't want to deal with this. But the fact that RSG has banned out this Joy by themselves, it kind of shakes up the mind of Team Flash. Because right now it's a blank slate, right? What are they thinking? You know, how are we going to start the draft? And they're going to start off with a Faramis with Jay.
I mean, you know, we know how good Joy as a hero is, so you don't want to give it over to Flash, who do have that first pick. And Faramis, who has been, I would say, one of the best heroes to be first picked so far in the regular season, didn't really work well for Flash. So if you're RSG, you're not worried about them picking up the Faramis, right?
Yep, and you know, Cult's Altar offers one thing, but this starting draft by RSG for Game 2 is a bit more scary. We have seen this in regular season, right? The Fasa Feather Airstrike into, Wild Charge by Grog into the Feather Airstrike is one thing. That's one possible combination, right? But one more thing is, Bray actually took this composition in the regular season. He took out a Barat, if I'm not wrong, and that's a very tanky lineup. So Team Flash, they have to respond in kind. They need someone who can melt the tanky members of RSG Slate SG.
I do feel like picking up the Faramis for Flash kind of feels like a little bit of a bait, right? Because we have seen them do well with very, I guess, unorthodox heroes like the Loi. I don't know why, like that Loi game is still stuck in my head from Flash. And the fact that you are locking in the Faramis as your mid laner maybe doesn't lend itself to the style of fighting that you do, considering that Flash normally choose, assassination techniques. HP, heroes don't have much HP, they don't have that much of an effect with the sort of synergy with the Tau Altar. So picking up the Benedetta, picking up the Claude, this is a very mobile lineup coming from Team Flash so far.
Yep, and Team Flash, not only this is a composition that speaks to me, split push.
Yeah.
Right? We try to avoid fights most of the time. We just make sure we get more objectives and we get it faster than the opponent team. And this is what I can read, at least from Team Flash's preliminary draft right here. But RSG Slate SG, they're going to try and match it. Diablo back on Paquito. We have seen Diablo's Paquito in Season 4. It's something that either you love it or you hate it, and that will tell us whether you're RSG Slate SG fan or not.
Wait, as in like who loves it and who hates it? Diablo loves playing it and everyone playing against him hates it, or?
Everyone who loves RSG loves when Diablo picks up this Paquito.
Okay.
He is a monster on this.
Paquito was his Season 1 signature hero.
Okay.
Yeah, like down and dirty kind of hero. To the point that back in Season 1 when he was still trying to debut, right? Paquito was the only hero that can give him results. Right. Every other hero, nah.
So he was the one-punch Diablo for the entire day of that season?
Yes.
Okay, got it, alright.
Yeah, but he's a combination. He's not just one-punch man. He's also a Mike Tyson, right? He has the heavy left punch into the jab and knockout strike. We know with the passive that allows it to be instantly used once you hit a combination, it's something that really melts down certain players. And if you take a look at players from Team Flash, this pick on Claude, right? He is not going to be happy with a Paquito rushdown at all.
Yeah, I always look at Team Flash's lineup, and I think they've always brought something interesting and funky because they don't rely on the sort of heavy tank meta that we've seen a lot of the other teams rely on for team fights. But at the same time, you have a Faramis, right? A tanky sort of jungler, a tanky, sort of roamer would actually fit in well with the idea of a Faramis. But whether or not that comes to pass is hard to say.
I mean, Faramis, like we mentioned in Game 1, right? It's someone that likes to extend fights. And if you take a look at the lineup from Team Flash, Benedetta as well as a Claude do well in extended team fights. But, the damage is not exactly as insane. And the fact that RSG, Slate SG have more flexibility, they have huge bursts in the form of Fasa as well as this Grog. And you have someone who can fight for days with this Diablo Paquito. And, now you have a Tanks-a-Lot as well.
So, of course, that means that RSG did manage to take that Lancelot away from Flash. So Yon gonna have to default back to one of his other comforts. We've got Hayabusa, for example. Fanny is still available to be picked.
Yes, it is. Fanny is one of his signature heroes, and I think, for RSG, Slate SG to really open up this option means they're very confident against Team Flash, and especially Yon. Across the regular season, we have seen many of the teams target ban Yon's characters and heroes as well. But RSG is letting him have a pick of what he wants.
Roskopf is available.
Oh, okay.
They left the Marksman to be the last pick. And I believe that that is what they're gearing themselves up to. They would want to make sure that in the event that Flash actually does pick up the Fanny, they have the Moskov to cover.
Yep, and it's a decent early game so far, right? I mean, early in the sense of like maybe level 2 or 3, that's where, Yon can actually do some damage with this Fanny, right? At the same time for Cramgod or Vex, whoever, I think Cramgod is going to be playing this Rome Franco, right? That Iron Hook level 1 is going to be vital and important. We've already seen how Lucian QT allows Orki to grow and sustain and, just grow exponentially as a MM role as the game goes on. Now the question is, can Cramgod offer Venix the same thing.
Okay.
Oh.
A Leslie on the side of RSG Slate SG.
Where is Jace right now?
Oh my goodness. All right, I'm excited. This is going to be a very interesting lineup. I have to say, I look at Flash, we're talking about the early game. Yes, they are going to be able to do a lot of things at level 2, but what is their late game insurance on the side of Flash, right? Their HP pools are not very high. They're not going to be able to group up and fight as a 5-man. It's a very assassination style, once again from Team Flash. But you know, it's a game, so it's up to them how things are going to turn out.
Yeah, potentially putting themselves all the way up in the upper brackets, waiting to keep that throne seat warm for themselves. RSG Slate SG with 1 game up, they want to take this all away from Team Flash.
So how exactly this game is gonna be like, we are potentially looking at a best of 1 to a certain extent. RSG Slate SG with 1 point in the bag. All they need to do is get themselves yet another point in order to relegate Team Flash.
Yep, a very exciting one for the team here, and you can see the first rotations have already been made. The Benedetta not having a good time on the bot lane as well, being chased down by this Paquito and Grok respectively.
Now, one thing that we're gonna have to look out for definitely is the Leslie. What's going on here? What is the value of this Leslie? Of course, this is definitely an answer that we will be able to find out in a short little bit. But for now, I do want to raise a little bit of a concern over to Flash's lineup. Do they mean to do something like this? Do they mean to kind of like be a hybrid split push plus team fight oriented team? Biggs as a Benedetta, he can be very split pushy, but the main thing is his battle spell is going to be onto the Petrify. So there is some kind of team fight encounter in this pick.
Yep, you can take a look at Yon. He is going to hit his level 4 very soon. On the flip side, Bray as well. I think he actually got one of his jungle minions stolen by Yon.
Well, okay, not having a very good time, to be honest. Ramcon and Jay have moved themselves up to the northern side, and they are going to be ensuring that this Leslie would not be having a very good time. But likewise, RSG will be doing the same thing by trying to bully Yon out of the lane, or rather, out of the jungle.
Yep, but if you actually take a look at this, RSG Slate SG's lineup is a little bit better at this sense, because the wave clear offered by Fasa is much faster compared to what you have on the Ferromis. And it looks like Lancelot is going to try and get a kill.
Well, I don't think that Yon is going to go down just yet. Luckily so. Not too sure what exactly happened there, but probably a little bit of a slip of the fingers. That's not exactly good, because now there is no turtle priority over the side of Flash. Yon is going to have to pick up his own purple buff first. RSG should be able to pick up this turtle with no question asked. No contest whatsoever.
Yep, it all comes down to the draft, right? This mid lane Fasa pick is definitely something that is helping RSG Slate SG a lot. The wave clear that early, it's about 5 seconds earlier than any of the members of Team Flash on the mid lane can start to rotate.
And now it is going to be the airstrike coming from the side of Roy. Yon is going to be the first one to draw first blood, as he immediately went on to assassinate Oki right underneath the turret's nose.
Yeah, I find it very interesting, right? RSG Slate SG, you can see the way that Bray is playing. This is the first time you see them a little bit more passive about their entry into the jungle, right? They're not really moving as a team, but they're allowing this Leslie to face a little bit of pressure.
I think that one thing that I probably understand is the fact that Oki, they picked up the Leslie. Okay, we hold on a little bit as, okay, we got an immediate kill onto Diablo. But back on the topic about the Oki, right? The invisibility will allow you to slide away from the cutthroat of this fatty. And this way, you will force Yon to tap onto his ultimate, or rather, to click wrongly. And sometimes it happens a lot. Your cutthroat can connect onto creeps. And that is probably what RSG is trying to hope for, trying to go for, to ensure that the Leslie will be safe from cutthroat. And for now, Big, hoping that he'll be able to get himself away, successfully do so.
Yep, just want to follow up on your point. For Oki itself, he has taken the Weapons Master emblem, and you can see the confidence that RSG has. He's only one of the available options for him, because if this Leslie gets the growth, he's going to be extremely painful. And that's only one part of the formula here. Roy!
Oh! Retribution down over to the depths of hell, as RSG slowly loses minions or players after players as Blue Security hopes that he'll be able to open things up. He does have the wild charge and did manage to connect onto one and being able to bring Cram God down.
Yep, that was insane from the side of RSG Slate SG, but this is exactly what we expect out of them, right? You know, they were saving that wild charge all day long. Lucian Cutie, one of the more impressive players in the league this season itself. I've been very happy with the way they've been performing. And this pull yourself together might be the bane of existence for the side of Team Flash.
Vanix with a battery mirror image gets himself running away. Roy flickers forward, was hoping he'll be able to kill, but the proxy from Bray came in from nowhere and manages to take him down. That is a free lane for the left lane.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, they're gonna commit that bloody hunt as well as give that kill over to our dear Vex here, and that is gonna give them some breathing space, which means that they can get a couple of pretty good hits on this bottom tier 1.
The purple buff is currently unavailable still. Yawn doesn't have a purple buff. We are going for a tower trade in the northern and in the southern side. Roy lost his life once again. Team Flash, they are very aggressive in this very game itself, and Flash constantly getting themselves kills after kills. And I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed.
Yep, I'm quite surprised because Team Flash, if you take it to the mid laners itself, Jay is actually matching up in gold and itemization against Roy, and that's not something that you really expect, right? Faster has a very good wave clear, but you take a look at the rotations done by Team Flash. One of them is here. They're going to try and catch Diablo. Not going to be successful, but the jump!
Oh! The jab! And the shields outplaying Yawn. If I'm not wrong, even that happened. Okay, with the purple buff, he didn't even come in through for Yawn. And it was still stolen away by the hands of Bray.
Yep, and that's a Master Assassin here, but oh, nice return kill.
Speaking of Master Assassin, Vix joins into the fray. He did manage to get himself off a quick little jump in with the electrifying blow. But it doesn't seem like there is going to be much to be played from this point onwards. Team Flash, they lost a couple of the turrets, or rather, they lost a single turret, and they lost some part of the land. As RSG now seems to have a little bit more control of the 50, that river line than Flash do.
Yep, if you take a look at the rotations, you can see that Cram God is starting to be a bit more present across the entire map. You know, helping out his mid laner, Faramis, clear the lanes against his Fasa is simply working for them at this point. But it's just a little step and a little improvement. They need to do more.
Your Vix, it does have all that he needs. In the meantime, Roy pops with the feathered airstrike. He will be able to zone everyone from the side of Team Flash away. And even we have got Cram God not having a lot of health to work with, immediately yielding this turtle over to the hands of RSG. But Flash have got something else in mind. With the Claude up in the northern side, they take the first tier.
Yep, I really like the confidence from RSG. They're going to set up for Vex here. They probably want to push and, you know, make something happen. They don't really have much here. Ultimate Snipe going to be committed, but Vex, he should be fine if he doesn't make any mistakes.
Vex, okay, he does have the Bloodlust Axe, so he should be able to stay alive for a little while longer, but not quite enough for him to get himself out of harm's way. Flash is continuously trying to push their advantage in the northern side. They are hovering around Claude as much as possible. They are mostly spoon-feeding most of the farm over to Claude and make sure that he's able to come online a lot sooner.
Yeah, but as we approach the mid-game, you can see Oki is not really doing as well as I think he should be. He's 0-2 and 3, he's been caught a couple of times already. And this might be a marker of success for Team Flash. If you take a look at the damage, Jay already at 20k, followed by Diablo. So not the people that I'm expecting to have the highest damage based on how the game has run so far. I was kind of expecting Roy to have majority of the damage.
Well, Oki do have a good amount of damage, to be honest. Kind of surprising, right? Pretty much on par with Roy. It seems as though Team Flash, they are actually putting quite a lot of priority onto this Farsa, and he's not finding that safe space for him to really pop his ultimate.
Yep, Vex is going to be chased down, but he should be fine here. This is an important marker because this means that they will have some availability to try and catch out these two members of RSGSG.
Diablo currently under heat. Bray is going to be the next one in hand, but the Thorn Rose came right at the nick of time as he did manage to evade the Iron Hook from the side of Cram God. Got himself right out of dodge, literally, without losing a single drop of blood.
Yep, RSG Slate SG right now, they're going to be very patient. They're just waiting for a couple of things before they start the fight, right? One of the markers is actually waiting for that Couch Alter. They want to force a premature Couch Alter. And that's when you really see RSG Slate SG will really go ham. That is that one thing they're waiting for.
It is definitely a mistake for Flash to give away the inner turret in the bottom lane. They do not, they absolutely cannot make these kinds of mistakes of giving free towers over to the side of RSG. But for now, we're going to be zooming in, looking at Yon. He went in for a quick little drive-by, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to do quite much, as Lucian was immediately going to be hooked right in. And here comes the electrifying blow, plus the Petrify. Vegs manages to bring Roy down once again. This guy could not find any opportunity to stay alive while dropping artillery bombshells.
Yep, it looked like they wanted to play passive, right? They wanted to do the split push game, but look at the aggression. Now RSG Bray gonna be taken down, and that's a good one. Another hook!
Oh! Hooks after hooks. Diablo is gonna be finding himself down on the ground. That is gonna be the final nail in the coffin for the side of RSG, knowing that the Lord will go into the hands of Team Flash.
Oh, how the tables have turned. It's a Flash sale for Team Flash now. Take your pick. Any RSG member you want.
Gonna be tough at this point in time. Oh, Yon doesn't have a lot of energy to work with. They expended 2 ultimates, the wall charge, as well as the feathered airstrike. With that single kill onto the side of Team Flash, this is definitely gonna help them by a lot more. The Lord will very likely not be accompanied by any form of escort or archers. No one is gonna be helping this Lord out. Until it crosses the 50 line, RSG should be able to bring that down pretty darn easily and have a good amount of space to farm up and clear out waves.
Yeah, right now, Yon is actually a force to be reckoned with. He has the Malefic Roar along with that Blade of Heptasis. The passive from that item allows him to deal so much damage if he doesn't get hit for the past 5 or 6 seconds. And that's very important for him because Orki, he's still not doing too well, to be honest, in terms of farm. He does have an endless battle, but he's trying to get his BOD done. And that's 11 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. His farm has been delayed so much simply because of the rotations by Team Flash. You know, Jay as well as Kremgod, their rotations around the map have made it really difficult for Orki to farm at all.
Royal is also not having a very good time trying to stay alive, let's be honest here. There's a lot of high ground coming on from the side of RSG, but Team Flash's mobility and their agileness makes them so elusive, unable to do anything to the crashing down of Flash. They can literally run straight at you. And RSG probably don't have a very good answer to all of that. Probably it only boils down to the man, Lucian Cutie. Only for him to be hooked down, and his wall charge did not do anything for him. Yon escapes with just a sliver of health. The outer turret in the middle lane is eventually going to be destroyed. Roy joins into the battle and will be able to pop the feathered airstrike in order to push the rest of the members coming from the side of the Flash away. Diablo as well as Bray joining into the team fight, and here comes the artillery, or rather here comes the sniper shots coming from Oki. Was hoping that he'll be able to do something about it. Join straight to the fray, cuts thrown down onto the Roy, and immediately gets himself right out of dodge. Phoenix pushes in for a little while longer, and was hoping that he'll be able to clear the waves in the middle lane.
Yep, it's a very different game too here, a very different Team Flash. Oh my, the tables have definitely turned. RSG Slate SG for the first time, we will see them defending against Team Flash. And like I said, Team Flash, if you take a look at how Yon has built his itemization, pair that up with his emblem, this Master Assassin, really putting the Master in Master class.
I gotta be really honest here. Yon hasn't really been showing much with his Fanny in the past few games in the regular season. But it seems like Team Flash has really been leveling up. When I see Yon with the Fanny, at first I was gonna, reserved about it. But right now, looking at it, well, he's definitely doing his job. He's managing to find those crucial kills that he so desperately needs. Maybe he can't catch on Oki. Maybe your cutthroat can't work on Oki, but you still have some other targets, such as Roy.
Yep, exactly. This huge burst and the mobility that he offers is so insane. And one thing that makes it really difficult for RSG Slate SG is they have 2 members that require perfect setup.
Oh, Big. Can't you get yourself out of that, can you? With a quick little shot of the artillery bombshells, Flash now have 1 person down. No more pressure coming in from the Benedetta. And Flash doesn't have all 5 men working for one another. Oh, Team Flash, they turn their heads around. They do not care about the fact that Yon was under attack by the rest of RSG. They wanted to turn it around onto Diablo instead. Gramgon went in for the bloody hunt and manages to bring Lucian Cutie down. That's the hook that we want to see! As Loki got hooked right in! Wasn't able to do quite much, but Bray was hoping that he'll be able to come in to get a stun dump onto Fennec. Wasn't able to. Triple kill down to his name, and now RNG loses 3. Gramgon, what are you doing? You got to come in here and get all these hooks!
Putting the God in his name. This is a Team Flash we've been waiting for the whole game. Bray, the last one to stay alive on his team. Can he make it out here? He needs to try and escape. He cannot get the Lord here. Vex making his life difficult. Gonna chase him down as well. Bray, he is gonna be taken out, and RSG falter.
Completely hindered. RSG, they're on a down low. With the Lord dropping his health. No one is around that can really stop this impending doom that Team Flash is setting up for themselves. And the only thing that they have got in store for themselves is probably to make sure that Oki gets the bomb that he needs and find a way to defend against this 15-minute Lord.
Yep, I want to point out to you on the Vex, right? Festival of Blood. That's one of the primary emblems we see on Vex, right, as a Benedetta. But he also has one additional new item, which is the Twilight Armor. It will reduce the amount of burst that he gets, and he's a tanky boy already, right? He does have the Bloodlust Axe, and that's going to help him with that life regeneration. You can see he's able to deal a lot of damage onto Bray as well, and Bray is not having a good time right now.
A good hybrid item, although not something that we see all the time, right? Additional damage that you can receive from the Twilight Armor whilst still receiving a good amount of defenses. Definitely not something that I would typically buy for my Benedetta. However, this is what his comfort works for him, and I am super excited to see how Vix is going to be continuing on with this, as the rest of the members from Team Flash pushes right into the middle lane, the top lane with a collateral damage, and the Lord escorting down at the bottom. Team RSG, they have got a little bit too much on their hands, and they can't seem to grab hold of themselves.
Yep, they're going to be very patient here, Team Flash. They have nothing to rush this for. Everything is going to plan, and Athena Shield going into the hands of Vex already.
Oh! No way! As the wild charge is going to be stopping the bloody hunt, but the inevitable one is the fact that Bray was still hooked, and then also no more bloody hunt. Jay was out of commission, but he do have the souls of the damned that allows him to come back in time for the next fight, which is right about now.
Yep, he's going to lose a lot of souls for this, but he's still going to deal plenty of damage. RSG Slate SG, they, given a kill, if you had to lose a member on the side of Team Flash, Jay was definitely the one that you would lose.
Roy is also the next one that you will lose. These two mages have constantly find themselves under attack time and time again. Look at Diablo's HP not looking to be very well, as the wild charge is just going to be popping off. Roy is also going to be having his words at the airstrike. Fennec over to the back line. He's blazing to it. It's just going to be like a blazing salvo. It's going to be going all around on the side of RSG. He captures himself, or rather he just going to be moving right in. Was hoping he will be able to get a kill down to Diablo, but then Battle Mirror Image getting himself right back out before anything were to go and turn sour.
Yep, it looked perfect for Team Flash for a moment, and RSG Slate SG, that's why they're the champions of MPL so far. Take a look at what's happening here. Yon getting caught though.
It is going to be a wall that stopped Yon for a tad little bit, but he did manage to find himself yet another avenue to run away. The middle lane second tier defense turret is going to be under siege by the hands of RSG. Oki is starting to get a little bit more painful now, and Team Flash, you're gonna have to find a way to deal with this, buddy.
Vanix is the one that we have to keep our eyes on. He is going to be the new win condition for Team Flash. He is finally online. That Ever is definitely doing its work and giving its value, but right now at 18 minutes, it really comes down to positioning from Team Flash and RSG. You will take a look. Flash likes to fight at the choke points, but that's actually where RSG likes to fight as well, because they have the Wild Charge as well as the Guardian's Barrier. So right now, you have to see the positioning of Roy as well as our dear Grok. Lucian Cutie is going to change the fight for RSG if he can land that perfect Wild Charge.
The Wild Charge is mostly accompanied by the Feathered Airstrike.
Oh,
and that is what they are trying to go and nullify to make sure that that was not going to happen, as Lucian Cutie got completely collapsed on. No more wild charge. Roy is out of position. Oki got caught. And RSG, they took this opportunity to push down the top lane turret instead. But Yon, he is a little bit indomitable, and he have managed to clear out the waves as soon as he can.
Yep, the decision now by Team Flash is to defend the base. They need to make sure they make this work. But right now, if you take a look at where Bray is, he has eyes on the Lord as well. They need to buy time for the side of Team Flash.
The only one left in their own base is going to be this Farsa. The sides from the players from the side of RSG has split up. One gonna be on the Lord, waiting for the perfect time to go in for the steal. One over at the base to come and really protect the base. Or maybe not, because Roy joins the action with the Feather Airstrike. He sacrificed himself. He was hoping that he'll be able to do something for the team, but wasn't able to, as they lost the Lord. Vanix used up his ultimate on to one hero only. But regardless, it is the objective that they have gone.
Yep, Lucian actually missed his wild charge there, and that was a mark for Team Flash. They smell blood, they want to take the base. This is the best chance they've gotten all game. Right now, the goal doesn't matter, KDA doesn't matter. It is about your positioning in a team fight. Who gets caught first? Cram God, waiting for that perfect opportunity.
It's tough to even get yourself out of the reach of Cram God. The conceal play was huge. The movement speed was too much for them to handle. They don't have any priority in the 50 line. The river is no longer a place for them.
Yep, you're gonna see the chokehold. Team Flash, once again, the moment they go to the corners of the river, that's actually where they shine, which is kind of ironic because that's where RSG wants to be at.
We still have a couple of time left until the next Lord appears. Team Flash, they're not necessarily on a timer or anything. It's just that their lineup allows them to put a lot of pressure onto the lanes. RSG though, they do have a couple of heroes that is pretty decent when it comes down to wave clear though, but Team Flash, they're not too scared about that at all.
Yep, it's really difficult, right? On the side of Team Flash, the way that their composition works is they're waiting for that engagement, that first initiation, which comes in the form of Cram Gods or J, right? Shadow Stampede works as well. But RSG, the reason why they struggle is because they need setup. They need someone to catch them. They need a Guardian's Barrier to block off members on the side of Team Flash. And the way that Team Flash composition works, they don't show on the map. You don't see anyone, you just get caught.
It is tough. RSG, all they gotta do is sit back. Wait for the right opportunity. They know that they are behind. They know that they don't have the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane anymore. They just need one good fight. One mistake from Flash, and that could eventually turn the game around.
Yep, right now, RSG, if you take a look at the itemization across the team, majority of them have the immortality. The reason for that is simply just to buy time. They need to make sure that they can outlast this Cult's Ultimate, because they have not been doing so at all.
The Cult's Ultimate is understandably one of the most annoying things out there for RSG. The defense, the added layer of defensiveness, plus the kill pressure that Cram God has got, as long as he's got the ultimate Bloody Hunt. RSG, they are very wary of that. The single hook, and of course, the Bloody Hunt. Lucian Cutie was waiting for the opportunity to just go in straight for the flicker as well as the wild charge. It doesn't seem like this is the kind of play that Flash would want to play, because RSG, they were all just setting up for that play. They were prepared for that hook to come right in. And RSG now, they have the advantage, they have the experience, and they are taking the Lord.
This is going to be a very painful Lord for the side of Team Flash here, because right now, if you take a look at what's happening, the death timers are starting to get extremely long, and every missing member is another win condition for RSG Slate SG.
With this Lord marching in, yikes! RSG will push down every single one of these waves. And honestly, I don't think that Team Flash will be able to defend this well enough. Yon would not have enough energy to sustain bringing down heroes and creeps at the same time. you wouldn't want to use your blazing duet onto creeps unless there are some heroes that is nearby. Like the same thing goes for the ultimate from the side of Vendetta, right? You wouldn't want to use electrifying blow just to bring down creeps. Perhaps on the Lord, sure. But prepare for RSG to tower down onto you and collapse the entire force right down onto you.
Yep, this is what I like about RSG Slate SG, right? The adaptability from this team is insane. They were getting caught out in the middle parts of the game.
They let themselves get caught out.
Yep, and now it is, yeah, catch me, man. I have other things that I can do to you as well.
And now the Lord has got it down in the top lane. The Lord waves his trident and charges forward onto the inhibitor turret at the top. Bottom lane with a single ballista and the middle lane with an army of units. RSG is waiting for the perfect time and waiting for the point time where the electrifying blow will be used. And now, unfortunately, they will not be able to stop Roy for the meantime as the Lord, he swings his trident and ends the game. Team Flash, they were so close, but wasn't able to close the game out.
RSG Slate SG, this is what champions are made of. Now, this is the reason why they have been champions since last season, and they are here to retain a title for Season 5 as well. Suki, let's dive in, man. What do you think about this game?
Look, RSG, they were on the back foot, right? You know, Flash was aggressive. They were able to get the kills. They were able to get the jump. You know, Franco, that Cram God hook and Bloody Hunt combo was so crucial for their wins in the early games, in the mid game. But here's the thing. The moment they recognized that all Franco does, all Cram God was doing was taking Lucian Cutie out of the fight. Without the Grok, they had no initiation. Without the Grok, they had no front line. So what did they do? They put Diablo in front instead. They said, you can take my Paquito. As long as I have my Grok, my Wild Charge, you are still gonna go down. And that was how RSG, I don't even say they didn't bait Flash at all. They just outplayed them in this situation.
I think they set themselves up to that situation, right? They don't want to make it too obvious for the hook. They know that this is a hook that any Franco would do. This is the opportunity that you would want to take. So take the Paquito. Once I see that hook, I'm flickering in. And that was Lucian Cutie's play. I don't know who came up with the play, but that was masterful.
This is experience. Now, we know that these are both international teams, and definitely what we are seeing here today is the showcase of what they've learned across the region as well. And this is props to the coach of RSG Slate SG. This mentality, this draft that they had, it offered so many options, right? And it allowed them to learn the game while it was in progress. That was the most important thing, right? Like I said, adaptability is a mark of champions. And the fact that RSG could learn from their mistakes in the middle of the game and turn it around, that's insane.
No sugarcoating. RSG were losing the entire game.
Yeah.
But just a single team fight turned things around. One part of me is just believes that Flash probably gave RSG too much respect, and they were delaying their RSG's eventual loss by waiting for proper ways to end. Lord end, instead of catch one end kind of thing.
Yeah, the mind games coming from RSG here, right? They were able to understand what Flash's win condition was. And their win condition was to lock down Lucian Cutie, was to get that initial, the initial team fight going. And what did they do? They locked down the Fanny. They stopped Yon from getting away, even without a hard, an actual hard lockdown on the side of RSG. And that's very difficult to execute, but RSG managed to make it work.
Just to say, this is the first time I've seen so much Twilight armor in a single team.
Yes, and it was important, but here's the thing, RSG just ignored that item because it has a 5-second cooldown on that passive for the Twilight armor, right? 5 seconds is more than enough time for the entirety of RSG Slate SG to really wipe the face of the earth on the side of Team Flash. And if you take a look at the fight participation, you can see it's much lesser towards the side of RSG. They were taking more control of the map, and that's when they really shifted the game all around.
Oh, well, we are going to be looking at the rest of the information or the rest of the statistics here from Flash versus RSG. I mean, all in all, we've got a very good idea that if Flash were to win, who the MVP would have been. But RSG have won this game instead. It's kind of tough to put a finger as to who is going to be the one that's MVP, isn't it? I would say that it's Lucian Cutie though.
I mean, I would say Diablo because I feel like he sacrificed himself for
Let's
RSG.
be honest here. That's his role. That is his role.
Oh, and it's Roy.
Yep, it is Roy. 6, 7, and 7. I mean, you know,
the dejected tone in that though.
No. Let me be perfectly honest, right?
Okay.
RSG, all of them played their part immaculately, right? They managed to hold on, they managed to save their teammates, they managed to get the damage done. But you know, when you look at Roy, you look at the Faza, he was there to help anybody in their lanes, right? He managed to get the kill onto the Benedetta at the bottom lane. He was in the mid lane fights. He did get caught out once or twice, but you know.
MVP for Roy doesn't mean most valuable player. MVP for Roy means most valuable positioning. Every single fight in the late game, he was never out of position. He offered that feather airstrike right at the edge. Every single member was always caught by his feather airstrike.
He emphasized on late game.
Yes.
Because in the early game, it wasn't so good. 0-3, that was tough. But Roy eventually changed his playstyle a little bit, or perhaps the entire team changed things around just by a little bit, and that definitely allowed them to get themselves this victory.
Yeah, I have to say though, for Flash, I think, you know, they...
It's a pity, isn't it?
No, the thing is, I think they had the opportunity to end. They did.
I
think they did.
They were so close.
They were so close, right? But this is very exciting because they're not out yet. They're going to be in lower bracket, so this is going to be...
Well, that's lower bracket, right? Now, we want to know what it takes to be a winning team, to be a championship team. So let's listen in to the players and what they did to make sure they got this win.
Go, 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 go! Hey, no flicker, Franco, no flicker. Nice, Franco. Hey, can rata, guys.
Hey, go.
Hey, Fanny low. Wait, no buy.
Good. Squad. Wow, back. Can back. Go back.
Hey, it's okay. Two of them right.
Coming.
Nice.
Turn down.
Big away. Mid first, and then watch me, guys.
Fanny.
Mid.
I getting top,
Watch me. Go. No bite. I ending. Go, arrow break.
Wow. Nice, bro. Hey, you petri me, bro.
What a phenomenal play right here from RSG Slate SG, proving this is why they are our defending champions. And time again, they have represented Singapore on the international stage. And right beside me, I have St. DeLucas, the brains behind RSG Slate SG.
Hello.
I St. DeLucas, I do have so many burning questions for you. So first up, just on Game 2 itself, is this a level of fight you were expecting from Team Flash?
Game 2?
Yeah.
I think Game 2, we just want to having fun, because the Game 1, I don't think it's fun. Yeah, it's very fast.
So it's for the flair?
It's just for fun, Game 2.
Right.
So you guys also very fun to watch, right?
Right, so it makes sense because when it came to the drafting itself, I wasn't expecting to see a Leslie because right now the meta is favoring more for like attack speed MM. So is there a reason why like a Leslie was picked?
It's all about because of the first game we win too fast. So I picked Leslie to let them play late game Yeah.
We win too fast. So it's all for us, guys. For those of you who are watching, St. DeLucas, our coach, is putting on a show for us. And also, another surprise for Game 2 itself, we have seen Khalid getting the respect ban. And actually, a lot of viewers internationally were making comments like, is Khalid a thing? Is Khalid going to be a thing now? And thereafter, Flash picked a Benedetta. So I thought that Diablo would pick his Badang, but why wasn't there a Badang?
There's no Badang. Why there's no Badang?
Yeah.
I think we prepare for Bleed. Yeah.
Oh, so keep it in the pocket first.
Yeah, keep it for Bleed, so later they ban.
Right. So you mentioned that you wanted Diablo to punch people and that's why you picked Diablo. But we want to press on a little bit more for the answer because right now, as of the meta, Badang is not really a thing. So why are you picking Badang for Diablo to play?
It's a good hero for him because he keeps spamming the hero also That's why he's very good. Yeah. And he never play Yuzong, so you guys don't need ban Yuzong.
Right. So right here at the MPL SG scene, we are seeing a lot more expat players, not just players, but also coaches itself. And now that, RSG slate has gone through the entire regular season in a round robin cycle, meeting every single team, what are your comments for this season as compared to the previous ones that you have experienced so far?
I think this season, even we win a lot, but I can feel like everyone also improve. Yeah, and also the meta, because I think the meta also like this for 1 year plus. So I think Moontoon need to check the meta very fast lah. It's very boring. Yeah.
Oh, so dishing some dirt here. So that's very exciting. And hopefully, there will be some meta changes. Now, once again, congratulations on securing this win. Now, moving forward, do you have anything to say to your opposing teams?
What?
To the teams that you're going to meet, anything that you want to say to them?
Have fun, guys. We are waiting at the upper bracket finals.
All right, so thank you so much, Saint Lucas, for this interview. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was the brains behind RSG Slate SG, and it is no wonder they are our defending champions, especially in Game 2. You could see their decision-making is just absolutely on point, which sends RSG Slate SG straight to the finals itself, making them in a very comfortable position for tomorrow. Whereas the next match that's going to come up real soon is something that you definitely don't want to miss as well. It's going to be a clash between Bleed Esports as well as SMG SG. Now, what's very exciting about this lineup is if you guys have been keeping tabs on the overall standings for the regular season, you could see that it no longer seems between a clash of the two titans within the Singapore scene anymore. There's a third wheeler popping up in this relationship, and it seems like it's a romance of the three kingdoms already. But for Team SMG SG, are they ready to be noted in this triad that we have right here? We can only find out later on in match 4 itself. Now, this will be happening at 5:30 p.m. right here at Suntec City Mall. So if you guys are looking to join us right here, we have seats available for you as well on a first-come, first-served basis. But of course, we also do have other positions as well on the level 2 and level 3 freestanding area where you guys can get equally good views. So once again, match 4 happening at 5:30 p.m. where we will see Bleed Esports going head-to-head against Team SMG. Stick around and we'll see you then.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hug's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne-caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hug's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right here to MPL SG Season 5 Playoff Season. So right now we are at match 4, and earlier on in the day we have seen 2 eliminations earlier on for match 1 and match 2, and in upper brackets match 3 we have seen Team Flash going down to the lower bracket, securing that upper bracket final spot for RSG Slate SG. So this will be the final match closing the show, match 4, where we will see 2 teams going head-to-head against each other, and they will be none other than Bleed Esports going head-to-head against Team SG. Now, what makes this match very, very exciting to watch is that we have, our Titan, the Bleed Esports, and on the other hand, it seems like it's a love triangle now because Team SG actually secured themselves a very comfortable 3rd position in the regular standings overall. So this is really, really cool to see. And with that being said, both teams now have players in their original roles and lanes, so this is one to watch. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the team, shall we? First up, presenting to you, Bleed Esports. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, consisting of veteran players who have been rivals or even members of RSG Slate SG, Bleed Esports is the only team who was able to bring an end to RSG Slate's 100% win rate in the regular season. Now with a consistent performance placing them 2nd in the regular season, they now look to bring down whoever stands in their way to claim the title of champions as well as the MSC 2023 invitation. Now next up, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team SMG! Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Team SG is starting the season guns a-blazing. Now, Team SG is looking to be a strong contender this season in the playoffs. Will the leadership of Dairy be able to make or break Reminiscence playoff curse? We can only find out right here at MPL SG Season 5 Playoff Match 4. So joining their respective teams on Team SG, we see Coach Aeon, whereas for the other side of Bleed Esports, we see Youngin, the coach, as well as the analyst of Potato. So the friendly fist bumps with the opponents, and they're heading over to their battle stations. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, this is a match that you don't want to miss. We see fans gathered on either side of the stages rooting on for their favorite teams, and it's going to be an explosive match over at the Land of Dawn. Now, without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to our amazing casters to take a look at this dynamic. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final series of today. It is relatively unfortunate that we are coming close to the end of the day, but don't worry, we still have tomorrow and the day after. But before we even, jump on to further on of that, we gotta focus on this game that we have on hand here, and that is Bleed versus SMG. My name is Abstract, with me here is Tsuki and Kintofu, and the 3 of us is gonna be a caster for this series.
Yeah, so this is going to be very, very exciting. Bleed took down RSG, who were the champions, so-called, of the regular season. And SMG have played up against Bleed before in, I think, first week. And it made it hard for them. Like, Bleed, who came off from being, the top 2 teams, went up against SMG and almost lost. So SMG did lose that series. Bleed won. But who knows, right? It's 4 weeks later.
Yep. Now let's take a look at the Bleed lineup, right? This is a new team altogether. Yes, a different mantle, but let's take a look at the players here. It's going to be FMM, Sailor, Gear, Deck, and JPL. All familiar names with the exception of Deck, our newest addition into this team Bleed. And this is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, even though Deck is new to the team, he has proven himself in the jungle, right? We have seen him do so well, and mechanically, I mean, just blowing people's minds left, right, and center. But we are now going to have a look at SMG. Well, sorry, was there anything you wanted to say abstract about Bleed before we get into that?
I mean, to be honest, not quite much. You guys pretty much have got have a good amount of say on to what Bleed Esports have got thrown out for us so far. The only competitor that actually won them in regular season is out already. So unfortunately, no more Kingslayers to a certain extent. But maybe SMG is going to do something a little bit different today.
Yeah, and for SMG, we have Enya, Mikumikumi, Supergirl, Reminiscent, and Dairy. And for SMG, honestly, I am kind of big fans. Like, I think they have really gotten, the flow going. They have really done well this season. And surprising, I mean, playing against these teams is not easy, right? And SMG has kind of made it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're caught still moving under gunfire. For a reason, they can do well under pressure. And, with the addition of Supergirl into the lineup, he has been on fire this entire season.
Honestly, when it comes down to SMG, all they gotta do is to ensure that Supergirl stays safe and, of course, let him win the lane. He is pretty much very important in winning the games against Bleed. But how about the other way around, Kin?
Let's take a look at Bleed Esports. They definitely need to watch out for Dairy here, the disruptive fighter picks. His Kaja, one of the main things they need to look out for is one of his comfort picks. He did play a mean Grok, but we'll see what happens in the match later on. And of course, FMM, farm many. He needs space to farm, right? He is doing well this season. He has made his name known across the entire league so far. He has been rock solid, and I want to see him continue this performance as well. Now, of course, with the last bit, it's going to be Gear and Deck. Gear going up against Supergirl. This is a matchup I'm very interested to see. And Deck's unorthodox jungle picks. We have seen the Alice jungle. Let's see what they can do. Now, how about the side of SMGSG?
Yeah, when we look at SMGSG, they have to play their own game, right? They have been very good at adapting to other teams' playstyles, but Bleed is very methodical. I would say that Bleed is probably one of the teams that have the type that are very patient. They make very calculated decisions. So don't let them set the tempo, right? Keep an eye on Dairy's initiation. Dairy is always the one that we have to watch out for Team SMG. And SMG also have to go in with him. He can't go in alone. Because it's not a one-person game, right? And then also allow Reminiscent to get his fighter/tank jungler, because Reminiscent, he has played, I believe, the Barats, he has played the Fredrin, he has played all sorts of tanky jungle heroes, and he has always been the front line. He's the one making sure that Dairy isn't going in alone, making sure that Enya is not caught off guard.
Yep, exactly. Like, we have already seen how scary his Fredrin is. The other ones that he likes to play is the Mardis, and Mardis in his hands is quite dangerous, right?
Time and time again, we have seen a lot of players stepping up when it comes down to the very conventional junglers, such as Martis as well as Fredrin. These two are picks that we are definitely going to be expecting to see. And of course, speaking of Fredrin, definitely going to be one of the signature heroes coming from the side of Deck. Perhaps Kin, you'll be able to elaborate a bit more?
Let me share with you something interesting. A lot of the picks and signature heroes we have across Bleed and SMG are actually shared. So keep your eyes peeled for a couple of these heroes. And of course, with that being said, the average kill participation across the team, they like to fight. They like to fight more than the other teams here in the league itself. But of course, with that being said, let's take a look at what SMGSG has to offer us as well.
Yeah, so as you were saying, look at the signature heroes. They didn't change for most of the team, right? So Lapu Lapu, the Fredrin, as well as the Kaja, three key heroes that both teams will want to pick up, right? You can say that, you can say that Sayla has that Kagura that we always get scared of, and Supergirl, I think, made glue sort of like the bannable glue that he is, right? Yep. But when it comes down to actual playtime, these three heroes, most picked. So they are going to be very comfortable on these, and maybe they might try to ban it out from each other.
Perhaps, right? Because understandably, they all share the same hero. So this actually gives a pretty good segue over to their head-to-head, right? How the two of these teams comes against one another when they have relatively similar kind of pick style, or rather draft style. As we look at Bleed versus SMG, their entire run within of the regular seasons, Bleed so far bleeding black, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed has shown to be, I guess, the team that has won more against the rest of the teams that are in MPL regular season. But I have to stress once again, the last time they met was week 1, day 2. So from then until now, we have seen SMG grow a lot. And I don't know whether Bleed can, meet up to that growth from SMG.
Yep. Take a look at the bans by Bleed and the bans by SMG, right? The one that speaks out to me the most is Bleed. Bleed hates the joy. They hate the glue as well. They don't like long, extended fights. The way that Bleed likes to play, they like to have very quick kills. Get it done, yep. Snappy, get the objective, and then we move on. On the flip side, an Arlet as well as a 1-1, that's a kind of a different structure from SMG, and that's what sets them apart, right? Arlet, a lot of CC, a lot of iframes from the 1-1's crossbow of tanks as well, so they don't like burst heroes in comparison. So now this is going to be a challenge. This push and pull, who's going to get what they want?
So this is where we really understand the Team SMG, right? The way that they pick is a little bit more sophisticated to a certain extent.
Yes.
They need to unlock a certain amount of requirements in order for them to actually pull off. We look at Arlet, right? For example, you gotta have to make sure that you do have the mark on the enemies. And as for the side of 1-1, you gotta have to pop all the marks on the enemies. So kind of like different on the opposite spectrum. But in the meantime, we are looking at the caster's prediction. Well, I'm kind of surprised that I'm the only Bleed guy here.
Orange against red, right?
Can you elaborate more? I would love to find out more.
Oh, so orange is my favorite color.
Okay, I'm out here.
No, like I said, I think to me, SMG have been very impressive. Like, we know Bleed are good. We know that they've performed well in multiple seasons. They have good players. They have famous players. They have people who have played in an experienced environment. They've gone overseas.
Right.
But SMG, like from day 1 to now, they have really impressed with their growth, their versatility. They have played against lineups that are traditionally good against them. And if we look at the audience prediction, hey, it's...
We're thinking similar.
Yeah, we're working it out, right?
I really like this audience prediction, right? It's kind of like split in half. We have the majority of the still count as majority. Majority of the audience from the side of YouTube that actually rooting for Bleed, while majority of the audience from the side of Facebook is rooting for SMG. So we are literally on a seesaw right now. We don't have a very good idea which one of these teams is actually better. Are we talking about macro, micro, drafting? There's so many things that comes into play that will help us decide the better team between these two.
Yep, so right off the bat, like we said, they don't like long extended fights. Bleed gonna ban out this Faramis, no Cult's Altar, no displacement from that Shadow Stampede. This is something that they're very uncomfortable with. Likewise, they're gonna ban out the Kaja. No comfort picks for you, Mr. Dairy, on the side of SMG-SG.
Yeah, I mean, this ban phase is very typical, right? I think today we've seen quite a few atypical bans. So coming back to this, the Arlet, the Faramis, the Kaja, the Joy, I feel like we're going safe. Like both teams, they're going for the very typical bans, the meta bans, right? So potentially we're going to see I was going to say a Fredrin ban, but a Grok ban coming up from the side of Bleed.
Yep, I think they fully understand that Dairy is one of the core members, and the way he sets up the plays for SMG-SG is very, very dangerous. So they are going to ban out the Grok, the Kaja. These are all roaming heroes, right? Heroes that Dairy loves to play. That's his role anyway. But of course, on the flip side, if you take a look at the bans by SMG, they hate mobility. They hate people who can switch and split the fights. That's why the Claude is banned, right? That's why the Joy is banned as well. And the Arlet. A lot of repositioning skills available in these 3 bans that have been banned out by SMG-SG, which means they are also looking for a very bursty type of composition, right? No way to run. Let me kill you first.
Yeah, and the glue is open. The Fredrin is open. And yeah, a glue pick for Gear. Gear has actually done very well in the EXP lane, especially on that glue. And a Melissa Faza lock in on the side of SMG. They are going to give Enya his Melissa.
Yep, it's a tough one.
Martis definitely looks good right now. I'm constantly going to be harping this over and over again. And I know that when it comes down to Melissa, they are afraid of Martis being able to penetrate through the Kado's protection. You definitely do not want anyone to invade your personal privacy space, especially when you demand for it. And just completely disregarding that, yeah, that's pretty darn annoying. So looking at the fact that there could be a possibility for a Martis being picked up from the side of Bleed, having a Mage being picked up would be nice too. However, they're looking at things a little bit on the other way around. The Thorn Rose can definitely reach on to Enya as well. So picking up themselves with the Lancelot as well as Kufra will be near.
This is a very dangerous draft from the side of Bleed, and you can already see the synergy. Similar to how many of the games have been played today, this deck, Lancelot, or Tankslot in this case, along with the JPL Kufra, is going to set aside and split the team fight across the team for SMG. That's the whole game plan, right? We don't fight in a 5-on-5. We split the fight. Here is going to push off the important members that will try to protect Melissa for Enya. It will also protect them from the usage of the Feather Airstrike by Miku Miku Mi. And of course, with that being said, the counter to this that SMG is going to be trying to provide is with this Benedetta. Eye for an eye. The iframes are very important, but the timing is important as well. Go away is great on Melissa, but it only works when they are actually targeting you. The thing here is that Bleed's lineup is very flexible. They can ignore this Melissa altogether, get the kill on Miku Miku Mi, and finish off this Melissa after the go away has been done.
Having said that, right, the Benedetta, I do think that Benedetta has been used to great effect to sort of mess up the macro game, right? She can split push, she can come in from the backline and, you know, assassinate somebody. So this Benedetta, I think, offers them a lot of versatility. But Supergirl has been known to play this Benedetta quite well as well. It's the only concern I have is that he's going up against a Glue, right? And I feel like in a head-to-head, Glue wins out every single time. And that is where I'm a little bit concerned from SMG.
And I would believe that that is the reason why Benedetta very likely would not go head-to-head with Glue. Proxy all the way. You'll never want to find a reason to fight against the Glue. Maybe in the later stages of the game, fighting against the Glue shouldn't be too much of a problem. Because when it comes down to your Sword Art strikes, you don't have an issue killing all of the Goos. In fact, it actually helps the Benedetta to heal so much as long as the Bloodlust Axe is available.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a Festival of Blood on this Benedetta for sure. And of course, with that being said, they need to pair someone up, FMM and Sailor. Bear in mind, they have not banned the Kagura. And you know, when they picked up this gear Glue, you could actually see Miku Miku Mi laughing about it. I think SMG definitely has in mind that they were preparing for this particular draft. It kind of feels like SMG has Bleed playing into the palm of their hands so far.
I am a little bit surprised at the first phase Kufra pick. I believe that's more of a denial pick, and they don't really want to waste a ban on it because Kufra is, you know, he's a good initiator, but not necessarily, I think, first phase materials that we've seen so far, especially in the regular season.
His early game is very strong though. On the side of Team Bleed, you know, Glue as well as Kufra and this Lancelot, they offer so much option, they offer so much utility right away, even at level 2. Bouncing Ball is going to be great, Tyrant's Rage is going to be great for JPL. He can set up kills for the team right off the bat in the first 1 to 2 minutes of the game. And Gear, you know, Glue is a very strong early game laner as well. So this is going to be a tough challenge for SMG because their lineup is maybe a little bit later, slightly later. Level 4 for Supergirl, level 4 for Melissa as well. And of course, Miku Miku Mi doesn't really do much damage until that Feather Airstrike is online.
Yeah, and you know, the ranging from the Melissa as well as the Faza, JPL is going to be able to catch them out, right? He's going to be able to jump right into the backline, and that is going to disrupt the setup that SMG has if they decide to fight that way. You know, we've seen a lot of, I guess, individual plays from the different teams, a lot of split fights happening, an actual 5v5, you know, face-to-face, man-oh-man sort of fight hasn't really, I guess, come to fruition that much so far. So this may be a game where SMG have to position themselves very, very well, because like you said, Bleed do seem to have that initiation advantage.
Yep, they need to be very careful because the way that is being drafted so far, okay, a Cho going on, like for Bleed, JPL offers FMM so much space. He can deal with the Fredrin when he comes in. He can deal with Enya as an early game Melissa, no problem for him as well. He can reposition with the Tyrant's Rage. That gives him so much space and room to create an opportunity for FMM to really just farm safely. Dairy on the Cho, that's a good pick, but is it strong enough to catch out FMM? Can he get past this Kufra bouncing ball?
Yeah, and with Enya on that Melissa, he's got a little bit more survivability than the Beatrix, but it's whether or not, you know, the Kufra gets in on him and whether he can survive the onslaught coming from Bleed.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we clean up the battlefield in the Land of Dawn, definitely we'll be expecting someone to bleed, and definitely expecting a lot of gunfire going on here. So let us prepare ourselves for this final series of the day, Bleed versus SMG SG.
Yeah. Sorry, that was such a good intro that I just lost my remaining brain cells. But yeah, so we're gonna look at the lineup, we're gonna look at the setup, and it's gonna be JPL actually starting off at the bottom lane, making sure that Benedetta doesn't do anything funny to Gear in the early stages.
Yep. Speaking of funny, nothing exactly looks funny when it comes down to the jungle rotations. The Fredrin started off in his own red, while the Lancelot started off in his own blue. They are all going to be moving themselves down south by the end of their jungle rotations. Theory is just going to be exerting as much of his attention over to the opponent's jungle, and really just to make sure, or rather in his own jungle, to make sure that he's able to keep Reminiscent safe and sound while he's trying to secure his own form of objectives. JPL and Sayla focuses on to mid a little bit longer, and remember, JPL is playing on the Kufra, and Dairy picked a Cho into JPL's Kufra after all. They may have some ideas as to what they want to go with, but to hold and control the 50 line is definitely not something that I expect SMG would be able to sustain.
The pressure, I think, is on Dairy to get that right initiation, right? He has a bit of a shorter range than the Kufra on that Cho, and there's a lot of opportunity for the JPL Kufra to interrupt him. So Dairy here is going to have to be a little bit more careful, and they're going to be fighting out in the middle lane, but you know, I feel like we're going to see it happen the first turtle fight, right? Who is going to get the priority? Is the Fredrin, who you typically see as the one who is, you know, tanking the turtle, initiating that fight? Or are you going to see the Lancelot come in and get that steal?
One thing that we also going to have to take note is that Benedetta is not necessarily going to be on the mercy of Gear's glue, right? Because Gear going to have to walk into the goose in order to pop them off, and Supergirl will be able to dash away from all of that very darn easily. So getting an early kill from the glue onto the Benedetta, pretty much impossible, unless we're looking at a gank coming up from Bleed. But speaking of gank, there's very likely going to be something in here, as we do have Theory immediately win the way of the Dragon onto JPL. A quick with the Tyrant's Revenge, even though short range, he did manage to get himself away from all of that danger. Unfortunately, even with the ultimate coming in from the side of Sayla, he wasn't able to hold himself well enough. A good amount of trades coming in from both ends, both mages down, but Bleed, deck went down.
And for Gear, like, we know he's gonna get a kill, right? So he did get that revenge kill onto Mikumi, but the first turtle is gonna go to SMG here, and they are gonna be getting this lead going. So I mean, that was a beautiful fight. SMG, even though you don't want to jump on the Kufra, Davey knew he had to get the Kufra out of the way in order to win the fight.
A sick invasion, I gotta have to say. Supergirl completely zoning Sailor out so that he would not be able to join into the fight together with Gear as well as Deck. Gear do have the split right on top of the Reminiscent, but I don't think that they will be able to bring this Gear down anytime soon. He is pretty much of a tanky boy, but unfortunately none of the members from the side of Bleed is coming to his rescue at all. As such, they're gonna be leaving him on an alert, and they are focusing their resources onto the top lane instead.
They just sacrificed Gear right there. Like, Bleed just walked away. They knew that they weren't going to get the kill, but they traded out. So this is the timing and positioning coming in from Bleed to stop SMG's snowball.
They don't care so much about losing a clue, because it seems as though Sayla knows, I can come back in and I will be able to bring down this Benedetta with not much of a problem at all. So far, SMG, they split their forces in the top side and the bottom side. They force at Bleed to split their forces as well. And Bleed is reacting to whatever SMG is doing. SMG is the aggressors, Bleed is the defenders. And this is not something that we see all the time. SMG is doing a very good job on keeping Bleed on a leash. And how long can they do this? That is the question.
Yeah, and I think the choice of Lancelot for the jungler for Bleed, right? You want that Lance to have that initial money going in. You want him to have a good time, but he's already gone down once. So he has to play a bit more careful not to get caught out again here. Whereas SMG on that Fredrin, it doesn't matter if he goes down. He's just going to do Fredrin things, reminiscent here, just starting up the turtle.
Immediately with the Tyrant's Rage, he's just going to be slamming Derry in, and Sailor backed him up with the RWM, was hoping that he will be able to keep Derry in a lurch, but that wasn't able to do quite much. Reminiscent did go down though, and without the retribution, Bleed takes the turtle very done easily, and Gear pushes the rest of the stragglers away.
So that was a big investment coming out from Bleed, and it paid off, right? They got the turtle, they got the kill onto Reminiscent. He had to go in to try and help Derry, and we saw Derry get away, but actually, Bleed don't really want Derry. They actually prefer Reminiscent instead. So they're sort of feeding the wrong players, I think, from SMG into Bleed.
There is still a lot of different kinds of plays that we can expect. SMG, they have a relatively tanky front line with the help of Reminiscent as well as Derry. The two of them is going to be the centerpiece of SMG's lineup. While Miku Mi, he plays a very important role in dealing most and the bulk of the damage in the middle stages of the game. Supergirl, understandably, will be creating so much annoyance, so much space, and that is what we want to see. As for now, Derry dropped his head on the floor as Bleed eventually did manage to find themselves a single quick kill on top of him, and SMG are forced to play a little bit defensive, or perhaps the other way around. Benedetta heads to the bottom lane and went for the proxy, buying themselves even more space and time.
We saw the Eve there catching out the troll, locking him down, and we can see on the side of Bleed, they're all going for magic defense items here, because like you said, Miku Mi is the bulk of their damage right now, and if they are unable to burst someone down on the side of Bleed, SMG are gonna lose out over time. So now Bleed, they have the slightly, I guess, the faster items, right? They are only 800 gold ahead, 700 gold ahead, but it is still important at the start of this game to get those early small items up that will give them those little bit of advantages into the team fights.
It's crazy how neck and neck this game is. When it comes down to Enya versus FMM, Enya and FMM's goal and economy is very much similar. Literally about 4,500 for each of them. The gold laners, they're working pretty darn fine. However, with the turret down in the top lane, it is probably gonna change. And with the fact that there is a turtle right now, it is definitely gonna change. As Reminiscent is just gonna be finding himself dead. RWM is just gonna be popped up. Unfortunately, the turtle will still go to the hands of Bleed, as SMG wasn't able to seize the control around the turtle's pit.
What we see here is the rotations from Bleed coming in a little bit earlier, much tighter gameplay coming from Bleed, whereas SMG a little bit split, right? But at the same time, this is their playstyle. SMG like to spread out across the map, get as much advantages as possible, and so even with a 5-3 deficit in terms of SMG losing out and only one total difference, Bleed's lead is not necessarily that big, especially given that Enya has slightly more gold than FMM and they've just been left alone in the top lane.
We're gonna have to focus a little bit more onto Supergirl from the side of SMG. And, well, coincidentally, he's the one that dealt the most amount of damage from his team. He's very annoying when it comes down to the lanes. He technically went head-to-head in the lanes and completely neck and neck with Gear. So he didn't win the lane, he didn't lose the lane. But when we are looking at the gold, Supergirl is hovering at 4,600 gold. In the meantime, Gear is also at 4,600 gold. Completely the same. Now, it boils down to team fight. It boils down to the micro and the macro eventually, how they would be eventually going to be playing things out.
But the survivability we see there from the glue, even with all that commitment from SMG, unable to take down Gear. And Gear is going to become more of a problem the longer the game goes on, as opposed to being less of a problem.
Here's a good note for everyone to know. That 2,000 gold lead that Bleed has is not towards FMM. FMM and Enya is completely dead even. Deck and Sailor, they are the one that shares that piece of the pie. They are the one that has the advantages over their counterpart. So keep your eyes onto these two, the jungler and the mage. In fact, Sailor's RWM is definitely gonna be the centerpiece of a winning strategy.
The problem for Bleed, the problem for SMG actually is catching out Deck. right? They need to lock down this Lancelot, who is so hard to catch onto. And he's actually going to go right onto Mi. No fear from him at all. There's 4 members of SMG, and he just goes right in for that poke damage.
This is how Lancelot tanks a lot. It can be so annoying, right? You're able to move into the backlines and really harass the Vasa, and you still do good damage. And you can get out of dodge very simply with just a single Phantom Execution. You don't lose anything, and you get out by only sacrificing what? 5 to 10% of your health? That's entirely unfair.
Yeah, and that's the problem that they're having right now. SMG, they are going to catch out Gear here. Can they take him down before he ults?
The Way of the Dragon did manage to put Gear and Suntec a little bit away from the fight. The taunt is just going to be appearing on the Gear. He do have all of his goose going on, but I don't think the sticky stacks is going to be onto anyone at all. I take it back. The sticky stacks were onto Reminiscent. He's going to be taking a little bit of those shots, but it's not going to be that big of a problem after all. Gear completely be in the center of Mi, Reminiscent, as well as Supergirl. He's gonna be safe and sound, at least for now. The Lord is still swinging his trident. He's been holding on in that current location for the longest time ever. Reminiscent flew up to the sky, and it kind of seems as though Gear found the opportunity to do so. However, the RWM pops right out. Sailor low HP, but unfortunately taken down by Supergirl. FMM holds his ground, hiding inside the brushes. JPL came into his action, and Derry was hoping to get a stun in. He helped to get Deck down.
Look, that fight, it's back and forth. 3 on the side of Bleed did, 2 on the side of SMG, but SMG got the Lord. So this was the one fight that they managed to get an advantage here over Bleed, and they need to stop Bleed, right? Because we've seen Bleed snowball to the end. Here we go, look at the instant replay.
Definitely a lot of big plays going on, right? I believe that Sailor popping the other band was super huge, and he almost got himself away until Supergirl joined in the back.
Yeah, that Benedetta, we have seen split push, assassination, what can't she do, right? And you're a Benedetta main, so you would know.
Now, of course, Derry sacrificed his life, kind of, right? When he wanted to get himself away, he just so happened to see that Deck was around the area, hiding inside the brush. He changed his trajectory. Instead from escaping to sacrificing himself and buy a little bit more time. In fact, helping them to secure that kill. And that kill was big. It allowed them to escort the Lord down the lanes and allowed them to have a lot more space and time, perhaps to even turn things around. As we can see here, Megumi immediately preemptively pops off with the feathered airstrike in order to zone the rest of the members of Bleed away. They were pretty much hoping to get themselves the kill on the turret, but that didn't quite work.
Interesting though, choice from Gear here. You know, that's the threat of the glue, right? Just one Gear in his split form is going to push back the entirety of SMG. But SMG got what they want, right? So now they need to bring back, be once again a bit more patient, a bit more cautious. Don't let Bleed catch them off guard. But Derry is looking for a quick kill, a quick assassination maybe for the side of that Cho.
A lot of sticky stacks on Reminiscent already. If Gear really wants to go for the split, any time would do. He's suffering a bit of the damage, but they are all kind of tickling him, no problem. Derry, nice flicker as well as the Way of Dragon almost brings out Gear. They manages to! And now we do have a feathered aspect that eventually was gonna be the final kill down to the Gear. It is a 1-for-1 trade as Enya has lost his life as well. Not exactly a very good trade for SMG, to be very honest. If they can go back, they gotta have to go back and avoid the fight at all costs.
Yeah, Enya, they're positioning a little bit out of place, gets taken out. You don't want that happening. Your gold laner is your late game insurance, and having Enya go down there is going to be detrimental for the side of SMG. But at the same time, they still have held that space, right? That map awareness and that positioning coming up from SMG is still quite aggressive. They're not pushed back to their base just yet.
This is a good point in time where we really understand how the marksmen are doing. When we're looking at Enya, he's currently got 8,200 gold, and all his items was Corrosion Science, Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, and pretty much that's it. Still kind of like on his way with the Legion Sword. While for Bleed Esports FMM, he's got 9,500 gold, he's got the Malefic Roar, Blade of Despair, Hunter Strike, and that is definitely relatively huge. Even though he's only 1,000 gold on top of Enya, that 1,000 gold is a power spike.
And he also invested in the steel leg plates for a little bit more survivability. Oh, sorry, wrong person. I'm looking. No, FMM, yeah.
FMM, he does.
Steel leg plates, yeah. So I was like, hang on. Okay, sorry.
The Lord goes down to the hands of Bleed. And it kind of seems as though SMG, they can no longer cheese it up and get themselves the second Lord in the running. 2,000 gold advantage for Bleed. What can they do here?
for SMG, right, they need to get the right pickoffs and they need to stop sacrificing key members. I think at a certain point, Dairy just has to soak up all the damage, soak up all the deaths, so that Reminiscent and Enya can survive. Supergirl is doing, Supergirl things, right? He's pushing the side lane, he's making sure that the macro is still going in favor of SMG so that Bleed don't get much of a lead here. But there's going to be a big fight in the middle. Mikumi, they're catching out Gear once again.
As the Way of the Dragon pushes Gear in uncharted territory, but he seems like he wasn't able to get away, but he didn't manage to. He changed his directory and just went straight over to the back lines on the side of SMG. This allowed Bleed to find the right target, and this is a premature fight for SMG. This is not what they wanted. They needed to defend the Lord, and now it is all free real estate for Bleed.
They sacrificed 3 members just to get that glue down. Definitely not a worthwhile trade on the side of SMG here. Can Supergirl and Mikumi stop this Lord? The base is gonna get a little bit damage here. Oh my goodness, Supergirl just getting away.
It kind of seems like it's going to be the end as the rest of the members for Bleed ended it off with style.
And that is Bleed, I think, not being the patient control team that we have seen so far. It's them bringing the fire, bringing the heat, and taking it to Team SMG.
Well, I would like to say that Bleed, they don't stop at anything. When they see an opportunity, they dive into it. They're not going to give the opponents any time to recover, and when they find the opportunity to do so, they're seizing it. Now, Kin, tell us a little bit more as to what you see from this game.
Absolute monster of a bait. I want to highlight something to you that you might not have noticed during the games. During the entire set of the match, JPL always prematurely used his bouncing ball in front of Dairy. Always. And that gave him the option to keep jumping on Gear, right? Every Way of the Dragon was on Gear. And that was the one time, the pincer, when Gear got caught, the entirety of Bleed came in. FMN came in with his Renner and the ultimate as well, got the kills as well. It all boiled down to the fact that the call from JPL was they got Gear. Yep, he got the Way of the Dragon. That was the play for SMG. They thought they had them, but it's just a bait.
They got me in the first half, not gonna lie.
Yeah, exactly, that was the strat. I mean, Bleed coming up with a very different kind of gameplay that we've seen in regular season. We take a look at the itemization. The Molten's call on Gear, he was already quite tanky, and you can take a look, he is ready for that Melissa battle. He has the Blade armor. So what? You can have your go away, right? I can get Way of the Dragon back into your entire backline, your whole team force, but the actual damage dealers, this tanks a lot, the Thunderbelt and this Garden Helmet. The extra damage from that percentage propped by the Thunderbelt, so much damage from that.
Yeah, and you can see, with the way that Bleed was playing as well, they knew that Gear was just comfortable to go into the back line, right? Because he could be taken down to the smallest amount of HP, get his ult off, but you're getting, you're sacrificing so much just to get this one hero on the side of Bleed. And SMG fell for it time and time again.
Yep, exactly. If you take a look at the goal, do you know that FMM actually was... Now he's calling the rich guy. He was super poor the entire first half of the game.
Yeah, he's pretty much neck and neck with Enya.
He was trailing for a bit behind Enya, and now at the end of the game, he's 2k ahead of Enya.
That's a big change.
But that's the thing. They left the 2 gold laners to fight it out, right? And of course, Enya with that Melissa is going to have the range to outrange FMM to get the farm. But the key was that at the end of the day, they were able to find Enya and lock him down and take him out in every crucial team fight.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Enya was always the first to die in the team fights.
It's really the positioning, isn't it?
And if you take a look at the kill participation, it's very different, right? SMG played the map. They got so many towers. They got 4 turrets in comparison to 2 turrets that Bleed had. But Bleed was like, you want to fight? Let's fight! And they fought all the way. Take a look at their kill participation. All above 50%.
I mean, this is a perfect segue over to our MVP, right? We were banking onto Gear. Gear being that scapegoat, being that bait, being the one that constantly get hit by the Way of the Dragon. If he ain't the MVP, I don't know who else is.
Well, it is Gear.
It is going to be Gear. I mean, the Avery's, he tanked a lot of the damage for his team. the point of taking this Averies was to make sure that every time he got caught, he's just going to hit them. It doesn't matter if he died. He's going to get, that return on investment for this Averies. 10 gold every single time.
Honestly, I would love to have teammates like you, right? Who if I were to play glue and I get caught, quote unquote, caught all the time, and it's all just a quote unquote bait. In my ranked games, things are very different, isn't it?
Well, we have played together. It's a chill game. we're casters, right? Casters for the win.
Well, I mean, okay, I digress. But this game definitely was a treat and a feast for our eyes. Bleed seems as though they were crumbling a little bit in the early stages of the game, having a little bit of a difficulty trying to secure some of these objectives. And I gotta have to say, Dairy, his Flickers, as well as Whale of Dragons, they were all pretty darn good. However, they did it a little bit too many times. And Glue eventually found his way out of that kind of situation. And it became such a perfect opportunity for Bleed to fight back.
They got conditioned.
Yes.
Humaning condition at its finest.
But it's also this thing where the drafts, a Cho just does Cho things. He can't do anything outside of that. But having said that, we are going to have a look at the mic check for this game to see what it took for Bleed to win.
Okay, pass up. Nice.
Okay, over.
Nice.
I can clear mid. You're just fine. I can clear mid.
Go ahead. Okay. Xiao.
Okay,
no problem. I think. Bye.
They go low. Never mind. Help him.
Kill this guy.
Xiao. Come here. Xiao. They low.
Don't get. I got me. Nice. Pull.
Nice.
Nice.
Can try. What the hell?
It was the point of can try to can.
Yes. And kill. Go. That was the call, right? I love their team comps, honestly.
I think it's so funny because I think there was one fight there where Davey had used up all his CC.
And he was just punching the Sailor. We were looking at the same darn thing. I mean, that is just unfortunate, right? Because this is what a chill technically is.
Yeah.
You set up the fight and then you peel. But then the thing is, what are you supposed to do if you can't peel for your team because no one just hits you? Nothing. You just punch.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate, right? But regardless, anyways, that is pretty much the end of game one. I do want to take this small little time, right, to really identify what exactly is the problem for SMG. Did they make any mistakes, Kin, or is it really more about Bleed playing it perfectly?
They went into a one-dimensional state. Right? It was, okay, let me get Dairy on the offensive. And once Dairy gets the catch, let's all go all in on this person. So I think similar. This is the mark of champions. It's not a fault, but it's the adaptability of champions. Right. This is what makes Bleed very scary.
Oh man, okay. I honestly would want to hope that SMG will be able to find something a little bit different to play around. But Suki, do you have any other thing to say about SMG as well?
I mean, SMG, I think the draft might have been the issue here. And that may have been what led them to this downfall of this one-way street, right?
Well, speaking about one-way street, you know what isn't a one-way street?
No.
Well, I didn't quite think through about this segue, but technically, it is a one-way street for the... Where is it?
Here we go.
There we go.
Oh no,
it dropped down.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. The Guardian Man Acno fight, because once it gets into your paws, it just flushes everything out. That is a one-way street for all of the acne and all of the bacteria in your face. No more to all of that. As Guardian Man, they are, of course, the official skincare partners of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore Season 5 as well. With Guardian Man, you can, of course, level up your game with confidence with your skin. Shiny and sparkly, not exactly the way that I want it, because honestly, I prefer my skin super matte, kind of. But no, but for real, right? You are able to remove all forms of oils with this, and this is what we see all the time when it comes down to the MLBB professionals. We even have a commercial regarding this with MLBB players.
That's right, Team Secret. And the way they play is exactly how this product will work for you. Extremely, extremely clean.
Yeah, because, I mean, in order for me to elaborate a little bit more, I always look very sweaty, right? And because everything is just so intense, yeah, people look at me in the intense way that way, you know. But honestly, in all honesty, get yourself one of these so that you can get yourself fresh and the clean look. Be the champion with the extra GG in just 10 seconds with Guardian Man Fight.
Now, talking about champions, we are looking at the making of another potential champion, Bleed. Like we said, they've been under different mentors for many, many seasons, but they have been with us since Season 1. And this time, they're trying to take back everything, right? RSG, Slate SG now champions Season 4 running, but Season 5, Bleed, I think they stand a very good chance. And who stands in their way? It is going to be SMGSG.
Yeah, the one thing I always was concerned for Bleed is that, you know, a little bit too patient, a little bit too cautious, right? But we just saw them take the fight to SMG. They were not comfortable sitting back and letting, you know, SMG take over the whole map. Bleed are the ones who brought the fight to them. And I think I have to say it once again, the glue pick from the side of Bleed was, to me, the game changer. But also maybe forcing Dairy off of the Kufra, off of the Kaja, and forcing him to play Cho, which you kind of have to go in as a Cho. You can't just sit back and relax either.
Exactly. I mean, it was a tough one to watch because we know Kufra totally cancels out a Cho.
Yeah.
Right? And the cooldowns for Cho's, for the bouncing ball is relatively quick as well, similar to Cho. So it's always an out-cancelling of trading of skills in that sense. Now, going back to the draft, same thing, we will see the Joy being banned out. It's similar. We have seen how mobility destroys teams, right? This Way of the Dragon was an entirely new style of bait, right? Get the opponent team to bait themselves in.
Yeah, it's like if I don't need to catch you if you come to me. And I think
exactly.
that was, you know, he was the glue that brought them together. And that's why they all died.
Get out.
Anyway, the Claude ban coming out from SMG, still don't want to deal with that Claude from FMM.
Yep, but this time looks like the Farsa has dealt enough damage. You know, Mikumi will not have his hands on the Farsa this time. And I think there will be a significant shift in the playstyle of SMGSG this round.
This game is probably going to be revolving a lot around high ground, right? With the Farsa being taken out, there could be a very high probability that we are looking at Bleed banning the Eve as well. Because, I mean, time and time again, especially in the previous game, Bleed played the Eve flawlessly. And when it comes down to the MSNG, I'm pretty sure that they would want to replicate that. With Farsa out of the way, picking up yourself the Eve, you're kind of stopping the opponents from doing a lot of good stuff. You are forcing other roles to tag in just so that they can deal with these Eve. For example, forcing JPL into playing Kadita, which we have never really seen before.
At the same time, they only have 3 bans each, right? They can't ban out everything. Do you let SMG, do you let Supergirl get that glue, given how well he plays on that?
Actually, before we continue with that, apparently JPL did play Kadita.
Yes, yes, he did.
And they won. Anyways, okay. Back to your question again.
No, so I was gonna say, now with these, there's only, actually SMG banned out
They did ban it.
They banned out the glue themselves, so they are not willing to take it as a first pick here.
They are probably looking at Eve.
Yeah, it could be 2 styles of initiation, right? It
could be firemen as well.
Yes, it could be an extended team fight composition from the side of SMG, or they could go with the counter initiation with the Valentina, right? They can allow the Eve to be taken, right? In fact, I think they would very much prefer if Sayla has his hands on the Eve rather than a Kagura or even a Lilia, right? We know Sayla is a very strong mid lane player, and he is quite versatile with his mages as well. So why not give him something that is pretty predictable, right? The box is, I mean, it's painful, right? But real world manipulation, there are many ways to counter it.
The thing is that we have seen the timing on the Eve be crucial in catching heroes like Lancelot, in catching heroes that you typically have trouble catching. So giving it over to, I mean, that was an instant pick. They knew what they wanted, right?
They knew what they wanted.
But, you know, I don't know if Sayla playing the Eve is actually a detriment to Bleed, given that, you know, he has the ability to play that hero very well, and he can catch out the Cho, he can catch out a Lancelot, he can catch out heroes that you would typically have trouble, you know, locking down with the E, even though maybe the damage might not be as high as perhaps the Farsa.
That's right. I mean, Sayla is just one part of this very big calculation they have to consider, right? If you take a look at the macro view of it, of Game 1, it really was using the roamers as the win condition, right? So similar to how Bleed plays, JPL, we know the long-standing veteran for Bleed, the very experienced guy who offers them so many win conditions as well. And they're going to lock in the Grok in the Eve, so a huge burst composition, right? Guardian's Barrier, you will be able to lock them in. If you can't do it, you can have the Wild Charge as well. And combine it with the real-world manipulation, it is going to be quite difficult to fight against. We've already seen how JPL did. In the regular season, let me remind you, he put a Guardian's Barrier down, and the opponent team thought they were safe because they were behind it. And he flickered a Wild Charge into 3 members.
Yeah. We have seen some crazy plays on the Grok from JPL. And I think, having that Grok is a big insurance policy for Bleed, right? Because if anybody jumps onto your Sailor, anybody jumps onto your FMM, that Wild Charge can come to save the entirety of Bleed's lineup.
Now, with the upcoming pick from Team SMG, they do have a lot of they do have a lot of ideas what they can definitely go for. Initially, I was thinking more of the Lapu Lapu pick coming in from Supergirl because of all the anti-CC that Lapu Lapu has in his kit, completely negating the Wild Charge as well as even from the slow from the side of Sailor. But we're gonna toss that away as we look at the Benedetta pick from the side of Supergirl. He played it very well in the previous game. He didn't lose in the lane against Gear, and he managed to put a lot of pressure over to the side of Bleed. If that works, perhaps this game you will be able to further accentuate.
Yep, I just want to talk about the counter strategy by Bleed as well. If we know that Cult's Outer works very well in a group composition, but that also means you have to group up. So this win condition, they're playing with it. Bleed is taking SMG's win condition and turning it into theirs.
And I think stealing, but taking away the Fredrin, I think is going to be a bit hard for SMG to swallow. There is, the option for other tanky junglers, like the Barats, the Akai just got banned here. So perhaps SMG have a broader answer to this. I think the Benedetta pick, not necessarily, I wouldn't say Benedetta is better than Lapu, but I think Benedetta offers something that Lapu doesn't, which is the ability to get away over the walls, over the enemies. So this is something that Supergirl may be looking for, the ability to be able to split push with a bit more security than a Lapu Lapu. So maybe not too much fighting coming from SMG.
Yep, I mean, we could change the ante for that. We know Dairy is a fan of setting up big fights for his team, but that was a win condition for Bleed. He could take 180 turn, maybe play a Hilda room. The early game is really centric to the way the SMG can win against Bleed, right? So an early laning phase win would definitely work out in SMG's favor.
Right now, Dairy's heroes is not exactly picked out just yet. And we do have a lot of heroes that he has picked so far, or rather 6 unique hero picks so far. Now, with all of the current available options, they are lacking in a lot of crowd control. So, to be honest, having a Cho is definitely going to be one of the ideas that we should be expecting. Since the Grok is picked, there could be a very high probability that the Grok is going to be the roamer indeed. So, picking up a Cho here, being able to really go head-to-head against this Grok in information gathering, I think that is probably going to be a nice stalemate.
I have to give you another perspective for this. I agree Cho would be great against Grok, but I don't think he might be the best option available. Cho may not be tanky enough. He's a single target champion or hero, right? So even if you get rid of Grok, who knows what gear is going to be playing, right? And we have not seen what kind of FMM will be playing.
Yeah, so I mean, we can come back once again to the not the argument, but the discussion between
No, it is an argument. I'm fighting you right now.
A Cho or a Kufra, right? Between a Cho and a Kufra, I think Kufra offers a bit more of that AoE sort of availability, as well as his cooldowns coming down. He's able to re-engage multiple times, whereas the Cho might not have that much freedom. So FMM going to pick up that Beatrix once again. It's going to be the same gold lane matchup, right? Enya and FMM taking once again the Melissa and the Beatrix.
Yep, it's going to be difficult for the side of SMG to really break the ranks of Bleed, because all Bleed is going to be waiting for this Grok is he's going to save his Wild Charge for sure, right? You can see the bans that are coming out from SMG. It's really to protect Enya here on that Melissa. Yuzhong's Black Dragon form offers one thing that a lot of roamers cannot, which is to have that anti-CC property, so he can actually get rid or toy around with the go away of Melissa. And that's why they banned out this Yuzhong. 1-1 on the other hand, you know, they definitely don't want a long extended fight because they have a Couch Altar Baron.
And you asked me earlier if there's going to be an Alice jungle, and I said yes, and Reminiscent is going to pick up that Alice with a 100% win rate. Not because she's
Small
not
sample size.
She's not picked often, and normally the teams that do pick her know exactly what they want to achieve from her, and they are able to execute that well. But if you look at the lineup for SMG, it doesn't seem like they have a lot of frontline in terms of a team fight, man-oh-man fight. I don't know if that's going to happen for SMG.
It looks like a pick-off comp, right? They want to deal damage to people individually. They want to get stragglers from the team. And, you know, with the way that this composition works, if it works in the way that SG is planning, there will always be a difficult situation for JPL and Sailor because there is no grouping up of the members on the side of SMG. And if it so should happen, Mikumi will not appear in the fights until the very last moment for that Couch Altar save.
Yep, and Gear is going to round out their draft with that Lapu Lapu. So the Lapu Lapu on Gear and the Fredrin on deck, it is going to be 2 out of 3 of the most placed heroes of both sides going over to Bleed. So that comfort pick, that comfort coordination is going to be coming in here for Bleed.
And now, the potential last game of the day. With Bleed getting themselves the first game for the series. SMG has to stop their push onto their own base. So whatever they're gonna do, SMG, to keep themselves in the game for a little while longer, to make sure that they'll be able to relegate the Kings, or rather, the ex-Kings.
The Princes.
The Princes! That could work. That could work. We're just gonna put it there on the pedestal, right? Bleed, they are a strong team, and they have managed to get themselves the first game in the bag. This is the question whether who gets relegated, not who gets eliminated. They still have a second life, and who is going to be the one that will pop that second life?
Yeah, I mean, you want to get into the upper bracket finals, and the winner of this game is going to end up there. But now Mikumi and Supergirl being very aggressive into the Bleed jungle here.
And of course, Supergirl, they immediately head themselves over to the opponent's jungle. Well, it didn't really quite bear any form of fruit, to be honest, but they did manage to find a nice little knockup, plus the Petrify, actually, and immediately brought the deck down. All of the buff expired.
So that is going to set back the jungle of Bleed quite a lot here. And SMG want to build on this momentum to stop Bleed from getting those team fights, right? You look at the tankiness of Bleed's lineup, how much CC, how much HP you have to eat through for the side of Team SMG, and they need to keep those down. They need to keep Bleed at the bottom and take over here.
My oh my, Dairy, are you annoying? Really annoying. Now, one thing that really stuck out like a sore thumb is the very fact that SMG did manage to pick up a Faramis for themselves. I do really want to see how Bleed is going to be reacting with the Faramis Couch Altar, but the first thing that really comes into mind is, well, RWM. Pop all of their Couch Altar underneath the RWM, and that drag, that slow. Pretty much once they come out of RWM, they are pretty much in a death ball. That is probably the best idea that they have, but for now, Supergirl finds himself dead. With the Couch Altar also gonna be popped, they will be able to stick around for the fight a little while longer. But Bleed, in the end of the day, still took the turtle.
SMG overstayed their welcome there. They were trying to threaten Sailor, trying to get that mage on the side of Bleed down, but SMG could not pull the trigger, and instead they are going to get invaded. Deck here gonna take out Dairy, and Supergirl is not out of hot water just yet.
Well, the aggression coming from Bleed is starting to wear on to the side of SMG. Reminiscent, he is of course more of a later game kind of jungler. As such, there is really not much that can help Reminiscent stop the opponents from invading in. He lost the orange buff. Deck took it away by force. And one of the biggest reasons why is, well, he's got JPL around. And SMG, they lost in the fight. Dairy died while Supergirl gonna have to go back to his lane to defend.
The investment from SMG, them starting the turtle first and then losing it, is actually very, very detrimental to their early game, right? And Bleed have this momentum now. They can be more aggressive. And you see SMG already grouping up in the upper side of the map, just a little bit careful, a bit more concerned. Whereas Bleed, they are just getting their buffs, they are getting their creeps, they are doing what needs to be done.
Well, emblem-wise, SMG and Bleed, they are pretty much going for very logical builds. And of course, when it comes down to emblems, they picked up the things that they need. They got the magic penetration, as well as the movement speed coming in from both of the mages. They both have a very similar idea as to how they would want to be involved in team fights. In the middle stages of the game, or rather early actually, they have a lot of value that they will be able to bring out. For the side of SMG, right, as long as Miku constantly stays around the middle lane and really help Dairy around, they should be able to score a couple of kills, or perhaps will be able to discourage sticking in the lane for the side of Bleed.
But JPL's positioning is so aggressive here. He does have that wild charge available. He is just going to be harassing Reminiscent, but there's mine. There's going to be a big fight. Supergirl is going to maybe get out, just barely, out of the Bleed assassination squad.
The eye for an eye came in clutch. JPL is all the way behind on the enemy lines, but there we go. The wild charge that we have been waiting for. The count out has also been popped, however, popped underneath of the RWM, and that is exactly what we were hoping to see. In the end of the day, it is going to be Lapu Lapu that managed to get himself a single kill and trade in all the way. JPL, surprisingly, did manage to keep himself alive for the longest time ever, but Reminiscent joins into the fray. His flowing blood didn't really quite touch onto this Grog. After all, it is all Supergirl that helps to turn things around just by a tad bit.
You know, they traded a kill and the turtle for 2 on the side of Bleed, and it's an exchange that Bleed are probably very willing to take. Right? JPL's positioning there was perfect. He was in their jungle for the longest time, able to get that surprise wild charge onto SMG.
On the side of SMG, we're probably going to be looking more from the side of Supergirl. He needs to be a lot more involved in the fight. Reminiscent doesn't really necessarily have got a lot of that priority, and he doesn't really quite have much of the damage or defenses. The wild charge, the RWM, popped right down onto Dairy Reminiscent. They all flooded themselves onto Dairy and made sure that they eliminated him first. Reminiscent, he keeps the flowing blood on. However, no one was around the vicinity for him to sap the life.
And Gear on the Lapu Lapu coming in for cleanup duty there, not giving SMG any space to breathe. And unfortunately, this is kind of shaping out like game 1 as well, right? Bleed are taking the advantages. They are making the plays that SMG are not able to do because of the draft, I feel.
Yeah. I mean, it really boils down to the fact that SMG's jungler is a lot more into the later stages of the game. They gotta have to formulate a strategy as to how they will be able to hold themselves a little bit better in the early and the mid. And it all really comes down to Supergirl being able to hold his lane while being able to join in teamfight. There is a lot of weight on this guy's shoulder. He needs to be there for this turtle fight. He needs to be there to clear out every single one of these creep waves in the bottom lane. He's got a lot of jobs to do because SMG, they can definitely do something against Bleed without him. But I don't think that is something that they want to try.
Yeah, and Dairy, he's trying to look for some opening here, but they aren't able to even go in on this turtle. So Bleed are snowballing their advantage, getting the gold into the right heroes. And Sailor is going to be just fine. I think he's even going to pop his ultimate here.
We're definitely going to be preparing for something big here as Supergirl is coming in from behind as he goes in with the electrifying blow. Unfortunately, the wild charge came in right in the nick of time. Miku immediately goes for the flicker to make sure that we can bring down the guy on the side of Sailor. As now, of course, the entire team from the side of Bleed, they're just going to be towering and collapsing themselves onto SMG. Enya joins in the fight, doesn't really have a lot of damage to deal with just yet, but Bleed realizes that Enya is here and they immediately backed right off.
Look, that was a good trade coming up from SMG, right? You are already behind Bleed. You need to get these kills. You need to sustain your team fight to keep Bleed on the back foot. And getting those kills there, it's an even fight, right? It was 2-2, but SMG were behind, so I think that's a win for them.
With a couple of turrets down from the side of SMG, they have lost control in the northern and the southern side. Even proxying doesn't really quite do much for SMG, but they need to open up even more space. A lot of congregation going onto the top lane. Gear escapes with just a sliver of health, but look at all the heal that he can. He flickers forward as he stuns one. Enya goes down from a surprise attack coming in from Gear. That complete outplay from a single person onto 3. That's the kind of thing that we want to see from Bleed. As JPL consume play is just going to be charging under the power of the nature, waiting for the perfect time to eventually go in for the wild charge. But he didn't really quite find the opportunity to do so.
Sayla on that Eve coming into the back line and locking down, immobilizing the team of SMG. That was what allowed Gear to go back as the Lapu to do that damage, to get those kills. And this is why, look, giving Sayla the Eve is a bad idea. That was a terrible idea.
It is really bad. But they want to focus a little bit more onto the Faramis. But let's take this moment and really understand where Reminiscent is at, right? He's got about 5,000 gold, Clock of Destiny, Dominance Eyes. Literally just built it. So 2 items on this guy, while on the opposite side of the jungler, deck 5.8 thousand gold. So about 800 gold higher than the side of Reminiscent. Definitely quite a bit of a gap to fill. But with this slot coming out, SMG seems to really want to challenge this.
I don't think they have any space to, Supergirl is in the bottom lane, making sure that the waves are pushing towards Bleed. Reminiscent trying to go in for the sneaky catch. She's not going to be able to get anything, even the call to being put down.
As the RWM is just going to be popped right on top of Mikumi. He's going to be the sole ranger, and Soul Loner just going to be stuck right there. But he did manage to get himself a flicker right out of the borders of RWM, so it's going to be A-OK at least for now. The Void Crystal immediately just going to be slowing Mikumi down and trying to split up the entire forces of SMG. In fact, whatever they're going to do is to try to hold on to this lane as long as possible. But in the meantime, FMM knocking on the front door, bringing down the first tier turret with not a single creeps left.
Supergirl managed to get away from the Lapu Lapu, but that's basically the only thing that SMG won in this fight. And Bleed are taking this lead and snowballing it. The damage coming out for the side of Bleed, 5k gold ahead against SMG in the 10-minute mark.
Half health gone. Dairy, I don't think that he'll be able to find any opportunity onto this Grok at all. Dairy doesn't really quite have the tankiness to really absorb anything and to really just be in the face of Bleed to buy some information, or rather be the intelligence guy. He only have got a Dominance Ice and a couple of small little fragments of items. But hold on a second, look at Reminiscent. Oh, the Cult Altar came in right in the nick of time, but here he's done Reminiscent. The Cult Altar is just gonna be popped. It's gonna be A-OK at least for now, but that is gonna be the way of Dragon coming in. They immediately pop Gear right underneath the core, brings him down, and the Lord's gonna be the next one in line.
SMG hold on, right? But that is on a beautiful ultimate coming out from Dairy, getting Gear out of position and getting the kill. But they needed the base turrets, not even the base itself, to get rid of Gear. And this is not a good sign for SMG.
And now the rest of the members from the side of Bleed is just going to be congregating down in the bottom lane as the creep immediately moves itself forward. It is a mega creep after all, so SMG, they have got a lot on their hands.
Yeah, we're going to see Dairy trying to scope things out, but JPL and Sayla getting ready to go in. They are thinking about it, but in the end, it is SMG going into their their purple buff here. Are they going to be able to catch Deck?
Well, Deck is not going to go down that easily. In the meantime, backlines, it kind of seems as though Enya would really want to get a kill down on the JPL, but back into this fight as Deck, with only a sliver of health, Mikumi would be able to bring him down pretty darn easily. FMM hides himself to the brush. He doesn't have any Bruce Passion. They will be able to zone the rest of the members out. Mikumi, of course, with the Stampede, pulls Sayla back into the spot, and FMM being under siege by Dairy. Immediately, that is going to be a Roman that brings down the first the past one. JPL have got nowhere else to go. He gonna have to run back home. And SMG, it's their turn to knock on the front door.
Supergirl joining back into the fight, doing the damage, getting the kills on the side of SMG, and they're going in still onto Gear underneath the turret.
10 seconds left until FMM will to eventually come out. JPL went straight in for the wall charge, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to do quite much. And Supergirl is just gonna be leaving alone with just a sliver of health. He joined back into the fight, and they bring Gear down.
They are cycling the heroes of Bleed so well. SMG getting the kills that they need and then getting out. And this is potentially a Lord here for SMG, and this will be the first major neutral objective that SMG can actually compete in.
It is probably time for a comeback from SMG. JPL out of order and not being able to be there to open up the map. Gear is still dead. SMG takes this with no issues at all. Middle lane is where the Lord will trample in. that's where he's gonna pillage. In fact, the top lane and the bottom lane, we should be expecting all the outer turrets to be dead too.
And on the side of Enya, he has the Holy Trinity available, the Corrosion Scythe, the Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the Golden Staff. The damage coming out from this Melissa is miles different from the first game. So now Enya, he's not getting caught off guard. He's being able to survive these fights to do the damage.
Malefic Raw now.
Yeah, and SMG, they are just building up on this comeback lead. The swing, 5k gold now, 1.2 in the favor of SMG.
You can't disrespect the damage that Enya is capable of bringing forth from this point onwards. There's a lot of space that needs to be bought for the side of Bleed, but they don't necessarily have that kind of person. The entire team composition from the side of Bleed is all about team fight. They need to bring this Lord down, but as the Lord waves his trident up into the air and charges and surges forward, Dairy is going to be onto the back lines and wave the way of the dragon. He did manage to successfully do quite a lot. FMM weaves himself in and out of the battle with only a sliver of health to work with, but it is the Winter Truckion from the side of Reminiscent that manages to keep himself alive for a little while longer while also sapping the health of FMM. That is 2% down for the side of SMG, while 1% is down for the side of Bleed. The rest of the side of SMG is now gonna be on an onslaught by the side of Gear. Goes for a quick little flicker. Mikumi only finds himself underneath the stun, and that didn't work quite well. Kenya, he came back!
Enya gets a triple kill in that fight. Bleed thought they had the upper hand. They pushed against Dairy, against Enya. Enya turns around and says, "Not today, Bleed."
Enya, he is back, baby! As Enya hasn't been performing in the previous game, but this time, Bleed gave him a little bit too much of an advantage. They have given him too much of a handicap. And right now, Bleed is starting to sweat. They have not a single idea as to how they can deal with Enya, as the members of Bleed are slowly dropping time after time again in this orderly fashion.
Oh my goodness, 68,000 damage coming out from Enya and Reminiscent, and not too far behind. The damage being dealt by SMG cannot be understated here. Bleed have the team fight, right? But SMG, if they move correctly, if their positioning is, I would say, has to be kind of perfect. And so their lineup is a little bit harder to execute, but they are doing it well against Bleed. At the same time, it can be turned around at any moment, right? Bleed has those tanky frontliners. They can just walk right into SMG, but SMG have to play around Enya, around the damage dealers for their team, as well as Reminiscent on that Alice.
Game is still eventually kinda dead even. Dairy went for the Widow Dragon on the deck, and look at the shred coming in from Enya. The Cult Altar is gonna be popped. A lot of them will have a lot of that false life, but Mikumi, you're a little bit too far ahead. You are within the box, and Sailor, he dispels his box because he's gonna have to run away. Reminiscent zones 3 members away, while Enya deals with the backlines. Here versus Enya. Enya's still gonna be holding on. He's just whacking away and shooting all them needles.
Enya has been untouched in this fight, right? And that is how SMG have been winning. Bleed have to go back because their base is under attack here. But at the same time, we have seen how powerful Bleed's lineup is. If they get the initiation, if Sayla is untouched in the background, SMG, it's a very slippery slope back down to the bottom.
To be honest, it kind of seems as though Gear is probably one of the only few people that can really do something about this. Gear, with a quick little stun, he did manage to harass Supergirl out of the lane for a tad little bit, but a quick little clear is not going to be a problem for this Vendetta.
And they are going to start up the Lord on the side of Bleed. They're not too concerned. SMG a little bit hesitant to go in here, I can imagine.
Deck is back, but he doesn't have the retribution. JPL! He took the Lord away from the hands of SMG! They didn't have the retribution, but they did it anyway! But we turned and we changed our gears! We're gonna be looking at Enya as he moved himself right into this battle! They managed to bring down Sailor, bring down FMM, bring down Gear! He's left with Deck and JPL! What can these two members do? The Lord pushes into the middle lane. Enya and the rest of the party, they prepare to tear this Lord limb by limb, water by water. Trident will be down soon as Supergirl tanks up a little bit more. Dairy and the rest of his crew followed through.
Bleed went for the Lord, and SMG went for the kills and went for the base. SMG are gonna even out this series 1-1. Sure?
This is, of course, an amazing game. Well, Bleed I didn't expect them to fall like that. SMG has found those small little cracks within the armors, and they thrusted their spears right in between of those cracks. It just broke every single one of these armors. And what can Bleed possibly do at this point in time? They're gonna have to go back, think again, and reinforce them.
Look, to me, SMG had the harder lineup to execute, and they still won. I think that's something that's going to be very, very difficult for Bleed to face up to.
And of course, with that all said and done, I believe, Kin, you do have quite a lot to say about this game. SMG versus Bleed, were you expecting this result?
Yes, let me test the mic first. Make sure that my voice is on. And yes, this is definitely what I expected. This is the SMG that we know. This is the SMG that I expected for this entire season. We have seen them play really well. And to be honest, I was kind of scared at first. That first half of the game, I was so worried. But Enya came to life. That is the guy we have been rooting for this entire time. And of course, I want to highlight the fact that, okay, Mikumi is someone that I have not taken a look at for a very long time during the regular season. But today he was on fire and he brought it to Bleed.
It is time for him to really finally to show up, right? A couple of times, or rather, SMG ended the regular season with a down low similar to RSG.
Yep, the start of the game was really difficult because JPL actually created a lot of space. He got his Radiant armor way early in the first half of the game, and that really shut down Reminiscent. He couldn't offer much, and that provided a lot of difficulty for Mikumi to come in as well. But that time that they bought for Enya by the entirety of SMG was so clutch. Enya had his Trinity, I think, at like the 18th, no, is it 18th? 14th minute, super late. And you know, when he finally got online, that was when things started to change. Supergirl was super solid. He was very steady in the build-up for the team. And Gear was a problem throughout the entire game, right? He was so tanky and he had that Bloodlust X very early on as well. But once Enya went online, got connected to the internet highway, and it's like, bye-bye, Bleed, right? Yeah, welcome to the hospital. I'm going to put you in a blood pack.
Yeah, you know, Enya had the fiber optics downloaded, right? That's how he increased his bandwidth and managed to get those kills. But yeah, no, this is the difference from Game 1 and Game 2, is that Enya showed up. He was not caught out at all, right? But is this, I think, SMG's comeback? Is this going to be a reverse sweep here? Bleed have a lot to think about. You know, the damage taken, the damage done. And Bleed had it in their hands, and SMG ripped it away from them.
This was a super late game draft by SMG. And late game, you know, the coach told me that if they lose this late game, it's their fault. They did it.
Okay.
Now we're going to find out some faults of our own. It's going to be very difficult. Who is the MVP? That's the major question we need to know.
Oh, crap. Miku.
Yep, I feel it's Miku as well.
I gotta have to say.
Oh, it's Enya. Okay, he came online, right?
He came online in the final minute.
He went to the store and bought his fiber optics.
No, guys, he went up one... Look, okay, you know, he went up 1v3. Oh, well, 2v3 against Bleed, right? And it was only Dairy left alive. It was just Dairy and Enya. His HP wasn't high. He turned it around from his positioning, from Dairy babysitting him, you can say that. But Enya knew exactly when to go in, when to pull back. And this was a game where he played much safer. And because he wasn't taken out, he is able to do so much damage. We saw on the damage list.
I see that this is kind of like an expected thing coming from Enya, or rather, you are supposed to win and you're supposed to get all them kills. So honestly, I would put a lot more of my eye and my attention onto all the members that helped him get there, right? He's got the glory of getting all of those kills. That's enough gratification. In the meantime, I give them all the gratification for Miku for being able to be there to really save all of their backs and really make sure that he's able to keep everyone intact. In fact, we will probably be able to see a lot more of how the team got together and help Enya secure this victory.
Ready. Okay. Defend top. I can clip it. And top wave. Nice. Now. Sorry. You care myself. Sorry. Now pull up. Go fast! Cycle them! Leave out! Nice!
Nice! Sorry.
Picture stop! He fly up! Picture stop!
Go for Richie, Terry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, kill cycle.
Cycle.
Richie.
Cycle.
Nice!
Enemy.
And of course, now, Deathcom is all about screaming more. We have like go, kill. This time it's more of a nice! Please.
You know, I think they just knew what they wanted to do. They knew what they wanted to achieve. And the moment they saw the base open, they're like, Fredrin, no, never mind, base, let's go.
Just kind of like cycle the heroes every now and then, whatever that they can do. Make sure that they, to be honest, they did a lot of these cycling, right? Making sure that every time a big fight they are expecting to have, one person is dead or someone is not anywhere close. So honestly, I'm very surprised to see how they managed to cycle things around.
Yeah, I know. You know, cycling is a very good exercise. And I think SMG practiced that today, so they were the better team for the second game.
Well, speaking of better, we do have a lot better stuff for you. With the All-Star Last Encore. All-Star bonus event, All-Star Last Encore is, of course, available now. Select the limited skin that you want and redeem it. Here's a catch, for free. For free. It's kind of like the book kind of thing, right? From the January, March. From the March 31st. Yes, I gotta count it like that. To the January, March, April. April 30th, you gotta complete in some events tasks to collect wish skin fragments and redeem one of the skin below, such as Gadokacha Arhat King, we've got Natalia's Deadly Mamba, we've got Esmeralda's Poison Vine, Martis's Death Rock, Terizla's Hammer Giant, Alpha's Crimson Warrior, and Harris Fashion Aspen. I do like the Fashion Aspen the most, to be honest.
Yes.
All-Star events are coming in full swing, and of course, log into your game and enjoy exciting events with all your friends. Remember, if you did manage to get some of these skins, make sure you guys post on your social media and hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB All-Star, and hashtag B, the Superstar.
That's right. We're waiting for the superstars to show up, and I think we have had a
I'm here already.
A couple of proper superstars across the professional teams today. Right, we have seen some stardom plays from Bleed. We have seen some stardom plays from SMG. And now this really sets the stage. Who is going to take it on? Who is going to move and stay in the upper bracket? That's what we're waiting for.
This is how we want to end the day. To go into a full best of 3 series. And the best of 3 series is going to be working well for SMG versus Bleed. Only after this short break. So hold on tight, we'll be right back. gentlemen, the time that you all have been waiting for, the final game of the series, the final game of the day is dawning upon us. It's not exactly dawn anymore, it's coming close to dusk, you gotta have to say. My name is Abstract, with me here is Suki and Kindofu. The three of us is gonna be your casters for this final game between SMG versus Bleed.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say it's not dawn, but we're going into the land of dawn later. Anyway. Yeah, that was a, I would say, a banger of a match, that game right there. SMG coming back from I think it was like a 5k or 6k deficit at the most, and then coming back and winning that against Bleed with a lineup that is not a team fight oriented lineup, right?
Exactly. Now, we are going to be looking at a movie scene right now. Do you remember the movie 300? We are going to see someone, either one of these teams, shout, "This is Sparta. I'm going to kick you down into the lower brackets." And both teams hoping to do it. I mean, we have already had our predictions, right? We are going with the SMGSG train. You are going with the Bleed train. You know, we'll see who is the winner of this final series for today.
I mean, they gave me shirts.
Okay.
I mean, you guys got shirts too. So, okay. So with that all said and done, we are gonna be jumping in to the drafting phase between these two. Who exactly are they gonna be picking first? Well, for now, Bleed, they are on first pick, and SMG second.
Yep, definitely. The first one is going to be Dairy. That is the target in sight. No comfort heroes for Dairy here. They will take out that Kaja. We all know that displacement is very important, and the ability for him to create space for Enya is something that they definitely do not want to deal with. You know, we've seen it just moments ago. When Enya pops off, that's it. SMG still moving under gunfire. They have the potential to take it off.
I just feel a little bit sad for Kaja because he hasn't seen the light of day. Like, he never gets to see a light of day against when these two teams are playing. And it is going to be an Arlet ban on the side of Team SMG, not willing to give Gear any sort of play-making potential with that new hero.
Yep, exactly. That Vengeance gonna be very dangerous for the side of Bleed as Bleed here because of that ability to kite around. We have seen what he has done with the Lafu, and that was extremely dangerous. The early game was so scary for the side of SMGSG.
Yeah, and Bleed not wanting to deal with Faramis, getting that out of the way. You know, Joy, typical bans coming out here from Team SMG, but you have to think, what is their mindset going into the game, right? How are they going to think about a composition that both sides, that, you know, Bleed is going to be happy with when they lost in a team fight with a team fight lineup?
Yep, the question now is, what kind of composition do they want to go for? Do they want to go for the early game-centric playstyle, right? Bleed did that in Game 1. They won it with ease. Game 2, SMG took them all the way. They played the late game strategy and it worked out for them perfectly. So right now, the question is, does SMG want to play that card again? Do they want to try and play for that late game? And if so, who can they actually use this time? Because Glue is out. There's no Couch Outer. Miku Mikumi cannot offer Couch Outer anymore. There's no extended fight.
The thing I really enjoyed about Team SMG in the regular season is that whenever they meet a team that is a specific playstyle, they like to fight against them with the same sort of playstyle, right?
Yeah.
We have always seen Bleed as the patient team, as the team that brings it to the late game. And SMG drafted a late game lineup against a Bleed that now has, started to change up their idea. They are doing different things. They went for an early game for the first one. The second one, not a late game side up as well.
This kind of seems as though this could very well be the game of high ground.
Yes.
I would expect that both teams will want to snap pick the I almost say want to snap pick the Sayla. Want to snap pick the Yves and the Farsa. To the point that I'm looking at Sayla play the Yves time and time again. I'm starting to see that Yves as Sayla and Sayla as Yves. So Bleed, very likely, there could be a possibility that they would want to pick up the Yves because it has been working for them pretty well. Even though Game 2 it was a loss, the Yves still had a lot of value.
Yep, exactly. That wave clear potential, the Void Crystal, definitely something that they're very interested in. And of course, Valentina, a flex pick. He could go roam, he could go jungle. There are many options that Valentina can offer for the side of Bleed. And this keeps it very open for them, right? So it really now, the ball is in your court for the side of SMGSG.
I like how Sailor has put the fear of umbrellas into us and also the fear of diamonds, right? Because now we think of Sailor Eve as being this terrifying monster that when we see the Valentina, I don't know if we should sigh in relief or, scream in excitement, right? Because it is most likely going to be mid, isn't it? A Valentina?
Very likely.
We have seen how Bleed plays, right? We know that Deck can play a couple of different roles as well, different styles in terms of his jungle role. So it could be open for that. Looks like SMG wants to keep it simple, work with what the formula has given them in Game 2, right? They want to make sure they have a split push composition. Good wave clear from the side of Supergirl on this Benedetta. And of course, Enya back, looking this time to maybe hit this trifecta even earlier.
So the issue I have here with drafting the same heroes for the same players is that Bleed now have had 2 games of this. Now they're going to have a 3rd game of this, right? And eventually Bleed are going to figure out a way to shut down Supergirl and to lock down Enya. They managed to do so in the first game. Whether they can, recreate that in this 3rd game and take the series is kind of going to be how they pick up. And it's going to be a Fanny on the side of Bleed.
Okay, this is gonna be fun. SMG has constantly been picking up a Cho for themselves, but this time JPL has decided to step up on the plate and decided to be the King of Fighter instead. Dairy responded with picking up a Kufra for himself, and he would want to replicate that Game 1 vibes right back at JPL.
Yep, this is a very early game draft from Bleed. Likewise, Valentina, the moment you hit your level 2, that is plenty of damage. Your Arcane Shade allows you to reposition yourself. That works well for Fanny because that will kind of bait people in. When Fanny zips in, level 2, level 3, he offers an insane amount of burst for someone who is an early game character. And pair that up with JPL, he doesn't need the Way of the Dragon. He just needs his Jikundo and he will be able to provide a lot of this disastrous plays that will hurt MPLSG in early game.
So I think now is the story of whether Bleed can get that early game advantage, which is a very different style from what I imagine Bleed to be, right? Because they have always done the small incremental wins, getting the build up over time, and instead now they're going for the big explosive fights, getting the Valentina, getting the Fanny, as well as the Cho. And, are they going to invade the jungle early on and get those kills going for them?
Yep, I mean, we know that they have the ability to invade early, but one more thing we must take a look at is that this is a reversal of roles. Game 2, it was Dairy who was on the Cho and JPL on the Kufra. Or Game 1, sorry. Yep, it was a difficult one, right? So with that being said, now we will see. Are they going to try and pull that reverse bait on them again?
I mean, it's an interesting thing, right? Because when you are, I think, a main of a hero and the enemy team picks it, you kind of feel like, who is the better Cho here? And maybe JPL is trying to make a statement coming out from Bleed Esports. The typical bans, well, not really typical, the Akai coming out from Bleed, not wanting to give SMG that, tanky jungler on the side of Akai, and a 1-1 ban. Team SMG really do not want to see FMM on a 1-1.
Yep, the Akai is a very important ban because it cancels out Deck's Fanny here right now. With the heavy spin, it will stop him from zipping in and out, and that's definitely one thing they do not want to deal with. And on the opposite side, the Harif, right? The Harif enjoys being in close range. As long as he activates his ultimate, he is going to have free reign over the fight. So the understanding by SMG, no huge burst. Sure, you have plenty of people who can offer you burst at this point. JPL gets a setup, that comes in with the Fanny and kills you off almost instantaneously. And of course, Sailor, whatever that they're offering to them now, it looks like the only one that I would consider stealing, at least at this point, is Tyrant's Revenge. And that's a scary skill to have.
I am a little bit concerned for the side of Bleed because of that early Fanny pick, right? Letting SMG take the Kufra, it is a counter, right? And normally Fanny, we always see it in the second phase, more of a surprise pick, so that the other team cannot counter pick. And having that Kufra there, I am worried for Deck, right? So is this an issue where Bleed are very confident in their Fanny, so they are fine with picking him into a Kufra, or this is just Bleed like, hey, let's just have fun here?
At this point in time, both of the high ground heroes have yet to be picked. It kind of seems as though Team SMG may actually want to avoid heroes with, big, impactful ultimate for Bleed to steal. As such, Biku, it kind of seems as though he's kind of like forced into a situation whereby he gotta pick up heroes that doesn't really seem to have too much of that impact. Team SMG instead, this time they would like to follow up with picking up a Fredrin first and leave the rest to Bleed's lineup. How do they want to pick up their mage? It's all entirely on Bleed, with Gear picking up a Lapu Lapu first.
Really like this Lapu Lapu pick because if you take a look at the draft by SMGSG, they are a very extended team fight composition. They can fight for very long amounts of time. And this complemented by the picks by Bleed already. Gear will offer the sustain in fights, and Carry, FMM, you know, in a long extended fight, if you were to put them face to face, head on, Carry wins the Melissa most of the time. It really comes down to who gets, number one, the win of nature first, and number two, when they actually use it.
This is a very, I think, scary lineup for Bleed, right? Because who do you need to shut down? It kind of feels like you need to get away from JPL. You need to shut down Deck. You need to shut down Gear. You need to trap FMM. On the side of Team SMG, I mean, Enya is going to be the primary target here. And so they need to, is this going to be like a 4 protect 1, like protect the president strategy? But Eve coming up for Miku Miku Mi.
Alright, the standard character here, Miku Miku Mi on the Eve. He's going to play a very important role. He will be the one to make sure that FMM does not perform at his best. That magical damage is the only thing separating them and the upper bracket finals, to be honest. Because if FMM gets in and gets all of the physical damage absorbed, that's it for SMGSG.
And JPL picking that Cho, and with Miku Miku Mi picking up that Eve, it feels like it's gonna be a battle worth watching here on the first day of our playoffs for MPL SG Season 5.
As now the final game is coming in, as Bleed and SMG prepares themselves for this final battle in the upper bracket. Only one will stay up in here to face off against RSG in the next part of the bracket. Both teams, they are vulnerable, and both teams, they are vying for victory.
Now this means a lot. Getting into the upper bracket finals here would mean comfort for both of these teams. So both of these teams are looking for this. They are aiming for the crown. And we are going to see Sailor getting a little bit chunked down here. Not too much for JPL. Very aggressive movement early on from the Roma of Bleed.
Right off the bat, Miku Miku Mi doesn't seem to have a very healthy life to work with, and he's definitely gonna have to go back home immediately after this wave is done. This allows Sailor to have a little bit more of a freedom of movement to head to anywhere that he wants, be it in the top lane or in the bottom lane, right after clearing up these waves. As such, both of the members from the side of SMG, they're gonna have to play with extreme caution for what Sailor could bring onto the table.
Already SMG Bleed already going into the top lane here. We see 3 members sort of hiding around, waiting for an opportunity to go in, but they aren't that ready to go in. They are going to fall back instead. I think Enya playing very safe, but Davey is the one who's going to take the brunt of the aggression from Bleed.
Unfortunately, JPL is still too early for him to have the Way of the Dragon. Wasn't able to really displace this Kufra, but it's more than enough for them to force Dairy to go back home instead. Fredrin joins into the battle and has decided to cut himself right in the middle. FMM take the fight up in the top lane, but of course with the help of Deck, the quick and instantaneous assassination.
Enya was just a little bit too forward. I think, you know, we could see from early game they were already going after this MM. They want to shut down Enya as fast as possible. And so, you know, they wanted to go in. They decided not to. Instead, though, they do potentially give up the turtle here, but they are going to go in for it.
Immediately with Deck diving right in. He don't stop at anything at all. He went in and immediately went out. No time wasted at all. Sailor pops off with the RWM immediately and just zoning out the rest of the members of SMG. The turtle is the only one that has suffered a casualty, and none of the members from the side of Bleed and SMG have decided to stay and stick long enough.
I feel like this was a very calculated timing thing from Bleed. They actually had the opportunity to take down Enya early on, but they decided to wait until the turtle was available to force SMG to decide, do they want to assist Enya or do they want to go for the turtle? They went for the turtle and even lost it to Fanny with that beautiful retribution steal from Deck.
It really boils down to kind of like rotation from Bleed, right? They have got countless and countless of hours in this game and thousands of games played. They have pretty much practiced and reenacted one of these games before, and they have a very good idea as to how they want to play this game out. The entire strategy is in their head, and perhaps they're going to be playing that out right now, as JPL initially got caught, but Miku comes in with the RWM and immediately shuts down deck.
This is Bleed. You know, they wanted to assassinate Miku. They have been running this lineup. That Cho wanted to go in and get the Way of the Dragon onto Miku, onto that Eve, right? But SMG, that Kufra, has played an important role, such an important role in stopping Bleed's aggression. And this is the power of the Kufra versus the Cho.
Supergirl abandoned his lane for quite a little bit, went in for the proxy and understood that it is time for him to appear somewhere else to make more space. Enya finally have managed to get himself right out of the turret's range, as he's pretty much been stuck there for the longest time ever. SMG is trying to flood themselves over in the northern area and trying to gain a little bit more control and gain some of those intelligence in order for Enya to be able to farm safely. Otherwise, Bleed will continue to be able to get themselves a good amount of gold. As we see right now, FMM with 3,100 gold, while Enya is at 2,700 gold. They gotta do something before Enya falls off short even further.
But at the same time, you know, Enya feels like the scapegoat here, right? They're investing so much to get Enya down, and SMG finally managed to get the turtle.
Gets himself the turtle, and the Appraisal's Wrath was hoping they will be able to bring JPL down. Nice flicker, but unfortunately not quite enough to get himself away from the Sword of Strike that Supergirl is capable of putting out. As in the meantime, we move up to the top side. Enya, your Cuttle's protection was not able to get yourself out there. It did somehow manage to help him get out, but Sailor is not going to be stopping as he zooms right past the turrets and brings Enya down, but at a cost of probably his own life.
Well, maybe. Sailor is actually potentially getting out here. We do see JPL coming to assist. So he's going to get out safe, and in fact, Deck is going to take out Supergirl in the background. And this is what SMG need to let, like, I think they need to chill out a little bit, right? Because Enya, what's happening here is that they are investing so much on the side of Bleed into getting Enya down. I think for SMG, they need to build their advantages in the other lanes. Enya is gonna, you know, get the money eventually. He'll be fine. But if the early game goes into Bleed's favor any further than this, it's gonna be an uphill battle for SMG.
They're gonna have to preemptively predict the attack from the side of Bleed. Now that Melissa have already lost the first tier defense turret, he doesn't really have a lot of that safeguard to work with. He don't really have a lot of the avenue to push through the lanes and get himself enough farm. This is going to make things a lot worse for SMG's current situation. They gotta have to find another avenue, such as keeping Miku up and alive, and he should be the next point of interest for SMG. Focus on Miku, make sure that he stays alive, and make sure that his value will be able to reap rewards.
The fact that Enya has to go for those steel leg plates to survive, whereas you can see on the side of FMM, he can just go for full damage. He's not too worried here. FMM on that carry is being taken care of, right? Enya is the one who has to worry about the ganks. Enya is the one who has to escape these ganks. And we can see Bleed, they're grouping up, they're fighting well as a team. Their rotations are good, their team fight are good, and they know how to layer on their spells in a way that doesn't allow SMG to come back in any of these fights.
At this point in time, Bleed and SMG's EXP laners are quote-unquote unlocked. As the most important thing is that Gear, he is able to leave his lane a lot more effectively now. However, because of the fact that his opponent is a Benedetta, he's capable of weaving himself in and out of battles very quickly and being able to go back to the lanes in order to apply a little bit more pressure. As we hold on a second, as we do have something sneaky beaky right here. Miku pops off with the RWM, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough to catch FMM. He runs himself away as he pops the Purify. He's gonna be A-OK. SMG botched this assassination.
Dairy was charging up that stun, but you know, FMM was ready for it, running that Purify, able to get away safely without any issues. It is on SMG to be the aggressors here. They need to catch out somebody.
Flicker!
Oh, no.
Misses out! Dairy wasn't able to lock down onto JPL, and Supergirl was hoping that he will be able to follow through with those attacks. However, it kind of seems as though Sailor's attacks and damage is starting to get a little bit more painful than Supergirl can imagine.
The thing is now, JPL getting Dairy out of position, but Dairy is a Kufra, he don't care. Sailor's coming in, getting the return kill, and now it is SMG who has to escape here with Bleed hot in pursuit, but they managed to push them away. Reminiscent not a juicy target for Gear to go on to.
So we've got a good amount of turrets that's taken down for the side of for the side of SMG. With the top lane and the bottom lane first tier defense turret down, they are definitely happy. In the meantime, down in the bottom lane, Enya finds himself knocked right out of the park. Mikumi suffers a little bit more of his own grit in the face, and Sayla gave no damn at all about him. And he just went straight in his face, bring him right down. Supergirl as well as Reminiscent joins into the battle. The Eye for an Eye is going to be dealing a good amount of damage down onto Sayla. Unfortunately, the electrifying blow was not enough time for him to get out of that as he was stuck in animation.
SMG, you could see what they were doing there. They were getting ready for a team fight. They were making the rotations, but Bleed are the ones who pulled the trigger and managed to get the kills onto Team SMG. And Team SMG, I was gonna say they actually had come back a little bit from the gold lead, right? They were farming in the lanes, they were doing well, and immediately one lost fight, 2,000 gold ahead now.
Unfortunately, SMG did manage to, get themselves back in terms of deficit. However, Bleed, the most important thing is where are all of the gold advantages going to? And that is FMM. He's picked up the items that he needs: Corrosive Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, and Golden Staff, the trifecta. And this 3 is more than enough to get himself that power spike. Even if Bleed originally had 2,000 gold lead, and that 2,000 gold lead that SMG managed to return back did not go to Enya, that's not going to do anything at all.
Yeah, and we can look now here, players buy gold, FMM, sitting pretty at the top, deck soon to follow. Look, Enya is farming, he's doing his best, right? I just feel like he has to get involved, he has to make sure that he doesn't get picked off. You think Carry has a shorter range than the Melissa, but he can't go all in. So the Melissa has to play it more safe. I think the babysitting from Bleed, they are making sure that FMM is getting the farm. They're making sure that there's always vision in these bushes so that FMM is not worried about stepping forward like now.
Here went straight in onto Reminiscent, and JPL found the flicker kick down over to the side of Reminiscent. That is going to be one of the core front lines that has already been taken down. And Supergirl is just going to be jumping himself right in the front of the line. Was hoping that he will be able to peel for the rest of the team. He manages to bring down Gear, but at the cost of his own life. Enya pops right in and was hoping that he will be able to kill Cuddles, so the rest of the members from the side of Bleed will go down.
That was a beautiful fight from Bleed. Not over yet, I guess. No, Deck is going to fall back here. Enya under the tower, the safety of his tower, gonna be able to get away. But that was an initiation from the side of Bleed that is their patience paying off. They have been sitting in that bush waiting for somebody to come by so that they can get that sort of kill onto the side of Team SMG. So Bleed are the ones with the tempo, with the game plan. And Team SMG at this point feels like they're just reacting.
Oh boy, FMM is starting to hurt so badly. And Deck, the swift and elusive assassin, can literally weave himself in and out of battles with no problems whatsoever. The cables are masterfully planted, and he will be able to literally run over the back lines and force Enya to pop the color's protection. And once that is popped, boy oh boy, would you expect that the JP and Gear will come in and invade his privacy space.
Yeah, it was quite funny to see both of the Eve Diamonds just sort of on top of each other, and they were both shooting at each other while the fight was going around them.
Kind of like pew pew pew.
Deck, though, actually taking a little bit of damage from Supergirl here. Supergirl should be just fine on that Benedetta. Not too worried about the Fanny, but on the other side, Team SMG, they have to get in and get rid of this Lord.
SMG has the information that Fanny was nowhere close to the bottom lane. He's gonna take some time to cable himself back into the fight. And it kind of seems as though Fanny, the only person that he has in mind and in his eyes is gonna be Supergirl. They want to bring him down as much as they can. They botched out the Tyrant's Revenge, wasn't able to do much, but it's gonna be okay. SMG dealt with the Lord, and they still have the outer turret in the middle lane that is standing real tall.
I think SMG here, they need to get a good initiation going. We can see the movements from Bleed. They are always thinking, where is Kufra going to come in? Where can they run away from Dairy? And Dairy has had a little bit of trouble catching out anybody here. And even now, look how far away they are, that the Kufra is unable to get a good initiation going. And this is the problem for SMG. They can't initiate, they can't get the kills. And if we look at, oh my goodness, Wind of Nature already up for FMM.
With the Wind of Nature up for FMM, that pretty much means that he is definitely gonna be winning in those 1v1 duels against Enya. But let's be honest here, the marksman duels is not gonna be happening that often. It's really just about the FMM being able to shred down the front lines. As such, Reminiscent as well as Dairy, they gotta be really careful as to where they go. But the most important thing is to not engage in premature fights. The Lord will be spawning in 40 seconds, and if any one of them were to go down right now, it would be a travesty.
Dairy and JPL just sizing each other up here. Gear is ready to go in. You can see it happening, right? They are all, Bleed are all in position, and they know exactly where they have to be, where they want to be for this fight. SMG are the ones who, they are just moving in now, thinking about the Lord, and this positioning coming up from Reminiscent, a bit dangerous.
Supergirl kind of seems as though he's gonna be caught, and right as I said it, they can't be caught. As such, this is going to be a priority over to the side of Bleed. They will be able to get themselves around the Lord's Pit, and they should be able to force SMG away from the battle very, very easily. But SMG, they're the type that probably would not give away this Lord. They might actually try to poke in for a little bit. Not exactly go full out into a battle, but they would want to get a little bit of information and try to single one person out.
They are thinking about it. The conceal coming in. Dairy going in with a stun.
Tyrant's Rage as well as got the bottle protection coming from the side end. Now he was hoping that he'll be still alive a little while longer, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to, as we have FMM shredding him down with his light pinwheels. JPL was hoping that he'll be able to hold down the front lines for FMM a little while longer. SMG 4-man in. They're rushing right down to Bleed. JPL pops the immortality. Supergirl with the electrifying blow forces the win on nature being popped out from the side of FMM. Does he have enough damage to even bring FMM down? I highly doubt so. He did, though, manage to zone him away from the rest of the members from Bleed, though.
SMG got what they wanted, right? They stopped Bleed from taking the Lord. And this is something where Bleed have to be very careful, because we saw FMM survive. If FMM goes down there, that's a very, very different story here. Whereas for Team SMG, Enya is still safe in the backlines. It's only Dairy who had to suffer for that.
I gotta say, that was a marvelous play from the side of SMG. Despite the fact that they have one person down, they still went in for a fight, which, honestly, I'm not too surprised, but they actually went all in. I thought that it's more of like, I capture one guy, we try to bring him down, or we try to whittle his health down to an all-time low, and then discourage them from taking a fight.
You know, like you said, SMG were taking the risk, and the risk paid off, right? But now it is all 5 men up for both sides. Gear going in onto Dairy. Fanny.
Oh, it doesn't seem like things are gonna be good for our friend here. Dairy is gonna be taking the first casualty of this fight, and the Lord's HP is not looking very well, to be very honest. Supergirl jumps over the backline, and he did manage to zone FMM away. The Petrify connects down on FMM, and it is the two very important impact player. The two of them that has most amount of damage is all focus and all eyes on Supergirl. This allowed Bleed to retract their troops from the Lord's Pit.
SMG are doing all they can to stop them from taking this Lord. But is it worth it at this point, right? It feels like there's a back and forth here. SMG are not outright winning, but Bleed cannot continue to fight on this Lord. So it is all about the macro push. It's all about the lanes around there. And Supergirl is making sure that each lane is pushing in favor of SMG.
I think that one of the most important players that Bleed gonna have to deal with has gotta be Supergirl. FMM has been having a little bit of a problem with Supergirl. Yes, he didn't exactly die to Supergirl yet, but at one point in time, he may.
Yeah, and Reminiscent is going to be taking up this Lord, and Gear going all in onto the entirety of SMG.
Oh,
SMG.
the Lord! He's knocked everyone up into the sky! But the rest of the SMG, they are all going to be congregating together, and they manage to bring Gear down, one of the important frontliners. Deck zooms around, and his HP is not going down anytime soon yet. He focuses back onto the objective and brings the Lord down.
I think the Lord was Bleed's 6th player there, getting the entirety of SMG, and that was, I think that's playing with fire, right? SMG, they were trying to stop them from taking this Lord for so long, that Bleed figured out the answer. They figured out the puzzle, and they locked it in place. They managed to get the Lord. They managed to take down key members of SMG, and now SMG have to defend this.
The unintentional blunder. In fact, the Lord really did Bleed a huge favor of knocking everyone else up into the air. Dag, he almost assassinated Supergirl, but thanks to his elusiveness, he did manage to get himself away without doing anything. Really just dashed through the wall, and that's all.
Yeah, he went through the entirety of SMG and they couldn't stop him, right?
Exactly.
And that is Deck showing, like, you know, that's a Kufra. He's not scared. And that's Deck playing fearless, and that's allowing Bleed all this momentum, all this tempo to crack into the SMG base.
As the Lord raises his trident and he knocks on to the inhibitor turrets in the bottom lane. The rest of the creep and the minions in the middle lane is slowly knocking on the front door, while Deck focuses up in the northern side. This pretty much have got the inhibitor turrets in the top and the bottom destroyed, with only the middle one standing.
You know, on the side of SMG, they've only managed to take down 2 turrets, whereas Bleed have cleared out pretty much entirety of SMG, but never mind.
Here, he's just going to be coming in from the side, but the RWM from the side of Mikumi is just going to be keeping him alive a little while longer, as he do have a good amount of shields. JPL whips himself right back out of the fight. Bleed did not manage to get much value from that.
But that's dangerous, right? They were fighting under the turret, and then you couldn't even say that SMG technically won that fight.
Nope.
It's just that Bleed walked away. So even with the turret, the damage from SMG is not enough. 6k goal lead, 5k goal lead, 6k goal lead at 19 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but all that money was funneled into FMM. He's pretty much got all his items already. He's full items.
A flat-out stalemate, I'm gonna have to say. I mean, we're looking at a 19 minutes game, right? It is relatively fair to say that position 1, 2, and 3 would have all of their items capped.
Right.
Position 4 and 5, probably not quite much. Now we'll take this moment and this opportunity to see, right? Okay, Supergirl maybe is a little bit of a different story, right? He's not exactly like position 4. He's not exactly position 3. It's kind of like in between kind of thing. Because it's not very common for me, at least, to really see a Vendetta to go a good amount of damage in. But he does have the Bloodlust Axe in order to have more of the sustainability and to boost all of that up with Dominance Ice, Athena Shields, and Anti-Cuirass.
That's how he's managed to survive against FMM, right?
Yep.
That's how he can push FMM away. But now the problem is that Bleed are grouping up as 5. The Benedetta doesn't have as much room to do the split push, doesn't have enough room to come from the back lines and wreak havoc onto Bleed. And this positioning here, SMG and Bleed are just facing each other off. Both sides actually being quite patient here, waiting for the Lord to respawn.
Supergirl though, all he can do is to clear out the top wave. I don't think that he will be overextending and trying to push it all the way to the 50 line though, as the Lord is currently available with a thick amount of health of 60,000 HP. Let's not forget about all the armors that's built up onto this Lord as well. The thick armor, the big trident, the amount of damage is gonna be crazy. JPL finds himself in a death trap. Enya and Derry were waiting with that opportunity, and they found it. Now, they have lost one of the key players from the side of Bleed. They do not have got a Whale Dragon anymore. In the meantime, Reminiscent is taking on to the aggro of the Lord. The rest of the SMG have decided to fully commit into this, as they have gotten the information from Supergirl that Deck is nowhere to be seen. He's gonna have to go home. But is he really coming in to take for the go for the steal? A little bit too late, as Enya has managed to secure the Lord for the team. And this is probably gonna be good. Deck tries to get himself out of there, but unfortunately the counter protection actually kinda helped Deck.
Yeah, the moment JPL went down, we saw Deck go into the mid lane, trying to push down that last turret for the side of SMG, but Supergirl was there. The positioning coming up from this Benedetta was able to give SMG the time to get the Lord. So now, all they need to do is wait for the Lord to knock on the door, but Deck is going through the bottom lane, making sure that the lanes are going to be pushing into SMG.
They need to freeze the middle lane a little while longer. They need to allow Supergirl's creeps waves to move down a little bit faster. And of course, the Lord, well, you can't exactly stop the Lord. You're gonna have to do something about that though. But the middle lane and the top lane, at least we know, is gonna be relatively synced. The bottom lane, you're probably gonna have to deal with that in a while later. SMG didn't really quite take the time to try to bring down the top lane as fast as they can, as it pretty much wasted the charge that this Lord has. Okay, never mind, I forgot it's an evolved Lord. So he's gonna go for a second charge onto the turret, and that's the inhibitor turret down. JPL is also gonna be destroyed right now. None of the members from the side of SMG is gonna be taken down just yet. Deck, he went in! Competent suicide! He lost his immortality, immediately bought the dominance, immediately bought the Winter Truncheon, only to die again. And this is not looking good, as the top lane inhibitor turret is destroyed. Mega Creep moves right in, and SMG, they can focus their resources somewhere else.
they've taken away the immortality from JPL, and that means that SMG now, this fight is going to be crucial here. Sayla and FMM, as well as Gear, have their immortalities out, but the Cho does not. And that if they can get that Cho down, it's going to be a 3v5 fight here. It's another 25 seconds for Deck to come up. Can SMG push in?
Deck, he completely tossed the immortality, tossed the winter truncheon, he's just gonna go straight in. And for now, Mikumi pops out with the RWM, was hoping they will be able to slow down JPL. He's completely zoned away. FMN is not exactly in the fight as well. Gear is gonna be popping on the immortality. SMG, they're still holding down well. Davey charges on the turret revenge. He wants to go for JPL's blood, but he wasn't able to exactly touch on him. SMG realizes that they do not want to overextend too much as they have lost a little bit too much blood.
They've managed to get some of the immortalities away from Bleed, but that's not enough. And that's why that item is so crucial in this stage of the game. SMG now have to prepare for this this last Lord. I think it's going to be very, very, very difficult for Deck to go in. He is currently 3, 2, and 5 on that Fanny. Not as much damage as he would want to be.
Not a lot of pressure coming in from this Fanny as well, which is relatively unfortunate. He did manage to pull off a couple of good kills in the early stages of the game, but it started to fall off in the mid and the later stages of the game, where all of the members from the side of SMG is either a little bit too thick or they're a little bit too painful. Speaking of too painful, FMM, this guy, he's painful. Dairy comes in from behind in just a matter of seconds. His HP dropped all the way down to a half, but they don't care at all! Meko, they found a kill of the most important marksman! FMM goes down. Gear is still holding on to his dear life, and he did manage to bring Enya down. Both marksmen is down, and they are all gonna be brawling with one another. Supergirl is still trying to get himself in there, but here comes Deck! He came in! The blade duster! It's not gonna stop until his energy is gone! Reminiscent takes the L! Dairy takes the L! JPL survives with a slipper! And this could pretty much be the maniac we're looking at from Deck, and he waits, and he waits, and he takes!
And that is what happens when the Fanny comes in to clean up shop here. Deck on that Fanny, taking out 5 members of SMG, and he's gonna end, he's gonna try to go for it here.
It is the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the big game, the big play. Deck cleared it all off with a maniac and ended the game all by himself.
Man, you know, I looked at Deck, he's 3, 2, and 5. He went down a couple of times, but his timing, the rest of the team managed to hold on to SMG. They baited out. They used FMM to lure SMG over, and then Deck comes in with the Fanny, spin to win, takes them all out.
They identified that Deck shouldn't start a fight. That is not what a Fanny is good at. What is good at? Well, janitor duties. And he came in, clean everyone else up. They all don't have a lot of blood to work with. And when Deck came in, not much of a threat comes in from the opponents. He's able and free to spin and dance. Kin, run us down this third game. You must be devastated as well.
Yes, I am devastated, but this was a godlike play. Now, here is the thing about the matchup. The reason why we went for SMG against Bleed was because I feel that, you know, Deck, he's quite the volatile character. Deck is the win condition for both teams.
Wait.
Yes.
Elaborate.
Listen to this. Deck is the win condition for both teams. Because if Deck doesn't perform, Bleed will lose. And when you see Deck pop off, there is no way in hell you can win Bleed.
So it's a game of 4v6 or 5v5.
Yes, it is going to be an extra man if Deck cannot, you know, handle the pressure here. But he came out clutch, right? And, you know, Deck, super impressive. He understood the role that he needed to play. He did the cleanup crew. And if you take a look at the itemization by the entirety, look at his final items. Double Wind Talker.
Oh, the double Wind Talker is just bought?
I
mean, okay, for the audience to know. Just for the audience to know.
Jokes, guys. More importantly is the immortality that he bought. He actually used the immortality to fool us at this point. He died. He was willing to give away the life. And that was the whole reason why SMGSG even committed in the first place for that final fight.
Let's elaborate a little bit more about the Wind Talker. In case you guys are really actually wondering, he sold 2 of his items, including a Rose Gold Meteor, and if I am not wrong, it is the Bloodlust Axe or something along those lines, right? He sold them off so they can buy the Wind Talker, so that he have got more attack speed to end the game.
Yes.
Yeah, and look, as much as we talk about deck, I have to say that final fight, the fact that Gear survived for so long, that really set the tone, right? Because SMG couldn't get out. They were stuck trying to get rid of this Lapu Lapu, and now we know why, I guess, Lapu Lapu is so picked by both of these teams.
Exactly, the sustain that Gear offered. Number 1, his emblem choice, this Festival of Blood, his itemization with the Bloodlust Axe as well, it all complemented together, making him that, extra win condition. He added that difficulty that SMG had to triumph, and they couldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, this was an epic series match to watch here. A 25-minute game at the end for the final game of today. In that case, I believe you're wondering, who is your MVP?
Well, it's kind of tough, but I mean, FMM definitely dealt the most amount of damage. Gear definitely sustained a lot of hits. So honestly, I think I'm just gonna say it's FMM. Probably.
I'm going to stand on the other side. I think Gear was one of the definite reasons why they won this game in the first place. Like you guys mentioned, right? He soaked up so much damage, but he also offered a lot of damage to his team.
That is true. That is true. Zuki?
I guess I'll just go against you guys and say deck, because if not, make it exciting,
Just
right?
for the Maniac, right?
Yeah, and it is deck 7, 2, and 6 on this KDA. Mr. Young Prodigy of the Year for this season. I mean, deck, he showed up, and he showed up at the correct time. This is the playoffs. If there's any time you want to show off and you want to pop off, this is the stage to do it.
It really popped off when it mattered the most.
Yes.
And that was, well, chilling.
Yeah.
Sends goosebumps to all of us, and I am happy to see that he did manage to pop off right now, right? Because all the way until the later stages of the game, it was like 3-2. And I was just there talking about him. No, it's not really doing much. It's not popping off in the later stages of the game. And then boom, Abstract, you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was a back and forth game, right? There were many moments that could have pivoted to either team. Yep.
Honestly, I really do want to find out a little bit more about whatever this team has got to say for themselves. Or rather, whatever their highlights, the comms, whatsoever. But I believe that what's more important as well is, of course, what we have on the interview stage. As Cheryl, I think that is more or less prepared for to invite someone. I'm not too sure who are they going to be inviting for the interview.
Yeah.
But, all of us, all 3 of us is going to be signing off. We'll be checking back again tomorrow. My name is Abstract, Duki, Kintofu. We'll see you.
Nice. Get Roger. Don't scared. I know. You guys 2 people only. Can. Okay.
Let's go, you're alone. Turn first.
If Careful. Okay, stop. Nice. Careful. Imo. Penny push up, Penny. Oh my god.
So right here beside me, I have the brains of Bleed Esports, and this is none other than Youngin. Let's see if we can hear you. Can we try that again? Say hi to everyone.
Mic test. Hello, everyone.
Fantastic. So, Youngin, I do have a few questions for you. Right off the bat, something generic. I've been speaking to all of the players because you guys won so much, right? I spoke to every single player, and it seems the eyes on the prize right now all of the players are looking for nothing less than the championship. What about you?
Definitely the same thing lah. I mean, this is basically what we all agreed to do when we wanted to go full-time.
Right. So for the past 2 weeks, a lot of teams have gotten the time to recalibrate, go for boot camps, and more. So what has Bleed Esports done after seeing all of the teams during regular season?
Alright, so I think first of all, I think our regular season games, there were a bit of up and downs. I mean, of course, coming to week 4, it was better just in time for the RSG series. But I think other than that, it's more of us focusing on ourselves because I think more than the Singapore teams, also we want to focus more internationally because if we are full-time now, then we should be matching full-time standards in other countries as well.
Very much so. Now, another question that I would like to have to hear from you would be Game 2. Extremely unprecedented. Over on the other hand, Team SMG were drafted, correct me if I'm wrong, drafted more for late game. And with that, did you expect that level of tenacity from them?
I think before that, right, I think SMG actually brought a very unique strategy to the game today. I think they prioritized the Melissa and the Bene for all 3 games. So on our back end, of course, we definitely have our own plans, and it was basically us executing our plan, them executing their plan. But I think when it comes down to what actually happened in the game, I think we had a slight lead in the second game, and then we basically just wanted them to not throw the game. And unfortunately, I think Gil was a little bit hasty, and then that kind of snowballed a little bit, and then gave us a very hard game 3 afterwards.
Right, and it's pretty apparent that for Team SMG, they picked the almost exact same lineup. It's like, if it ain't broke, why fix it kind of a mentality. But in a coach standpoint, not just for Team SMG, do you reckon if sticking to almost an exact same lineup is beneficial to a team, or it is actually the demise of a team?
I think for our assessment, we let them continue what they think that they were good at, and I think for the fact that the games were back and forth, they basically knew what they wanted to do, and we really wanted to challenge that standpoint that we know what you want to do. Can we execute what we want to do, but much better? And I think even though it came down to us winning in the end, but as you can see, at any point in the game, anybody could have won. So I think props to SMG, and definitely in the lower bracket, they will continue to do very well.
Very much so. And earlier on in Game 2 itself, yes, it's evident that they prioritized the Melissa and more. But in terms of statistics during the regular season, FMM is number 1 in terms of kills and number 2 in terms of kill participation. So with that being said, he was lagging behind a little bit in terms of the damage dealt per minute. So what happened in Game 2 exactly?
Okay, so it was a Beatrix into Bene a lot of the time. So at every point of these 2 games to 3 games, he was always under pressure. So I think Game 3 we decided that we wanted to give him an easier time, and then that's where he could do much more compared to Game 1 and Game 2, because when he was on the Beatrix, there was him, even though he was very farmed in the early game, both Game 1 and Game 2, but the moment we took 5v5 fights, they started, FMM's goal is not converted into team pressure. So I think that was one of the reasons why the games was hard for us, and then that was what we needed to solve for Game 3.
Right. So another question that I've been asking the coaches all abroad would be that we have seen the entrance of a lot of expat players. We have seen players who are from Philippines, players who are from Indonesia, even coaches who are from different countries as well. So the fact that you have been in the MPL SG scene for so long, is there any difference from the MPL SG then and the MPL SG now?
I think nowadays you can definitely see a coach impact on the team. I think SMG is a very, very good example of how the coach impact directly translates to what players want to do in the team. And there's definitely an evolution because we see each team has their own unique style of how they want to approach drafts and even the heroes that they pick. So definitely that means that on my end, more homework to do, more things to account for.
Yes, and I believe our friends from Team SMG is actually listening in. And honestly, they put up a very, very valiant fight over at the Land of Dawn. Do you have anything that you want to say to the Team SMG?
Good luck in the lower brackets, and hopefully see you guys in the grand finals as well.
So yes, moving on to tomorrow, you guys will be meeting RSG Slate SG. Now, very unfortunately, the only time that you guys got to meet in the regular season, St. DeLucas, the coach of RSG Slate, wasn't drafting for that round. So it was a little bit unfortunate. So now that you are going to meet him tomorrow to draft both the brains of each of the team, what do you have to say to St. DeLucas and by extension RSG Slate SG?
Nothing much lah. We'll just see tomorrow. I think end of the day is PO5 that just leads up to the grand final and not the grand finals itself.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Youngin, for this insightful interview. Thank you so much. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, how exciting was that? Youngin was so, willing to share with us all the lowdown that was happening earlier on in the matches itself. And we're so excited to see more from Bleed, shedding lots of blood really over at the Land of Dawn. So yes, stick around and join us. And if you love their performance, they will be in a best of 5 tomorrow in the upper bracket finals alongside their long-term rival, RSG Slate SG. So yes, today, day 1 of playoffs has concluded, and very unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to 2 teams, namely, there were Revival as well as Alchemy SG. Now, without further ado, this is the current schedule for tomorrow. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you see here on the screen, results are as follows. From match 1, it was a clean sweep for Evil, knocking 2-0 off of Revival and sending Revival home right here for the playoff season. And for match 2, we have seen Stellark and Alchemy SG going head-to-head, and this was a full series of a best of 3 with Stellark, just by a hair securing their position right here at MPL SG still, while sending back Alchemy SG. Whereas we have seen the upper bracket today for match 3, RSG SG doing a clean sweep for Flash with a 2-0. And for Bleed, we have 2-1 as we have seen earlier with Team SMG. And therefore sending Team Flash and Team SMG down to the lower brackets to grind for their title. And without further ado, what will be happening on the 15th of April, which is tomorrow, Saturday? As you guys can see, Team Evo will be going head-to-head against SMG, whereas Flash will be crossing swords with Team Stellark for match 6. Whereas for match 7, what will be happening is our upper bracket finals, something that you definitely don't want to miss. RSG Slate SG going head-to-head against Team Bleed, and that series itself will be a full best of 5. Now for match 8, that will be happening at 6:30 p.m. That will be a match between the winners of the lower brackets. So yes, unfortunately for tomorrow, we will see another 2 teams leave us right here at the MPL SG playoffs. But of course, we are one step closer to actually crowning our champions to represent us on the international stage for the MSC Cup 2023, which will be held in Cambodia, Phnom Penh. And we're very excited for that. And with that being said, this carries a very heavy weight because they will be competing on an international level, and right now not just Southeast Asia, but we will also be seeing teams across the region such as North America, Turkey, as well as MENA. So we are looking forward to see which champion we will be sending over to the MSC Cup 2023. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, right here, this is the playoffs for day 1, and it will continue on all the way till Sunday. So this is all happening live right here at Suntec City Mall. So if you're looking to come on down and join us as a live audience, you are highly recommended to do so. Right here on the venue itself, we do have amazing booths, official Mobile Legends Bang Bang merchandise, and if you want to support your favorite teams, they do have booths as well as their merchandise available for you guys to grab and cheer on your favorite teams. Now, fret not if you did not manage to secure tickets to watch the matches that you have dreamed of, because we do have walk-in seats available as well, but they're available on a first-come, first-served basis. Now, if you're unable to come on down and join us, fret not. We do have other social media platforms where you can check in on all of the action, such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, MPLSG Season 5 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPLSG Season 5 is powered by Moontime and Zenway Productions. Our official partners, Frank by LCBC and Ghanaian Men. Our partners in esports, OSIM, My Republic, and Suntec City Mall. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cheryl Yao. We're so very excited as we're being one step closer to crown our champions to send to the MSC Cup 2023. Stick around and join us tomorrow, 10 a.m. right here at Suntec City, and we'll see you then.